The earth is flat. Mic check, mic check. Yo, yo, yo.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Microphone check, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Lend me your globe and I'll give you my nose. I will try not to look out of key. And if level means curve, then I'll move to the burbs. I will try not to be a creep. Flatten my cab and I'll take you to space. Remember, children, haste makes waste. Have a flat earth with my friend. Come on, have a flat earth with my friends. Spaghetti and Jill. Chupacabra. Food tastes awful. I'ma do my time, I gotta do free. Now I'ma go speak to them lonely convicts. Let them know Earth is flat and the globe is nonsense. Unfold your conscience, hear the series truth. If I'm wrong, tell me right here and now the proof. What was bound was loose, like the sound of hoops. Like 1,000 troops chanting Babylonian, what you doing, do you do? Dismantling all of them parables, paralyzed persons in the sky. Getting that, yeah, just to fly the friendly skies, terrorizing these variables of pleasure is mine. Like a stitch in the fabric used for measuring time. Just another brick in the wall you never could climb, and we never could find. Way back home, if outer space was spanking, there isn't a dome, Masonic astronaut, sipping the chrome, getting your phone, Nathan, so me to create a YouTube channel. This is Flatter-Day Saints to give you a flat salute and a Flatter-Day thanks. Putting me up on modern day debate, went in with a pulpit that shot the place, and to talk about space, being sarcastic, visible viruses that keep trying to mess, getting harder laughing, smarter every day, turning on the gas and become martyr. They think can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Yo, you can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Hush, little Helios, don't you cry. Just because Stephen Hawking lied. He's in a wheelchair, so do you really care? Do you really care that he died? And if that line ain't straight and sea level is curved, I'ma go the Moderna way. I'ma get that Jackie Nation with no hesitation, baby. Let's all get the J&J. Feisty, I know I told you I'd never leave you. Guess what? Daddy's back on this flat earth and he ain't going nowhere. This goes for Dozer, Whiny, Pinky, and little Gertie A2. Love you, baby. Dun, 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 dun. There was an old man named Michael Finnegan. He grew flat whiskers on this terra firmament again. The global religion came back to do him in again. Poor old Michael Finnegan. Begin again.
Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hi, Neil. How you doing?
Hi. I like that sound. A beat favorite. I like that.
Hey, you know, if you earn it, you get it. So I got more than one thing to get into with you. I wanted to show viewers, of course, you're right here. But we've covered something that I haven't come back to you. Yeah. I haven't come back to you on yet, which is we've got these congressional hearings on UFOs, first in over 50 years. So at a minimum, U.S. government relating to this a little differently, a little more out in the open. The U.S. Navy has declassified this new video that shows this spherical object whizzing by a fighter jet taken by the pilot. And we can slow it down. Here's what one Pentagon official, here you see some of it, and then here's what an official said.
Is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
No explanation there. Your reaction writ large.
That's what UFO stands for. Unexplained flying object. So why are we surprised that a video of an unexplained flying object is described as something that they can't explain? I don't have a problem with that. The issue is when you take this leap to go from unexplained to because I can't explain it, therefore I know what it is. It must be visiting aliens from another galaxy that happens to be particularly intrigued with restricted Navy airspace. Okay, that's just it's something that didn't show up on Google images of satellite images of Earth or in any of the million views that people take outside of airplane windows every day as everyone is equipped with their high resolution cameras and videos. Just consider that we have crowdsourced any possible alien invasion simply because, last I checked, 6 billion smartphones scatter across Earth's surface. So we got this. If we're visited by aliens, I'm pretty sure you won't need congressional hearings to establish that fact.
Well, so A, I read your skepticism, which is always interesting. B, what about the sort of presentation of science, which is technical, and government panic management, which is a sort of a different enterprise, because I'm sure you've also noticed a shift from the almost hyper secrecy of past decades, worry that people would say anything inexplicable is evidence of, to now they seem to be opening it up a little bit. What do you think about that as an approach?
Yeah, I mean, it was always there. The Project Blue Book goes back decades, for example. And as was noted, it's not the first time there's been hearings on such objects. The military has a huge budget. You know, last I looked, it was $600 or $700 billion. I would hope and expect some of that is going to monitor stuff in the sky that we cannot explain. So the fact that everyone is somehow shocked or surprised that the government has thought about this problem over the decades, I'm surprised that people are surprised. And so where the rubber
I'm
hits
surprised
the road,
you're surprised that people are surprised.
that I'm surprised. Where the rubber hits the road is whether it's just at what point are you going to believe that what you can explain are just aliens? That's all I'm saying. I mean, or believe that if I'm putting this out there, that if the government were actually stockpiling aliens, that they would somehow manage to keep that a secret.
Right.
Just think that through. Even the janitor, okay, sneak in a smartphone, get a picture of a gooey alien, and the janitor would lose his job overnight and be the most famous, richest janitor the next day when that video hits social media. And I just have a higher standard of requirement for evidence that we've been visited by aliens. Otherwise, it was fine.
Yeah,
by the way, I was delighted to see Republicans and Democrats together. It was like, oh my gosh, you know, the prospect of aliens brought two halves of Congress together asking similar questions. I was delighted by that.
Yeah, if that's what it takes. And I think I hadn't thought about it that way, but you're right. Some of this stuff getting off Earth and out of the normal conflict allows for a different investigative process at the very least. So that's UFOs. I promised folks Tyson on more than one thing. There's the talk of the multiverse. And if folks don't know what that even means, that's okay. That's why we have Neil here conceptually. You may have heard about this in Marvel films like Spider-Man or Doctor Strange. Take a look. Reporting live from Earth 1, best as I know, but I could be wrong. Explain to us, I don't know if you've heard about this, Neil, but sometimes science fiction can be more popular than the original science. Walk us through what this means as a theory. We're hearing more about it. And is there any relevance to this in people's reality?
Well, just to be clear, Doctor Strange appearing in comics long before he got his own feature high-budget film was passing through these portals, from early on. So that's not a new addition to his powers. He's had that for a while. If I were to just toss, as much as I love Superman and Wonder Woman, if I were to tip my hat, it would be to the Marvel community of superheroes, except for Thor in this particular example, because nearly all of them either obtained their powers or explored and developed their powers through science. Just think them through, every single one of them, from the Hulk to, of course, Iron Man, to you just look through, and they're invoking some edge of our understanding of science for that storytelling. So I like the persistent appearance of science in the Marvel universe. So with regard to the multiverse, we've been, by the way, Marvel is about 18 months or more behind the moving frontier of science. So somebody's reading the science journals and infusing the stories. We've had ideas of the multiverse for a while. For someone in the script to say, "You mean it's real? I thought it was just theoretical." No, that's not how we talk in science. We don't have evidence for it, but it is deeply connected to ideas that are successful multiverse for in the Marvel universe. So with regard to the multiverse, we've been, by the way, Marvel is about 18 months or more behind the moving frontier of science. So somebody's reading the science journals and infusing the stories. We've had ideas of the multiverse for a while. For someone in the script to say, "You mean it's real? I thought it was just theoretical." No, that's not how we talk in science. We don't have evidence for it, but it is deeply connected to ideas that are successful in our current universe, right? When we merge quantum physics and general relativity and go to the early universe, multiverses just pop out of that for free, okay? We didn't have to separately invent that. And so once you have that, they're available to us theoretically, and they could exist. We don't know how to get from one to the other. That's where you throw in the science fiction frontier. But until then, let them have it. Let them run with it. I don't have a problem.
Far out. I want to turn to one more
far
item.
Out, very far out.
It is.
Oh, by the way,
that we're learning about. And I got to tell you, Neil, I don't know what people say to you when they come to you on the street, but people talk to me about the world, politics, their views of the press. Press isn't perfect. Press bias. One of the biggest biases of the press is the coverage of Earth at the exclusion of the rest of the entire galaxy. I mean, we're in this big space and we're talking about Earth a lot. And so with that in mind, we have you here, news on black holes. Apparently, you'll explain, but there's an image here of a massive black hole, which is in the Milky Way galaxy, the ring of light that surrounds what the Times calls, quote, a trapdoor in time and space. And they say, audio of what a black hole sounds like. Scientists producing sounds of, this is from a different black hole that's in a galaxy 55 million light years away. Hit it. Neil, explain.
Well, clearly there's a monster there. That's what those sounds like. I'm not as much a fan as other people are of assigning musical notes to cosmic phenomena. I don't have anything against it. I'm just not a big fan of it, only because anytime you have a pressure wave, that's a wave that's pressing back and forth as it moves through a medium, it is technically sound. Whether or not that frequency lands within the low to high range of the human sensory system, those sounds exist at 48 octaves lower than anything audible to the human ear. So in order to turn it into sound that we would care about, you have to basically shift it artificially so that it lands in our acoustic range, and then to then say it's sound is a little bit misleading.
Last question, does it matter that today science is at a place where it can observe more directly about black holes this far away than in history?
Yeah, what we are seeing is a brand new portal of access to what's going on in the universe. And anytime we have new capacities such as that, new discoveries just flow like rivers through that portal. So I'm just delighted that we can image. So what we're seeing is really the shadow of the black hole and light distorted around it. But that's great. Let's keep going. And by the way, we always knew our galaxy had a black hole. We had other indirect means, but now we have a direct measurement. So we're all there. So now I'll be ready for the next Marvel story to go through that black hole and come out the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This
that doesn't
guy is
necessarily.
crazy.
Oh, Jackie, I can't say nothing.
How much drugs does this guy need to take to be able to go to sleep?
Yeah, Jackie doesn't like me talking too loud late at night. Dude. I always get yelled at.
No, I mean this Neil deGrasse Tyson guy.
What? Good one.
How much alcohol or whatever he needs to consume to be able to go to sleep? That's my question.
That dude's really drunk, huh?
Like, I don't understand how someone can call himself a scientist and just talk so much trash.
Right? Yeah.
It's unbelievable, actually.
They're trained. They're basically what they're really good at. Basically, and I don't even think they're good at it, but they're trained to do it. Is a science communicator. You know, they take different classes and get schooled on how to talk to different people in different settings. You know, whatever the main goal is to make you believe in outer space. That's their goal, and they sell sci-fi so well. I guess I don't even know how I ever fell for it, but
Just some very bad acting.
just because you fell for it once doesn't mean you have to stay down. You know what I mean?
All right.
You are now free to move about the country.
Imagine he coming on this Discord.
You got me on this Discord so late at night, talking to people who I don't even like.
All right. See you later.
Are you taking off? All right then, bro.
Yep.
Just remember, 2 a.m, got the fat burger. Even saw the lights on the Goodyear blimp, and it said flat earther. All right, bro.
All right, man. Have a good night, right? For you.
All right, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 a.m. Easy flat in the flat off hour. All you men who are alone out there, sitting in your flats, don't flatter yourselves.
Latter-day Saint Show was filmed in front of a live studio audience. 24/7 Discord was filmed in front of a live studio audience. All rights reserved. Void were prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately. Participating stores may vary. Participating stores may vary. Participating stores may vary. These whores are cherry. Jackie, can I have a cigarette, please? I had one pack left and I couldn't find it in the car, please. I really need just a cigarette, please. Thank you. What I want to do for my bros. I try to quit smoking, but I don't have you. What I want to do for my bros. I tried everything, but I can't quit smoking. Yeah. Really trying this insanity out. Look, look, reason. That's a good picture. See if I can get a picture. I'll post that on the live stream. Lynn 32 in the house, apparently.
Hello? 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 Is it working now? Mic check? Hello, try this again. Mic check?
Ireland 32. I can't hear you, Ireland.
Can you hear me? I've
I can hear
tried.
you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sound.
I can hear you now, buddy.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to talk here. I've got kids in the background, but
Well, if you're feeling a certain type of way, all right, Ireland.
okay. But the floor's wet. Just wait. Sorry.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yep. Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girth's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Got my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, to measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the metaverse, Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is sus. Cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast. Faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
How long you been in Flutter?
I suppose maybe the last couple of years, 4 years or so, maybe. Sort of came at it through Santos Bonacci, I think was the first one that I took it from, because I would have followed the law stuff.
Yeah. Santos Bonacci.
Yeah, I think it's him or maybe Dean Clifford was. I'm not sure, but yeah, I've been at it a wee while. I don't know everything, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Right. When did you get verified recently? Or have you been on here for a while? Do you have a different name? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, Helio, when we were getting verified, but It used to be BCFC Ireland, and BCFC used to, confuse people, or so I just changed it to Ireland 32.
No, it used to be BC. What?
Yeah, BCFC.
Okay, BCFC.
Yeah.
So that's what do you got? A 23, 2363, right?
So say that again.
2363. All right, got it. BCFC. 2363.
Yeah, but the BCFC was just for the football club that I follow.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. All right. Do you have any questions, comments, regrets, complaints, suggestions, compliments you want to throw at me?
Well, there is one question. I've never been asked it, so I actually don't know the answer to it. But how do volcanoes work on the flat Earth? We know it's not a molten metal iron core, whatever, or
I
all
think
that.
I think volcanoes work the same way they'd work on any Earth, no matter what shape it was. And if they didn't, how would I to know that they didn't? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know.
no, it's just the thing that has annoyed me, because I don't know. No,
It's always okay to say you don't know something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I know they drilled 8 kilometers down, often, but obviously volcanoes are a real thing, when lava does come out. And it's the only thing really I haven't, worked out any answer to. I'm glad I've never been asked it.
Well, I would say that there's certain books that were written a long time ago that talk about, below us being hell or whatever with fire and lakes of fire. A lake of fire would be describing lava pretty well, but that's not proof. Those are just my opinion.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really, whatever your truth is, you don't really need to try to make it fancy and dress it up. Like they're either going to get it or they're not. You know what I mean?
True. I mean, obviously the lack of curvature. I hear my son fighting with my other son. I'm gonna have to run
Yeah.
here.
Hey bro, there's no age, creed, color, race, religion, socioeconomical background, or ethnicity that I think anybody's ever been able to make an algorithm say this person has this characteristic, this trait, da 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 da. 98% chance they're going to be a flat earther. But they say, nope, no such algorithm. The shit baffles them and has them befuddled to this day. Jaws agape, mouths agape, looking flustered, looking like a fish out of water, like a deer in headlights, girl. Yeah, straight up, straight up. I didn't just come here to say the Earth is flat. I came here to argue with you and show you that NASA's bad.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to run there. But
I feel like these NASA agents are watching me, walking around my block with walkie-talkies. In the grocery store, they chicken hawking me. All the pretty girls just want to get on Discord 27 and talk to me. Yo, all my tampons in the house, yo, where my periods at? Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Baby. How you living, Flat Nasty? On plateaus that are straight. Eating steak. Getting up every morning at 8. Ever since I realized I'm living on a flat plate. Flat plate. When I make an error, I don't have to hit backspace. Backspace. Take that frown, girl, off ya. Your sad face. Your sad face. Take it easy. Take it easy. You never want a girl who's in love with the globe to steal your soul again. You know, they say it's better to have been a flat earther and never loved than to have been a flat earther and been in love with a girl who's in love with the globe. Because no matter what you give that girl, no matter how pure your intentions are, no matter how much money you have in your pocket, if that girl's in love with the globe, there's nothing you can do, boy. You might as well just sit your behind down on that couch, get comfortable, because that girl's in love with the globe. She ain't going nowhere. But she spins me round, round, right round, baby, right round. Boy, if you in love with that girl who's in love with the globe, you better sit your ass down on that couch. Get comfortable, because that little girl ain't going nowhere. She's in love with the sphere. All right, Jackie, God, you don't have to tell me to be quiet like every 15 seconds. Jesus. I'm trying to put on a little entertainment for the fellas who are in the bunker holes and the, you know what I mean, foxholes and stuff right now. But you never give me a cigarette. If you give me a cigarette, I'll be quiet. I'll leave the room. I'll go outside and smoke. Just waiting for you. I've been waiting for a Marlboro menthol to be inhaled in my lungs. Yeah. I've been waiting. Jackie, keep going back to sleep. Please, can I just have a cigarette? Come on, man. This ain't rocket science, Jax. Come on. Well, actually, it's could be argued could be argued that it actually is in fact neither rocket science or theoretical astrophysics at the same time. Never in the same room or place, though. Consecutively, chronologically, theoretically, metaphorically, esoterically, literally, and phallocologically. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I believed the earth was a sphere and round? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I thought the earth was a sphere and round? Would you still have love for me? Would you love me on a square? Would you love me on a circle? Would you love me if I was wearing purple? You could get back to me, girl. Get back to me. It's 2:25 past the hour. This has been Shoeless Joe Flatson on the mic. Coming to you from that 1918 Black Sox, baby. Shoeless Joe Flatson on the mic. She's a very pretty flat earth, the kind I don't take home to globe ball. When I get her on that street, she's a flatty girl. She's a very freaky glober, the kind you don't take home to flat earth mother. Once you get her on those streets, she's a flat earth freak. She's a flat earth freak. She's super freaking. She's a super freak.
All right, I'll pop off the conversation. How's everyone's day been today?
Excellent.
Oh, that's lovely, jubbly. Flattered day, Saints.
Yeah, that's what they call them. Earth is flat. Flat again. Globe's been smashed. Tell some men. Earth is flat. 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 Da da na 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 na. Tell some men. Tell some men. Earth is flat. Guess who's flat? Flat again. Earth is flat. Tell some friends. Tell some friends. Tell some friends.
Very wise words, Mr. Man. True that.
Nobody has any questions about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'll pop a milk one. I've seen that you have the channel Why Lie, you know?
Sure.
Like, most of it is religion or money related. Like, is that really, like...
Yeah, but what you have to understand about the YLI channel is that we cannot really know for sure, because you're basically asking us about why somebody else is doing what they are doing, and you aren't even specifying like who they are, because if you would ask me, I wouldn't even know who is the people lying to us, because if I look at my government as an example, like they are elected for a little period, like they have grown up the same way as me. They believe like they have been told the same stories, the same fairy tales as me. So how could I verify if they just believe or if they actually know that it's not true?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Actually, you really never can know what someone's thinking about in their mind. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
That's
why lie
really
is just a collection of suggestions for why we think somebody who lied about that could lie about it, if you understand what I mean. So take it with a grain of salt.
All right. Shit. All right. So just yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. Man. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Salam alaikum for that. All right.
You have some music in the background.
Hey. Oh shit. I just might mute myself. I'm sorry for that.
But what about Netherlights and that other guy, George? Maybe he bailed.
I'm kind of just here to listen at the moment. Like what I said.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
Yeah, I guess as you said before, Matt, chicken. Good to just sit there. Oh, what Flatty said. Good to just sit there, just take it in like a sponge, just learn about it.
Yeah, sure. But if we don't have the debate or anything, if there is somebody having just a question or just want to know how anything is claimed to be working, or I don't know. But these hours are usually the most quietest ones, I think. So yeah. If nobody wants to ask a question or anything, do new people want to hear flat Earth music or?
I don't think there's anybody in the chat anymore.
Yeah, I'll have some flat Earth music. Can I hear that?
Sure.
I didn't know that was music. Yeah.
I'll post the link in the live stream as well, but 2 seconds I'll put it on.
Cheers.
Tavern in Plymouth, our adventure awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waits from our gate. With the voyage at sea, destiny I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. 2 years of provision. grout to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your life, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier reef of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance, and every attempt impenetrable resistance. Gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go, like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around to go, like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I see that beneath us graves await those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard to starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mapped the treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on aboard they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds and cut through the sea. Beyond the horizons, the ends of the earth we have seen. Hang on for your lives, you're living in dreams. The final place can
People's thoughts on how big the Earth is.
What did you say?
What are people's thoughts on how big the Earth is? If you think there is a certain size to it.
I wouldn't have any idea how to actually verify it or test it.
Fair enough.
Like, personally, I haven't even been to Antarctica, and most people, 99.999% of people who goes to Antarctica goes to like the tourist spot in Antarctica. So it's like a pre-declared spot, the closest part you get to South America. And like most people who goes beyond that either have gone through the application process with the Antarctic Treaty or they are working there. And if you're working there, you have kind of strict rules of where you can go and where you cannot go. So yeah.
Yep.
And if you're curious to the Antarctic Treaty and the process of application and stuff, like I linked the video in voice text now. It's basically just going through what you have to do to send the application, or to it's not just one application, it's several, but it's what you have to go through to actually like apply for a custom trip to Antarctica.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the title of a video that I watched on YouTube. You can see astronauts hanging from wires, proving that astronauts and NASA are liars. They analyze photos and highlight mistakes with the moon landing missions. They show it was faked. You can see them faking the photos of Earth. They use a round window to fake the curve. That's suspicious, don't you think? Yeah, listen up. I watched another documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin gets a little riled. All he was asked to do was to swear to God that he went to the moon, but he would not. He was faced with a moon landing denier. Had a chance to show that he ain't no liar, but Buzz decided to punch that dude just for asking him to swear if he went to the moon. That's suspicious. So, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
And how about those moon rocks they gave to museums? And thousands of people did see them. But one museum took a closer look. They soon realized that something's afoot. The rock they were given turned out to be a fake. Just a piece of old wood, not a rock from space. Yeah, when God made the moon, he saw it was good, but apparently made it from petrified wood. Yeah, that's suspicious. Listen up. In another museum sits an astronaut suit. Take a good look at the tread on the boot. It doesn't match up with the prints on the moon. And y'all still believe what they're telling you? Or how about that phone call that Nixon made to the moon that's 250,000 miles away? When I can't get a signal on my cell phone line, I guess phones were better in '69. Well, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
And it certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Yeah, you went straight through those Van Allen belts. It wasn't a problem, right? Nothing was felt. But now you say it's a problem and you can't get through. This problem needs to be solved, according to you. But didn't you solve that problem back in '69 and you flew straight through them 5 more times? You wonder why I think it's fake when there are so many Apollo mistakes, like the telemetry data that's all gone missing. 13,000 reels, are you kidding? A giant leap for all mankind, but you lost the data and no one can find. Come on, man, are you kidding? Do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that you can't go. No, there's no blast crater from the lunar module. Probably because that thing is just a model. Or the flag that flutters with no atmosphere. Don't you think that's a bit queer? Intersecting shadows means another light source. Do I think it's fake? Yeah, of course. The whole thing was filmed on a Hollywood set. Directed by Kubrick is my best bet. The moon's so cool, we'd love to explore it, but we can't get past low Earth orbit. Do your research, people. I think you'll find that NASA admits that a bunch of times. Listen.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to. And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Welcome to the satellite hoax. All right, let's do this. It's a really hard pill to take when somebody says that satellites could be fake. But don't you find it a little suspicious that you can't find any real satellite pictures? It might be hard to be believed, but maybe we're all being deceived. Yeah, maybe, Listen up. Well, if you think you see one up in the sky, you can't see it with the naked eye, because a satellite is about the size of a car, at least 300 miles away. You can't see that far, whatever those dots are to move in the night. I'm telling you, there ain't no satellite. Welcome to the satellite folks. Just another one of them NASA jokes. You get 5 of your picture of a satellite without bringing up a bunch of that CGI. Just a bunch of cartoons all over the place. When I search satellites in space. Yeah, type that phrase into Google, folks. Let me welcome you to the satellite hoax. Now before all of y'all start getting pissed, I ain't saying that satellites don't exist. I'm saying that it's theoretically absurd to think these devices orbit the Earth. Cause I've seen them hanging from big balloons. Even Google's doing it too now, man. Have you seen that? Yeah, go check out Project Moon. And every now and then a satellite crashes, but that information never gets to the masses. Cause then you'll find out how these things really work. They're just on balloons, man. They don't orbit the Earth. Cause once upon a time, one crashed in Brazil with the balloon attached to its steel. Welcome to the satellite hoax. Just another one of them NASA jokes. You give 5 a picture of a satellite without bringing up a bunch of that CGI. Just a bunch of cartoons all over the place. When I search satellites in space. Yeah, type that phrase into Google, folks. Let me welcome you to the satellite hoax. Yeah, check it out, man. How could satellites be in the thermosphere when the temperature up there is way too severe? How can that type of equipment survive? How comes those satellites aren't burned alive? I'm telling you, man, it's just a pack of lies. There ain't no orbiting satellites, because 99% of our communication comes from undersea cables and cell tower stations. A GPS is ground-based too, man. Go check out a system called LORAN. It's a military system for navigation that uses ground towers to track your location. Are you seeing it yet? Welcome to the satellite hoax. Just another one of them NASA jokes. You get 5 a picture of a satellite without bringing up a bunch of that CGI. Just a bunch of cartoons all over the place. When I search satellites in space. Yeah, type that phrase into Google, folks. Let me welcome you to the satellite hoax. You see, Tesla figured out how to communicate without the need for satellites in space. It's mostly ground-based towers, you see, and that's how you get your satellite TV. They've monetized what Tesla made for free with their fake satellite industry. It was Arthur C. Clarke that theorized these things, the sci-fi boxes with solar wings. Another Freemason, it's no surprise. They make science fiction and they monetize. They've stolen Tesla's technology and they get you to pay for your TV. Are you seeing it now, people? Welcome to the satellite folks. Just another one of them that sell jokes. You can't buy me a picture of satellite without bringing up a bunch of that CGI. Just a bunch of cartoons all over the place. When I search satellites in space. Yeah, go type it into Google right now. And let me welcome you to the satellite folks. So next time you see a photo of the Earth from space, look for satellites. You won't find a trace. Well, they must have disappeared, I guess. Can't even see any from the ISS. If you want to have yourself a little enjoyment, go watch a NASA satellite deployment. Oh, man. Well, let me welcome you to the satellite folks.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. But anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask you still, why? You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself, why?
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself, why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
But don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in a nanosecond. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID. And I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the Flat Today Stephen COVID Hawking Band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this, man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special ed guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the sarah flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for Flat Today Stephen and the COVID Hawking Band. I'll shut the light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, you already know me. But to survive AI, gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a ball with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Flat Today Saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face, till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes the astronauts make, you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap suck like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mass talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on, cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got Jacksonated, like 100%, yeah, go ahead and take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you loving the piss, that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. The astronauts, having the spaceship ready to drink by tomorrow, how amazing. By now I'm wowing the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm on a debate, till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes, until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint, everything you were taught not's real is fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation, let's hear it again for Flat Today Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me, big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. It's a shovel and shit, well that's astronauts are smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, you know, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm nearest a ranch. I'm up a rocker, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flat Today Stephen COVID Hawking Band? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. I'm the man, homie. Flat Today Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flat Today Saints show. Yes, it has.
God, that guy's so good. I swear that guy rocks.
They made up everything. You probably fetal stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing looked like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a ped, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves around all our heads. You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settles down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believe in up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. Just gravity, then why the shit still bounce, shit still bounce. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I seen the pic took from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa, I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now. Because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
Ali. Ali.
WhatIsWorld.com.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't got no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, no, I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Oh, I don't know, whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we gotten crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like NASA data. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy ass piss. The astronauts drink. I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. It's really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to write. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now. With the Flat Earth side, thanks so much for being with us. Witsit Gets It, and Kai, the floor is all yours.
How's it going? So you want to, we'll do our little opener right now, share the screen.
You bet.
All
I'll
right.
switch it over for you.
There you go.
They can see it crystal clear.
All right, perfect. All right, so the Earth is a stationary geocentric dielectric plane. Don't make it weird. All right. So we want to go over a few little quotes. Let me start my. All right. So briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. Physics, Henrik Lorentz, but he's just like one of the fatherheads of electrical field theory. What does he know? I actually can't read this because these people are in my way. Can I move the actual people? Just forget it. This is Einstein basically saying that every attempt on any terrestrial experiment to prove the Earth is spinning didn't work and was a negative result, but that's how we know the Earth is spinning. The data of Michelson-Morley were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Another physicist, what do we know? This is an infamous Stephen Hawking's really smart guy. Is the Ptolemaic or Copernican system correct? All observations terrestrially show that the Earth is at rest. This is infamous physicist Stephen Hawking, but what does he know? Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from geocentric universe. But there's no way the Earth could be geocentric. That's crazy. I can kind of remember this, even though it's, again, blocked. But today's scientists substitute mathematics for experiments, wander off in la-la land to where basically they end up with no relation to reality. And mathematical constructs, of course, aren't reality. So let's just see if NASA's a credible source, since they're the ones that give us all this mystical information about space and the Earth being a ball.
Your question that the sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. The sky is almost white with the light of the universe, with the uncountable number of stars. The sky is deep black. You can't see the constellations because the sky is just so alive with stars.
The most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness of space. Most unexpected thing, I think, was the blackness.
So again, you're just going to hear more contradictions between the astronauts, whether you can see stars or not. You would think that they would all be on the same page and recall the same things if they went to the same place, but clearly there is a discrepancy. So we have more of this.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar curler what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any. The sky is deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. And we cannot see stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like you're on Earth.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of
yeah.
So yeah, which is it? Do we see stars at all? Do we see them on the sun side or not on the sun side? So much contradiction does not make sense if they're all going to the same place.
Yeah, seems weird. They're all going to space, but they all have very different experiences that are directly contradictory. Here's some pictures most people have seen. This is an infamous scientific talk from NASA, and in the background it shows you this guy that's supposedly on the ISS in front of a blue screen. Totally normal. And here's in the bottom right is NASA saying, which is a clip shot of an article talking about how they use virtual reality in space now which is convenient because we've seen their hands go through coffee cups and lemons and etc. But
and that's how it looks like they're manipulating like water droplets or like floating pizzas or whatever shenanigans they have, but they're able to do it with such accuracy because they are using VR.
Yeah, and just to address, I mean, we're addressing the credibility of the primary source of all the stories of space before we get any further. So NASA also admits that they practice their spacewalks in a pool. They have a mock ISS in the pool.
Buoyancy lab.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. You know, just practicing the pool, no big deal. But it appears that NASA missions halted after astronaut almost drowns, water covered eyes, nose, and ears. Here's another article. Astronauts keep almost drowning in space. And it does say keep for a reason, because if you Google this, you will find this story being told once every year for the last 5 years. So consistently, they can't figure it out. Mysteriously, NASA's astronaut suits keep filling with water in space. But of course, like we said, they do practice their spacewalks in a pool. So maybe they're in water. This is to address the claims of all the satellites. The biggest consumer of helium in the entire world is NASA. They consume about 90% of the world's helium supply. And of course, they have a Saturn project. So most flat earthers do not deny that there's stuff in the sky. We just deny the claims that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we're gonna move on.
Oh yeah, these are apparently real pictures of planets, but clearly they are CGI, which same with the globe. There's only one real picture supposedly ever taken of the globe. Robert Simmons confirms this in an interview they did, that they use composite imaging and artist rendition. They take a flat map and wrap it around a ball and add in Photoshop clouds.
Right. So it's just 2022, but we have nothing but CGI. And if we deny this, then we're apparently crazy. So here's a video with, an actual video of what
with the Nikon P1000, I believe.
Yep.
When you actually look at the stars with that versus using NASA's CGI.
Yeah. So the globe earthers will, of course, say that this is just not in focus, but it's very convenient that you can so precisely critique a shot with an actual camera as you tout CGI. So I think it's a bit of a double standard there. This is an actual verifiable video as opposed to computer generated cartoons. So I think that doesn't really make sense. I would probably pump the brakes. It's just out of focus. It's out of focus. But anyway, moving on. Here's another video.
So what are the lights in the sky then?
This doesn't look like the CGI. And again, we always have to rely on a handful. And by the way, in the telescopes, I'm sure they're going to say, no, the telescopes are the same unless they have computer program rendering the image and it's layered. Mm-hmm. So again, that's not a real image. That's not a real picture. So what is up with that? Why is it that when we look at the actual pictures, they seem to show a totally different story? So like she said, I wonder what they are.
And what they resemble are cymatic patterns in water, which is where you take frequencies and then you were able to create this sacred geometry in water or sand. There's also an effect called sonoluminescence, where you use frequency in water and it's able to create a bubble. Once the bubble collapses, light emits. And this phenomenon is also called a star in a jar. So just if NASA is lying about these things in the sky, what could they possibly be?
Right. And this is just actual science, right? Where you can actually prove the phenomena. So if you manipulate a medium with acoustic introduction or frequencies, again, it will emit light. And they look identical to what we see when we look at the sky. So very interesting. Cymatic patterns seem to potentially be the source of the sky. So the entire conversation here is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? One of the primary things you hear a lot is, oh, do you have a model? Do you have a model? Well, here we go. If we just use the actual phenomena that we can measure, the magnetic flux here, these are on the top, that's the magnetic flux. On the bottom, that's ocean currents. They map out perfectly on a flat surface. Of course, on the globe, they're all over the place. This was a very popular website, and it took the azimuthal projection down once people started finding out about flat Earth. On the right here, you will see that the sun rays, the direct 9-degree angle does not line up with the equator, which is the hottest part of the globe, which makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, on the flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. The temperature distribution is perfectly aligned with the position of the sun, just like when it's hotter, when it's noon. So, of course, gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container. So, an antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Gravity's not a container, not a physical container.
Although that is your replacement of a container. So here we have some proof of what appears to be the container reflecting light.
This effect is called a sundog. They say it's because there's ice crystals in the sky, but this phenomenon also can happen during the summer. Interesting.
Yep. I think we only have like a minute or two left. So real quickly, this is an electromagnetic field, which is what we have on the Earth. The globe Earth, according to Harvard, still can't even adequately explain how the magnetic field even exists or how it is distributed. But anyway, magnetic fields have what's called an inertial plane. So there's a depiction. You would live on that green plane through the middle.
Here's what a magnet actually has is the inverse to counter space, which of course is polarity, which is a three-dimensional S-curve. In other words, the plane of inertia, which is the inverse of magnetic centrifugal divergence, which of course forms the geometry of this. The toroid is a cross-section of a toroid or a donut shape. And this is of course what the magnetic field looks like, right? It's toroidal.
Right. So there's the inertial plane, which would again be where you live. I'm going to have to go through this pretty fast, so sorry in advance, but there's an atmospheric gradient on the Earth of electric potential. It goes up roughly 100 to 120 volts per meter. That results in a downward current on the Earth. So when people say something about gravity, actually, they're just hijacking the phenomena that we know is there. Is electric force stronger or weaker than the gravitational force? Well, it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and you can't isolate it. So how could you ever find out that was any weaker than that? So
it's not gravity, it's electrostatics.
So electrostatics, incoherent dielectric acceleration specifically, and In a World Productions. I think we made the time pretty close.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Flat earther, globe earther, you name it. We're thrilled you're here. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more juicy debates coming up. With that, we're going to kick it over to Taylor and Jen for their opening as well. Thanks so much for being with us. Defending the globe tonight. Taylor and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James, Taylor, Witzik, Kai, everybody associated with the channel. Great to be here. I'm Jen. I'll be giving a defense of the globe Earth, and I'm really looking forward for the chance to be back on the show. I just want to say real quick that I appreciate the amount of scholarship that has gone into my opponent's defense of their position. I don't recall exactly how the last debate went, but it does seem that it's a lot tighter from the scientific persuasive angle. It doesn't mean I agree with you. And I'm looking at you, audience, all the people that said that I was defaulting mid-debate last time. That did not happen. That's just called having a good sports person-like attitude in debates. So back to what it is we're talking about here. And this is a bit of a touchy topic for me. This has frustrated me before. It's like, isn't it obvious that it's a ball? I mean, look, everything pretty much, if we just let it do its thing, it's a ball. But that's obviously not what our senses tell us. So we have a bit of a pull back and forth between an impression and measurements, and we have to use geometry, mathematics, and physical models to interpolate our way to a greater understanding. And that's where I like to invoke metaphors. What is this? It's a three-dimensional lens, and it's a metaphor both for our atmosphere and our consciousness and our eyeballs. What is this fundamentally doing? Well, it is pulling in a bunch of light to a more concentrated region. And I apologize in advance if my audio is not working out. This is a new set of headphones for me, so please bear with me. I'm doing my best to make the most compelling version of the arguments as I can kind of cobble together, because it's hard to put myself in the position of somebody who would be skeptical about something like that, just because isn't there already a sort of inbuilt skepticism just with the sheer relative size? if you're saying the Earth is flat, you're potentially saying that what your eyes recognize for something that's many thousands of times bigger than you is the accurate shape. Now, why would we expect the shape to be accurate when I just demonstrated 3 examples of lenses, atmosphere, consciousness, and eyeball? And none of those reflects what was originally put through, does it? I'm flipped upside down. What am I getting at here? It's about what's a reasonable place to begin. A reasonable place to start is, well, it's actually pretty much the only way to explain what we see here is with a globe. And if I may share my screen, I will go over to address some of these arguments. All right.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so is my leaked government document. I just Googled this randomly, and I'm sure this is a bit of a straw person here, but just bear with me. What is this saying? I can totally see how, you might want to say, oh, well, they did a drawing, and therefore that's what reality is. But we're sort of missing the point of physics, which is to make models. So it is perfectly conceivable that NASA or others would be using something that looks like a flat Earth model, but that does not actually, nobody using that model actually believes that the Earth is flat. It's just the best approximation given the scale. And what does that mean just intuitively? There is no reason to think that we would be able to do multi-scale estimation. So we really have to completely trust a model on all the levels. So what this model might be telling us, I don't know if it's real, it's probably not, but hypothetically, let's say that it would be an approximation on that scale, meaning not more than 100 meters. If we want to take into account the scale of the entire planet, well, that's considerably bigger. So if we start with what's obviously a sphere, I've got this ball here. As I pull it away from the camera, it's a lot harder to tell whether it's a sphere or a circle. So there is an issue with spherical things at a sufficient distance appearing flat. And there's a question of what is it we can actually conceive of in terms of a model that is going to give us an accurate representation, that is going to give us accurate predictions of numerical values, and realizing that those two aren't the same. So the model that gives you the best numbers in terms of future values and the model that tells you the exact physics of what's going on, they may not be the same, and you may not even be able to have a single model for both because of the complexity of the cosmos. So I'm just throwing out examples here that even though it's a frustrating debate to keep on having, you can see why there might be misunderstandings, especially when we have the prevalence of beliefs that cogito ergo sum, and perhaps this is committing a bit of a reification fallacy with regards to the importance of sensory impressions. How am I doing for time, James? I feel like I've been really rambling here and I don't want to go too long. All right, well, I have like pages and pages still to go here, and I know my partner wanted to wrap it up and go into the actual meat of the conversation. So I'll try to just skip through to whatever was I made a lot of notes about the presentation, so that Whitsit and Kai put on. So I guess
well, take your time if you feel like you need it. Don't rush on my behalf.
Guess I'll mention just quickly, thank you so much, about the moon, that there's definitely some mysterious stuff going on with the moon. And have a look here. There's really no reason that the moon ought to line up with the sun so perfectly as to create this effect. It's really quite something. And so I don't think that that necessarily tells us anything about a physical model, but it's certainly an example as to how mysterious everything is and can precipitate this symmetry. And I think you mentioned also that there was no way to disprove that we were in the center of the universe. And findings like that, they're mysterious because I expect that because cosmology does tend to be mysterious. And that fact pretty much signals to me that it's another manifestation of the least action principle that's very ubiquitous notion that the amount of energy is always minimized over whatever field the vibration is taking place in. And so whenever a mysterious symmetry arises, I always think, okay, it's something connected to the least action principle, even though I don't know exactly what it is. Somehow it's coming together to create something beautiful. And I better not let my inclinations towards poetic interpretations take me off on a flight of fancy, because I am doing physics here. I need to really stick with not just good measurements, but a good interpretation of the measurements and acknowledging all of the evidence, but also contextualizing it. Like, what does it really mean that you saw those water effects on the I think you called them sacred geometries. What does that really mean? Well, much more likely that that's a lensing effect either from the camera or possibly even the atmosphere. And so there's maybe some effects that are less well understood. For example, a snow dog could happen at any time. I think that's what it's called. The lens effect in the sky could happen at any time. It's really just a triple, not a triple point, sorry. It's just a matter of whether it's at the right pressure, density, temperature point for that effect to happen. It doesn't have to be like cold or warm on the surface. That's an effect that manifests in the atmosphere, and it would be the temperature there that determined it. So yeah, the moon is really what sells me on Earth being round, because we don't see the moon all the time. It goes away, but we do see the same face of the moon all the time. So that's another mystery. But those two things combined, the fact that the moon is less privileged than us rotationally, in the sense that the face that if you were standing on the moon, you could eventually see everything on the planet, versus the planet Earth only sees one face of the moon. That tells me it has to be a sphere, because we would see it all the time if it was flat, I suppose. So I guess I'm done with my intro, and thanks for listening, and I'll hand it over to my co-debater. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jen. And I'll share my screen too.
While he's pulling that up, I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to learn more about the views of either side, you can by clicking on their links below. All right, Snake, they can see your screen as clear as day.
All right. Is the word tab showing up?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be reading off that. Or do you see my text document, or do you just see the
right now you're
glow?
fully sharing your screen. If you wanted to click on a certain window to share, you could. You'd have to unshare and then go back to sharing.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. As mentioned, folks, they're
Screen, oh
linked
yeah, I see it.
down in the description. That includes that the podcast, Modern Day Debates, are uploaded to our podcast within 24 hours of each debate, and we put our guest links in the description box for the podcast episode as well. They can now see a picture of a globe Earth.
Okay. So, yeah, so flat Earth is pseudoscience. It's fake skepticism. They accept photographs and tabletop experiments if they support flat Earth, but they reject photographs and valid experiments if they support the globe. They have an impossibly high standard of evidence for the real science, but will instantly turn on a dime and lower their standards if the same type of evidence supports the flat Earth. But you can't have it both ways. We have experiments proving how gravity works. Do they care? No. Do they have experiments showing how gravity works as they say? No, but they accept their conjecture as fact anyway. They'll speculate about some woo-woo electromagnetic whatever that might be responsible for suspending and moving the sun inside the atmosphere, and that's good enough. But meanwhile, rigorous peer-reviewed science is dismissed as a conspiracy. They insist that the sun is in the atmosphere, but will never send an expedition there. Any photographic evidence of actual expeditions to the moon are claimed automatically to be fake. So there's a double standard. Regardless, the globe predicts data. Flat Earth predicts none of the data. If you make predictions about reality, you understand how it works. If you can't, you don't. Flat Earthers can't even accommodate the data. They're actually so incompetent at this that they now avoid even trying to make a map at all possible costs, because all flat maps always contradict real-world observations of flight paths, star paths, land proportions, path of the sun and moon, etc., etc. Flat Earthers don't even have enough real confidence or practical skill to make a map, let alone send an expedition to the things that they claim are in the atmosphere, like the sun and moon, nor will they even try. To quote Kai, that's why we keep it vague. So it doesn't matter to them because all the evidence is a conspiracy. It's all lies, so they can just reject it out of hand. It has to be an impossible global conspiracy instead of facing the possibility that they might be wrong. When flat earther Bob Nodell bought a laser gyroscope to prove no rotation, then he measured a 15 degree per hour rotation. He dismissed it rather than accept the possibility he had no idea what he was talking about. When flat earther Jeranism proved water curvature with his own experiment, he dismissed it rather than admit he was wrong. Interesting. You also saw them in their presentation misrepresenting what physicists actually say about the subject, quote mining things, cutting things up out of context. So what are we supposed to do in the face of such reckless hubris? Well, what about that oft-repeated phrase, replacement is independent of falsification, the excuse for why they can't produce a working map? The so-called falsifications come down to a few typical misunderstandings like why no one falls off the bottom, quote unquote, how curved water can be level, how the atmosphere stays held to the earth next to a vacuum. Properly understood real physics like gravity explain all this and actually necessitate a globe shape, falsifying and replacing the flat earth at the same time. Flat earthers universally reject gravity, and it's for a good reason. If you understand gravity, you can't really be a flat earther. Okay. So a couple more slides here, almost done. Second point, other than gravity, I would like Kai and Whitsitt to explain how the stars rotate in different directions depending on the hemisphere, because it's not physically possible on any flat plane. And let's see. Oh, thirdly, the feed you saw for most of this presentation was the live feed from the Himawari 8 Japanese weather satellite, a non-NASA installation. And flat earthers can falsify it at any time. Just go find weather data that contradicts the unfakeable live feed. I can assure you they will not do this. And the only other photographic evidence I want to bring up is the photos of the curved water at Lake Pontchartrain. So let's discuss. Thanks.
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to let you know, though, folks, as mentioned, a lot of juicy debates coming up that you don't want to miss. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pulling up this new one. Are trans women women? It is going to be a controversial one between Vosh and Dr. Bogardus as they collide next month. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button. With that, we're going to jump into an open conversation, as mentioned. Thanks so much. Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, the floor is all yours.
Okay, you keep on talking about experiments, so I think Kai has a question for you.
Yes, we have a question for Taylor. So Taylor, what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you're looking for a specific answer, so why don't you tell me?
We're just looking for the right answer.
Well, yeah, because you think
Let's
that
just
we
talk
don't
about an
care
experiment. Let's not waste time. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Okay, so I will answer the question that you can't answer. You have an independent, dependent, and control variable, okay? And the crucial part is establishing cause and effect, okay? That's how you conduct a scientific
experiment. So let's talk about Cavendish experiment, cause and effect.
Before you interrupt me. So when we're talking about gravity, that means you have to, if gravity, space-time has to be the independent variable, you have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. And that is not what the current science, which is actually pseudoscience, is ever doing. So
No, you don't. That's just a lie. So let's talk about the Cavendish experiment. You don't need to manipulate all those things.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity, but go ahead.
Yes, it does. It proves that there's an attraction between masses, which is gravity.
Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity.
It doesn't matter what he was trying to prove. It matters what the experiment shows, and the man Cavendish is irrelevant. So what does the experiment show? It shows an attraction between mass. End of story.
No, it doesn't actually.
Yes,
It's actually very inconsistent. So are you claiming that you always get the same results?
No, that's the point of experiments, is you can repeat them.
Right, it has less than a 10%.
Sometimes the experiments have errors. There's a torsion element to it. Some people get the torsion element wrong.
Okay, so but
you can't have
you
the
agree
string
that,
have any torque in it.
you agree that if you do an experiment 10 times and then you only get the right result one time and you dismiss the other 9 to user error and just cherry pick the one out, that's not actually science.
So 99% of the time you get the same answer, and it's
That is
mass
incorrect.
attracts mass.
That's incorrect.
which is
No,
not
it's not.
even, which has also been superseded by Einstein, which is now the bending and warping of space-time. So
No,
it's not even-
Cavendish was not overturned by Einstein. They still
No,
use
no,
that experiment.
Newtonian physics. So you said mass attracting mass. That's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's Newtonian physics. It was superseded in 1915. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter.
That's fine.
It's
There's still an
textbook
attraction
that's
between mass.
well documented if you just research it. I can
There's
pull up
not
some
a-
academic quotes for you if you would like.
There's not an attraction
I
between
remember
mass
you
and-
mentioned something about a stationary plane and a dielectric plane. Would you
Yeah, where's the experiment for that?
Wait. Before that, though, would you like to concede that
Absolutely not. You're lying right now. That is a experiment that absolutely shows attraction between mass and mass. When you put two heavy masses next to each other, they will always be attracted to each other. And you can take out the many variables. That's what the torsion bar is for. You take out the variable of spin and torque. You take it off the ground. You take out the variable of friction. So anytime you put two masses next to each other, they will attract each other. You can switch them and the experiment will spin the other way. You can
What's
put
the
the masses on the
independent
other side
variable?
and it will immediately be pushed to the other side.
Okay, again, you're just saying that, but I've actually researched it in depth. It does not consistently work. But the real problem, I'll just go ahead and cut
It
this
does.
off.
You're lying.
I'll go ahead and cut this off at the head for you, man. You didn't control for the variable of electrostatics, which is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. So even if it was consistent, which it objectively isn't, the attractive force there that's objectively and measurably there is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity. Can you rebut that for me?
Yep, because you can you can test for that by putting
the
same
actual
type-
physical answer there, if you want to get technical, is that gravity acts over 1 over r squared. Or falls off as 1 over r squared, and electromagnetism falls off as 1 over r cubed. So what you see is exactly what you'd expect, but you have to interpret it correctly. It's a question.
Electrostatics is
Why are we even able to stand up? I mean, let's, give the Globers their, give them a chance. Like, if they're right, basically what they're saying is that we have this big globe and we're sucked into towards the center of it because it's so massive. And then the question becomes, well, why aren't we just a big flat pancake on the ground sizzling? And the answer is because we have electrostatic torsion holding us standing up. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a miracle that we're able to stand up and ambulate so easily. Ask anyone who's trying to program a robot to walk, and it takes them a really long time to get the thing not to just fall over in a ball. I'm being a bit hyperbolic here, but just so you know, the electrical gravity torsion, equilibrium point, that's exactly what you would expect for a globe. It's just that when the gravity force is 1 over r squared versus electricity is 1 over r cubed. So in very close distances, electricity is much stronger. Over longer distances, gravity is stronger.
But
And then they
that's
have
just
a balance
claim.
point.
That's called a begging the question fallacy. So we're actually disputing that very thing. He just invoked Newtonian physics, which
No,
is
I didn't.
over
You're lying again.
So are you saying Einsteinian physics is mass attracts mass?
That is an observable fact, whether you're in Einsteinian
Is the
physics
theory
or
of
not.
relativity? Does the theory of relativity say that mass attracts mass.
No.
No, but
Okay,
it
so
doesn't
because
falsify
that's outside of
necessarily
the
the
theory of
Newtonian.
relativity. The theory of relativity
now.
doesn't say the
I-
sky is
I
blue
can't-
either.
can't hear Jen's rebuttal.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're trying to prove a gravity that was proven to no longer work in your model, and it had to be updated to the theory of
It
relativity.
didn't have
Is
to
that
be
what-
updated. Mass accelerates towards mass.
mass no
That was
longer
not
attracts
overturned
mass.
by Einsteinian physics at all. And it doesn't matter
I'll
if it's
explain it.
electrostatic or not. Mass
Okay,
accelerates
first-
towards mass, whether it's
Okay.
electrostatic or not.
Okay, yes, I understand. First of all, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time according to the theory of relativity. That has superseded Newtonian physics. The reason electrostatics is
Irrelevant for
important
the
is
purposes
because
of the debate.
well, you're trying to prove something that doesn't even happen to exist in your model anymore. So
And if we're
No,
going to
that's a
discuss
lie.
gravity,
It
we need
exists.
to- if we're going to
Gravity
discuss
exists in
gravity, we
Einsteinian
need-
physics. Stop lying.
not mass
Go ahead.
attracting mass.
I want to be sure we hear
Mass
from
accelerates
Kai.
towards
Just as
mass,
it's-
yes.
Just to hear, sure we hear from Kai. It sounded like you had something to say, Kai.
Oh, thanks, James. All I was going to say is it's absolutely applicable. If we're going to be discussing gravity, we need to understand the supposed cause. So
No, you only
bending-
need to know its behavior.
the cause, the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah.
You only need
So
to know
how-
its
so
behavior.
So here, let's ask this question. So you said that gravity's been proven over and over by scientists. Can you describe the difference between correlation and causation?
Causation is something that is caused by something else. Correlation is just appearing at the same time as something else in the data.
And how do you differentiate between the two in the academic world?
You eliminate variables.
You have an independent, dependent, and control variables. And the key part is to manipulate the independent variable and see if it affects the dependent. So when they were studying gravity, we're going to use Einsteinian gravity because that is the most current explanation. What was the independent variable and the dependent variable in that experiment?
In Cavendish,
No, when they actually proved Einsteinian gravity.
I don't know. I don't
Bending
know
and
that
warping.
experiment.
That's the foundation of everything, according to you.
The
Great,
Newtonian
irrelevant
didn't
for the
work.
debate.
No, Newtonian didn't work anymore. They had to update it to Einsteinian
I'm-
physics. Are you not? Are you not aware?
I'm not talking about Newtonian physics.
Mass attracting mass is Newtonian physics. And actually, hilariously enough, Newton said, please do not attribute that to me because the idea that innate brute matter could attract innate brute matter and act on it through the vastness of a vacuum is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters
Good
could
for
ever
you.
follow.
Okay, so
That's his
mass
word.
Why do you
moves
interrupt so
towards
much, bro?
mass.
Why do you interrupt so much?
Why do you just waste time so much? Mass attracts
Just
mass.
in case Jen has anything to say. We haven't heard
You can-
from you in a while, Jen, in case you had anything.
I think you may be
Jen,
muted
you're
now.
muted. Wait, you're not muted. It shows you as unmuted, but we're still not hearing you.
Coming
This is the
through.
best glove argument I've heard all day, James.
No, that's it coming through. Did I
Now we
accidentally
can hear
mute?
you.
I'm so sorry. I got excited there. So perhaps my last few arguments were missed. But thank you for calling attention to that. I was interested about one of the arguments in your opener, which is just maybe taking a new direction about, you mentioned that you can't see the stars. Now, just to clarify, is the claim there that you can only see stars within the Earth's atmosphere, and once you're like too far, it's blackness or something? What could you refresh my memory as to what the claim actually is about the
That's a great question, Jen, because the claim is not consistent. So we'll start with Neil Armstrong. At first, they say that because of the glare of the sun, you cannot see stars because of that. Then in another interview, he says that the sky in space is a deep black from the view of the moon and also cislunar space, which is the space between Earth and the moon. So that is the original claim. Now that has been updated with recent astronauts that have gone to the ISS. Some of them say we can see stars, whether we're on the sun side or not on the sun side, whether it's day or night, we can see stars all the time. it's the one astronaut said it was so bright because of the stars, it's almost light. But then other astronauts on the ISS say it's a deep black, that there's no stars. So it doesn't stay consistent. We don't actually know the real answer because these astronauts, both astronauts that have been to the ISS, the same location, have different recollections of their eyewitness testimony, which in a court would be very suspicious and should be treated the same.
Yeah, so what's happening is they're just lying again because they know that they're taking these statements out of context. You can look in a particular direction and you will be blinded by the sun. You can look to the right and you will see the blackness of space and stars. It's like looking into a flashlight. You can't see the flashlight, but if you turn to the side, you can start seeing things again. And you guys know what you're doing.
Don Pettit said, we're not lying. We actually just
played it for everyone to listen to it, dude.
We did more research than you did. We didn't have to read from a paper or anything. So,
no, you clipped it out.
So Don Pettit
to,
said,
I'd like to respond.
Okay, you call us a liar, but I mean, we played it for the audience.
and you need another word.
If I wanted to take a page out of your book, I'd take the next minute to blow you about how only the stupidest, dumbest, most idiotic could ever believe something like that. It's true, but I won't waste time like that.
That's what you said in your argument.
So no, I described what pseudoscience is. So when you take clips of people saying, we can only see the blackness of space. And then you take a clip of someone saying, when you're looking at the sun, you can't see stars. You are quote mining, you're taking out the context because there are certain directions you can see stars, certain directions you can't see stars.
We just
you remove
now
that
played,
context. You removed the context. Correct.
We just, we just played a video. And one of the astronauts says that during the light of the sun, you can see stars. And one says that you can't. So you're wrong.
No, because it depends on which direction.
No, they said even during the day. They said even during the day.
Right. Which is why you trim the context, because it matters whether you're looking at the sun or not during the day.
But
so if you're not looking at the sun, you can always see stars in space.
It depends.
Okay.
Then you would disagree.
Depends on
with
a lot of different factors, which you cut out.
There may be two effects. Are you familiar with something called a snow blindness, or it's an effect when you go skiing? Like this, there's a reflection off the snow, and the sun sort of blinds you. So anyway, there's all sorts of different effects that can happen with. I guess it's probably a bad example, but.
We're just pointing out they have contradictory statements. He's trying to say that we're misrepresenting them. We played it for them. I encourage everyone to go look at it.
It's possible that within the atmosphere, there's more twinkling caused by the atmosphere itself. It seems maybe that you're having trouble understanding how there can be an atmosphere. Did you give any thought to what I said last time about the moon being the thing that's holding the atmosphere in place?
That sounds wild to me, but.
It's totally wild because we have to contend with what are apparently contradictory, but not contradictory boundary conditions or binding principles, which is the speed of light is 3 times e to the 8. So that's like 3 with 8 zeros meters per second. And that's a very fast compared to the speeds that we're used to.
It's a global
sorry, go ahead.
Global conspiracy, but they can't get their story straight somehow.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, our story or the astronauts who literally say you cannot see stars. Okay, and these are just a few of, there's so many of these clips. They say you cannot see stars in space.
It's called a hostile witness, bro.
But if you were looking at our star, because it's so close, our sun is so close, okay? If you're looking towards our sun, you're not going to see behind it because all the light from the sun is going to be glaring in your face.
Then Don Pettit literally said, even when they're looking at the sun, they still see stars.
You can see all of them.
That's what they're saying.
Said when it's daytime. So.
Wait, okay, whatever. I have to address something because my homie Bob, right? So you just now said that whenever he used a gyro and he found the degrees, he didn't want to accept it and he dismissed and all stuff. That's actually just patently false. So what happened was he actually ended up taking the gyro to different altitudes at the same latitude and got over a degree in variance. So would you agree that if you use a gyro to detect the axial rotation of the Earth at a certain latitude, but then you change altitude and then the degree changes, that refutes the idea that it's because of axial rotation?
No, because you're still measuring rotation.
At the same latitude, it's just...
Since you clearly have never done any science of at all.
Ad
You've
hoc.
never had to calculate your. It's not. You've never had to. You don't. You're clearly demonstrating you don't understand what a margin of error is.
No,
but
can
if
you
there's
answer the
rotation
question?
measured, I did. I said no. If there's rotation measured, then rotation is measured.
Hey, but
Doesn't
would
matter
the
if there's a
rotation
margin of error.
change? Would the rotation change if you keep the same latitude on a globe?
It could. Was he in a different location on the globe?
He was at the same latitude.
But I thought you had a bunch of quotes before saying all these physicists couldn't distinguish their measurements from a flat stationary surface, and now you're saying you can.
That's
measure.
true, but this guy claims that the gyro proves the Earth is spinning. So I'm going to see if he even understands why. So on a globe,
Well,
there's latitude
did you cite
lines.
that?
On a globe, there are lines of latitude, and the Earth spins at different rates based on the size of the sphere. So if you stay at the same latitude, then this axial rotation remains the same no matter where you are on that ball. If you're on the same latitude, isn't that right, Taylor?
Nope. And Bob, he thought it would. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's
Okay.
a thing called margin of error.
Margin of error. You're
And
vaguely.
I'm not done with my statement. So, Bob, before he did the experiment, said that this machine will work if it shows rotation. Then that shows rotation. If it shows degrees of rotation, then that shows the rotation of the Earth. Then he changed his story. He said,
Okay,
well,
actually, what happened-
the degrees of rotation changed. Therefore, the machine doesn't work anymore.
No. I actually know him. You're avoiding the question because it destroys you. So the margin
I
of
answered the
error for a
question.
gyro, the margin of the so margin of error can give you up to 2 degree variance. Margin of error.
Sure.
Why does it always stay the same? Why? How come the margin of error always changes at a different altitude at the same latitude? Wouldn't the margin of error be consistent at all altitudes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so appeal to
What if
incompatibility.
gravity changes with how far you are from
You're
the center of the planet?
That doesn't change the speed, the rate of the Earth spinning.
Yes,
though.
it changes the speed of time, which I know, the rate of time rather.
But that's
Altitude,
not what the gyro
Precisely what
doesn't
relativity is
detect
saying.
time.
altitude
Gyro
does
doesn't
change the
detect time.
diameter slightly. So
The gyro doesn't detect time. So try again.
I said nothing about time.
Okay, so here's the deal, man. What you're saying that he's lying. The truth is that the gyro, right, a ring laser gyro,
didn't say he's
it uses
lying.
it uses the Sagnac effect. Okay, it was discovered by a dude named Sagnac. He says it's a vortexual movement in the ether. Now he was not aware of that at the time. He said this is interesting. We have 15 degrees. It doesn't look good right now. So then he kept looking into it. He decided to test it further. Actually, a professor told him an idea that you can test to see if it's the vortex of the ether moving or if it's the Earth moving by keeping a certain latitude but changing altitude. When we did that, it changed over a degree based on the altitude. That debunks that it's because of axial rotation.
So you make up the ether, even though that was disproved. Okay.
You can't respond to my point, man. So we can move on.
You're
I wanted to
invoking
shout out
a
Bob.
magical field to describe how your experiment failed you.
No, I'm not invoking a
The
magical
ether
field. See,
is a magical field.
falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is you're claiming that it's because of axial rotation, but if you maintain latitude and change altitude, it changes, debunking your claim. I can offer a replacement. I don't have to, but I will go back to the very person that discovered the effect the ring laser gyros built using, which is called the Sagnac effect. What he said was it was the vortexual movement in the ether. That's all I said. I don't have to replace it. Your claim is wrong. It doesn't prove the Earth is spinning because it changes at different altitudes.
How come he thought it would prove the Earth is spinning before the experiment ran, and he only changed his mind after he failed?
He had to further research it. That's called actual
He
intellectual
had to
honesty.
accommodate his
Can
failure.
I just ask, like, did
can't
Sagnac
rebut me,
conclude
bro.
that the Earth was flat from his inquiry? Because ether model doesn't mean flat Earth. That's two
No.
different classes of models.
That's right. But in his opener, he tried to call out Bob and slander him. So I exposed him for not knowing what he was talking about. And I told the true story because I know him personally. And the truth is he went to different altitudes and it debunks the claim of axial rotation. So we can move on now. I just wanted to call out his slander in his opener. So it has nothing to do with if the Earth is flat or not. That's true.
Even though it measured axial rotation both times. Interesting.
It literally
So-
didn't though because it changed.
So
How do you not get it?
you can't actually replace the model. One reason is what I already mentioned, is stars. I'm just responding to what you said. You claimed you can replace the model. But that's the reason you won't make a map, because you can't.
I did not claim I could read.
You did. You said I could replace it. I'm not going to, because you
So I can
claim you don't
replace
have to.
the explanation of a gyro.
Okay. Well, my next point is going to be the same. The stars spin in different directions depending on hemisphere, and they just go in a straight line on the equator. So explain that on a flat plane.
Okay, well, first of all, they all go in the same direction. So when you say that they spin in different directions, you're just patently wrong. All stars go east to west. They don't go in a different direction. They all go the same direction. Whenever you look south, you're looking in a different direction. So then you have clockwise and counterclockwise relative to perception, correct?
Yeah, but that can't change no matter how many times you spin around.
No, it changes based on which direction you're viewing it.
No, it doesn't.
Perspective
It
of the
changes on
observer.
which hemisphere you're on. You can look in any direction on the northern hemisphere, and it will spin, I think, counterclockwise. And if you look in any direction on the southern hemisphere, it'll spin counterclockwise.
Because it's clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to perception. They all move east to west, though. How is
So
this?
You can't get that spinning effect on a flat Earth.
Well, the sky is spinning, my man. So I guess you need to catch up.
But
We
if
showed
they're
you
spinning-
mainstream physicists telling you that there's no terrestrial observation that proves that the Earth is moving. We even quoted Einstein saying that.
Yeah.
So do you think that means that the Earth is not moving? Just because
I
we
think
can't measure
that-
it?
Well, no, I think it's the default position, because to do anything in the real world, whether it be fly planes or helicopters or shoot interballistic missiles or use railguns or anything the military does or electromagnetic propagation of weapon systems, we have to assume that the Earth is flat, dielectric plane, and that it doesn't move. That's the default position with all practical evidence. You're claiming something antithetical.
Well, that's
to that.
because the technology is being deployed at close range to the surface. Okay,
100 miles.
It's a scales thing. Well,
100 miles?
What's the alleged radius of the planet?
3,959 miles,
miles.
which would be 6,666 feet at 100 miles. That's a big difference. You've missed your target by over 6,000 feet.
Yes.
So,
Okay,
So
I've
Same with-
told myself a long time ago I wasn't going to try to do math on shows, but I appreciate the pushback. And
yeah, it's all good. I mean, but this is the point, the overall arcing point, right? And I know like Kai talks because I don't want to just be like mansplaining, but here's what I'm saying, right? So we had the default position with all evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that. Now, there's a misnomer where in the world, everyone thinks flat earthers are so dumb. Oh, you think the Earth is stationary? You're crazy. But the truth, we've proven that the Earth is spinning. But the truth is, even Einstein himself will tell you that you cannot prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth. And that all these physicists will tell you that. But then we have no-name people that appeal to authority, those very authorities, saying that it's been proven from the Earth, which just shows ignorance of the subject. All we're pointing out is that we have the default position. You have the burden of proof if you're claiming something antithetical to that.
well, we have models that make predictions that we can then verify. So
But didn't-
The
Sorry.
live satellite feed from space shows live weather conditions. You can go debunk that anytime if you find any errors in the weather.
Do you think it's like
Video
live
from
24/7 feet? Is that what you think?
Yeah,
No, it's literally not. It has like 10 to 15 minutes in between each shot. You didn't know that?
it's live. You can't Photoshop. I can't even Photoshop a thumbnail in 10 minutes. So
you don't think
you're supposed to
algorithmic?
So you're supposed to Photoshop every piece of weather data from an entire half of the globe every 10 minutes.
The clouds
what
don't
you're
even
telling
match
me.
half the time. You're just making stuff up.
Then then go show me where.
We have. Go check out Globebusters.
Sunday.
Show me
Actually,
where
give
the
me
line-
can I just
no,
ask, like in your model, if the Earth is stationary, what's moving?
The sky, the
The
stuff in
sky.
the sky. So there's a vortexual movement in the sky, and that's where everything moves. That's why Polaris has stayed the same place forever.
Yeah. And they
But there's
reset.
Everything moves. So that, don't you think that would take a lot of energy?
Yes,
move
it
everything.
would. It would. That's why
The reason
your
why
model's
we
insane.
can't tell that we aren't at rest is because the universe abides by minimum energy, not because we're not at rest. We're not because we literally are at rest. We can easily falsify the notion we're actually literally at rest by virtue of the fact that the sun rises and sets. It's just a question
No,
of
but
how do we account for the fact that there's so much stability, but also so much motion. And
just
that is
explained
by the
to you
same principle that gives us our sensory perception that we can reliably say, why does it always feel like no matter where I am, I'm at the center of the universe? and the planet feels the same way and everything else, that's a least action principle. And we can use that to build up things like, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, I believe one of the quotes, I don't know if we included this, but there's no celestial observation that can be done to differentiate whether the Earth is moving or the heavens above are rotating. So I want to know when the academic community established and how they established that the Earth itself is rotating and not the celestial objects in the sky.
Yeah, that's an equivalence principle. So when you want to point to that, there's this indistinguishability of perspectives. We need to use an operating principle that has been meta-analytically established to be the case in many other things, which is the least action principle. So you take your two possibilities and you establish which one would take less energy to get going. But what does it mean to get the system going? What does it mean to energize a system? Where does our planet get its energy from of motion? That's a very hard thing to think about, but go ahead, please.
So you're just talking about a philosophical argument. I'm actually wondering how did they actually prove it? How did they?
They didn't. They assumed globe spheres, and then they model gravity as an attractive force in that, and it's, I guess, close enough.
Thank you, Jen.
The three-body problem doesn't have a solution. That is an issue.
This is why Jen is an MVP, is because she's intellectually honest. As she said, they assumed globe, but we want to make sure, how do we know the assumption is correct? How do we know that the Earth is actually rotating? And they gave us a speed too, 1,000 miles per hour. So how did they get that amount, that measurement?
Well, she answered it, right? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being honest. And to be fair, to help you out, it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Like the fact that it was an assumption and that you can model it out, that doesn't prove or disprove it, right? But the point is that it's just an assumption. And you're right that for the Earth to be stationary and everything in the sky move, there would require a field of energy that is immense. But who's to say that's not the case? And Nikola Tesla would say that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. He was just a literal genius. So yeah, there's a field of energy. The sky moves. Polaris doesn't move. To claim otherwise, and you say it's just the least action, it's at rest. We're spinning, revolving around the sun.
It feels like we're at rest. I'm not even at a point of saying what's actually happening. We have to start with what it feels like, because we're building these principles up intuitively and perceptively. So we can all agree that it feels like there's a center to what we're experiencing. It feels like we're in the center of the universe. That's kind of nice. But anyway, that doesn't make it real, is my point.
What could it be real?
We can account for that by saying, well, there's this tendency for the universe to just be like ultra lazy. So even though it has intrinsic motion, it's also ultra lazy with how it dispenses that motion. So you're navigating between two boundary conditions. So what we've done now is look at the evidence. And now we want to say, okay, well, what actually explains this? And it may be a question of, well, what is the most reasonable shape to assume that the planet is? And then we can build a model from that, rather than looking at data to then try to infer what the shape of the planet must be based on data, because any interpretation of data requires what amount to assumptions. So the question is, what's the most reasonable assumption on the get-go to actually build the entire model from?
The only assumptions are always the globe. It's like when we fly a plane, we have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, but we can assume it's actually curving and spinning, and gravity keeps it perfectly to where it just presents itself flat and stationary. When we shoot a laser and it goes and hits the other target and it's not blocked by over 400 feet that should block it, we can see that clearly the laser hit it, or we can assume that light must have had to have bent right over it and we just can't tell. See, there's only one side that consistently makes reification fallacies and assumptions, and that's kind of our point. We need substantial proof, right? And it doesn't exist. And philosophy is not going to cut it. And that's what the truth is. And you've nailed it on the head. Those will tell you that it's a philosophical discussion and that the geocentric Earth can never be disproven, but we avoid it at all costs because of the horror of a unique position. That is a philosophical bias. That is not science. And if we can at least have that honest distinction made, then we'd be happy to let the chips fall where they may. Make your own decision. But it's not modern times. We're painted as crazy people denying science. No, we're denying philosophy and religion. That's what we're denying.
Mm-hmm.
So
did you want to jump in here, Taylor?
Yeah, I want to address the fact that we do shoot lasers to prove that the moon is not in the local atmosphere, at least. There is a laser reflector on the moon. Takes longer than it would if it was in the local atmosphere. But the main point, was we do not use a flat Earth to calculate flights. They use a globe Earth. That if on a flat Earth, all the flight paths are curved instead of straight. But on a globe Earth, they're straight. So what's up with that? Also, James, if I could share my screen real quick.
So you are, oh, sorry. I just wanted to make Taylor aware that the mainstream says that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Are you aware of
that? Not
they
how
say
you
that.
say.
They recently discovered that.
Not as close as you say. It's only technically the thinnest possible atmosphere, but it is, you could fit all the planets in the solar system in between the Earth and the moon. It's just how big the atmosphere technically is. So you are again taking things out of context.
No, you just said it wasn't.
What is that? What's that supposed to establish? Sorry? What does that fact establish?
What I said?
Yeah, it's just unclear what's the point of what you just said.
Because he said something about the moon is not in the atmosphere, and I just wanted him to know that the mainstream says that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you're playing with semantics. So it's much farther than you guys claim by leaps and bounds. But what I'm sharing...
how far is the moon?
I'm not sure the exact number, but you can fit all of the planets in the solar system between them.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Do you guys
that's what
believe that?
NASA says.
No, I don't believe pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, you guys think it's much closer, but we
I don't
can
make
reflect a
claims.
laser off of it.
So this is the problem, though. If you don't know the medium, then you don't understand what you're perceiving. So it can be perceived to be many things based on the medium. And I don't buy stories of vacuum. That's
Well, we do know the medium because we went there and put a reflector on the moon.
You didn't go anywhere, bro.
I'm talking about humans. So
you mean you're talking about NASA?
What I'm putting on the screen is showing the rotation of the stars, the apparent rotation of the stars. It's actually the rotation of the planet, but you know what I mean.
I didn't see
it doesn't matter which direction you face. They're going to be spinning the same clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion. So that's all I wanted to share. I'm sorry if I took up too much screen sharing, but
just recapped what we already discussed.
Hey, I got a question.
No, you didn't. You never addressed the fact that it doesn't matter which direction you face. It matters which part of the globe you're on, which direction they go. And that's a problem for the flat Earth, because then the distance between stars is getting shorter and larger, and if we're on a flat Earth, but it's not a problem on a globe Earth.
I just wanted to address something that you brought up before about when you're flying a plane, you don't assume a flat Earth. So Witsit is going to pull up a conversation we just had with pilots like a month ago. So also, I just wanted to pull up a few things here. So this is aerostudents.com/course/flight dynamics. Okay, so any introductory pilot is going to learn about assumptions that are assumed when they're flying the planes they're flying. The first one is that the plane is assuming there is a flat Earth. The Earth's curve 0. Second is there is a non-rotating Earth. No Coriolis accelerations and such are present. So I can pull up another.
Well, how come you forgot the assumption that the plane is a rigid body, even though we know that the plane is not a rigid body?
You think that's analogous to not accounting for Earth curvature?
Yeah, just they're not accounting for the flex of the plane.
Because it's negligible.
Because, because it's simpler math.
It's negligible.
Just to make Taylor aware, because he's probably not aware, so they tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which means there should be an 8-inch drop per mile squared. That number is exponential. So just an idea, so you get some numbers. Over 100 miles across the Earth, there should be a 6,660 foot drop. Okay, that's immense. That would absolutely need to be taken into account if you're flying a plane. So
I don't actually think it would, because I just real quick looked it up. It says 7.2 miles is commercial aircraft relative to 3,963 radius of Earth, 0.01% difference, you'd be so close to the surface that it would make total sense to approximate it. Obviously, not totally, but close to what would appear to be a plane.
Okay, we're gonna play the
Negligible.
pilots. Is it cool if we just play the pilots real fast? Because someone says no flat earthers have ever flight a plane. I know over 10 of them, but here let's just let's play it real fast. It's just 13 seconds, and so we'll see what the pilots say. If that's cool with you, James. Ready? Okay.
Right. Yeah. So basically, it's like the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be flat and stationary.
They weren't ready for that red pill at their lunch break, obviously. But there you have it.
Did
They
you see that
fly
guy's
the-
face? He looked like he was like falling in love with that idea. He was like,
There's so many, there's tons of videos. They
So-
obviously get shadow banned on YouTube, but there's tons of videos where people just ask the pilots, hey, do you account for curvature or rotation when you're flying the plane? No, man, we fly it.
if
as
you're
it's
flying at
flat.
0.1% of the size of the planet, you wouldn't expect to account for curvature. Can you accept that? It's a very small
What do you say? Gravity's
proportion.
dip. So gravity's dipping you down.
No, the idea is that you have a really imagine a sphere that just is super big, okay, and you're an ant on that sphere. You're a teeny tiny little nothing. It's approximately flat when you're on a very small area of it.
Okay, but if I
So-
fly 5,000 miles and I keep just going straight, the Earth's going to be going down beneath me, right? So
No, you're always going to be at the same approximate
Right.
distance because you're not going to want to deviate in terms of where you are in gravity because it takes so much energy to overcome gravity. You only want to go as high as you absolutely need to. Okay, so I just looked it up real quick. It says 5.9 to 7.2 miles. Even in a high estimate, that's 0.1% of the radius of the planet.
You want me to tell you
So
what the
if you're
actual
flying-
pilots say? You want me to tell you what they actually say? So they say they maintain altimeter pressure zones. They use altimeter to maintain pressure zones, and they go up and down, and that's what
Right.
they're fluctuating. And he says gravity is actually going to take you around the curve without you noticing it. That's the official explanation.
That's
Correct,
again,
'cause if
that's the
you-
least action principle. That everything is saving energy to the greatest extent, meaning that geodesics happen spontaneously, and a geodesic in flat space is a straight line. But a geodesic on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 points, that's something called a great circle. So there is some curvature that happens, which can be followed.
Do
But this is
circles
extremely
happen on-
hard
a circle
to
happen on a
visualize.
flat
This I wouldn't start there if I was trying to actually understand what's going on here, because you got to really put yourself in the position like you're an ant on an anthill trying to figure out something that is inconceivably larger than you. So it makes a lot of sense to acknowledge what seems attractive to believe, but also to realize that we weren't built to conceive these things. Doesn't mean we can't eventually get to the right answer, but we should be very cautious and skeptical. And
That excuse doesn't work, though, because the radius is a certain size. If I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I would see the curve of the Earth just 1 mile away. So it's not just too big to see. I would see it 1 mile away.
If you start flying off of the Earth in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going basically straight upward. So you're going to
outer
have
space.
to actually adjusting to maintain a straight upward position. You don't need to
You
adjust.
mean it has
if-
to conform with the ball. It wouldn't be going up. You would have to actually be dipping
No,
the
you don't
nose
ha-
down to
you would
conform
have
with the
to-
curve of the Earth.
You would have to adjust and try to go straight up if you were flying off of the curve of the Earth. You don't have to make any adjustments to maintain a level position because the forces automatically align, like drag and just the aerodynamics of the plane will always put it level. You would have to increase the engines in order to keep going at a steeper and steeper angle.
Okay, your answer is gravity pulls the plane around the ball. If you don't want to absorb it, I don't care. That's objectively what it is. But here's my
I
question.
actually said aerodynamics.
We fly
So
the plane
listen.
like we fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. So could it be flat and stationary?
No.
So it would be different. We'd have to fly planes different on a flat and stationary Earth.
It
Well,
would be
address-
impossible based on what physics we observe for it to be flat and stationary. It would violate gravity, which is something we can
Gravity was
verify.
made to explain. Gravity was made to explain the Earth being a ball, though. So that's so backwards. We came up with gravity to explain omnidirectionality on a ball. That's why we proposed gravity. Then we're still trying to figure it out. We've never discovered the graviton. The theory of relativity doesn't work when we apply it to the universe. It's off by 95% with dark matter and dark energy. We have numerous problems. Quantum mechanics has completely dismantled relativistic applications. And Newtonian physics had to be thrown away 100 years ago. We keep gravity because it has to exist for the Earth to be a ball. No. We don't know the Earth's a ball because of gravity. We know gravity exists because the Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
I have some more documents I would like to read. I just have some more documents I would like to read that again reiterate the same thing. This one is from www.faa.gov. The engineering analysis and design of the aircraft dynamics model for the FAA. Okay. It says on page 32, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. I have another article here. This is from nasa.gov/API/citations, a mathematical model for the CH-53 helicopter. The helicopter equations of motion are given in a body axis with respect to a flat, non-rotating Earth. I have so many of these documents, by the way. This goes on, there's like over 100. So for you to say that they are assuming, and we have the video of the pilots, they absolutely do not account for a globe or a moving surface. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. It's not even able to be argued at this point. You can say no, but you have not provided.
The math is calculated as flat because it's easier, because it's negligible, because the up and down direction, what is that, pitch and yaw or something, is corrects itself. You don't have to pilot the plane to dip down.
Okay,
let's move on to the thing you ignored, which is the flight paths, which are mapped on a globe.
There are numerous flight paths that debunk the globe, though, so that's a very bad argument.
Emergency flight landings where people were dying or giving birth, they had to land, and they landed in a place that would not fit on a globe.
Also, we would take tons of paths that we don't take. We would take tons of paths that we don't take on a globe. There's direct shots across a globe that we never take. But when we look at the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. And we are not claiming the flat Earth map is perfect because we don't listen carefully, because you love to bring up how we don't have a map and somehow that makes the Earth a ball. Right? This is why I tell you falsification is independent of replacement. The reason we can't make a map is because we don't have an accurate central point to start the Cartesian coordinate system. So it's impossible without an accurate central point. It's illegal to go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. So that's the problem. So for all the globers out there that love to talk about the map over and over, it's an impossible task because we don't have access to the central point to map it out.
No, it's not. You might have to file some paperwork, but it's not illegal. So
it has to be approved.
You claimed that there were locations on the Earth that don't exist on a globe?
What?
No, I said that
emergency flights. So the plane turned?
No, they landed in, I believe, I can't remember specifically. One of them had to do with Alaska, but where they landed did not make any sense on a globe. It would have been far out of the way. Okay. Another flight that people observe that's very suspicious is there should be a direct flight from, for example, Buenos Aires, Argentina to Johannesburg, South Africa. Okay. That would just be the tip of South America to the tip of Africa. In order to get a flight, the best flight that you can get, the fastest one, you have to stop all the way in the Netherlands. Okay. There's not a direct one. That would be a great example of the globe. But on a flat map, that works perfectly.
Do you want us to share the screen and show you that flight path, or?
Sure, because I got a flight path to share with you as well.
Cool. We have all kinds of them.
There's a flight path that goes right past that.
We're about to show you the actual flight paths, my man. And so I don't understand why Globers bring this up. It's really weird. It's really weird.
Because it debunks the flat Earth.
It doesn't, though. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, my man. Flight paths don't help you, I promise.
Well, I don't think we ever got.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Jen, we lost you, if you can hear me.
You're muted,
Jen. Can you hear us?
It happened again.
Okay, no worries.
I'm so sorry about that. Tech, boomer tech here. I agreed with you that it ought to look flat if you're sufficiently close to the surface. So did that point get made? Did you understand that? It makes sense to model it as flat, even if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it just happens to work out perfectly. That's the answer. Gravity makes it work out. Gravity accounts for the curvature that you would have to account for. That's the actual answer. We know the answer.
You're basically staying at the same level of the gravity field because that's the minimum energy solution, is to deviate minimally from a stable gravity field. So if you can get into a point where you're between two pressure gradients and you're sort of sandwiched between them, you just ride that and it remains stable approximately if you're at a same distance from a globe.
Well, you have to go up and down, actually. So actually, you don't just maintain the same. You have to go up and down. We have a 13-minute conversation with pilots explaining it in depth. And our point is, it's just to address the misnomers. It's like they say, if you Google it, you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane. No, you can't. I just now asked 2 pilots right after our plane landed, do you see curvature up there? No, of course not. So it's flat up there. Yeah, of course. They don't even hesitate. Anyone that's actually flown a plane, I used to work at an airport, I know many of them, everyone knows that the Earth looks flat in a plane. Everyone knows you fly the plane like it is flat, and everyone knows you fly the plane like the Earth isn't moving. You can say, well, yeah, it just appears that way. The equivalence principle, relativity, it makes it look that way. Gravity makes it
makes it look that way because of the relative size, okay? You are 0.1% of the size of the total planet off the surface. So the amount of area that you're capable of seeing relative to the total surface is quite small.
Okay, so Google's definitely wrong when it says you can see the curve of the Earth from a plane then, right?
Well, that's unclear exactly what that means, so let's just put that to the side, but I'll grant you that when you're in a plane, it can definitely look like what you're looking down at is flat. However, if I was going to agree with you and say, yeah, the Earth is flat, what I would expect to see under that model is I could look out and see all the way to the other end of the Earth. And so it's a question of, well, why can't I see that? Why does it disappear so predictably at that same point, give or take atmospheric fluctuation?
Yeah, well, the horizon always moves because it's not physical, and in your model it is physical. But here's a flight path right here from Santiago to Johannesburg. I'm share the screen. So right here you see on a flat Earth, it's a straight direct path. On the globe Earth, you go up out of your way and then come back down. You could fly straight across the South Atlantic Ocean, but no, you go hundreds of miles out of your way and come back down. There are probably 30 of these flights, though, which is why I don't understand why Globers bring it up. So is there a rebuttal? Why does it work perfect on the flat Earth, but the Earth's a globe, so we added hundreds of unnecessary miles to go out of our way? Is there a rebuttal?
Yeah, so I have my own flight path to share.
So no rebuttal.
To address this one, they might just not book flights there. So you have all these private companies that know that the Earth is flat. You have thousands of employees that are plotting these flight paths, and they know the Earth is flat. Globally, every single company without fail, and they all say the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe.
So you're not rebutting the actual.
That's just interesting.
So you don't know.
And no, so they might not just go to Johannesburg because of, again, these are private companies. They want to make a profit. So maybe there are more flights to the north of Africa than the south of Africa.
So
there
never
are
happens
plenty
ever.
of explanations.
Gotcha. So we can just make up stuff. Gotcha.
It's hard to know what this evidence is actually saying.
Yeah,
I
would
would
have
have
to
to
fly.
You
would have to ask
fly
them
that
why
far,
they do
because
this.
That's the most direct path on a flat Earth. They have to fly that way. That's why they do it. It's not because, there's probably a reason. No, the reason is that's the only way you can go there. That's the reason. That's why there's not one flight that exists that goes from Santiago to Johannesburg over the South Atlantic Ocean. It goes up and comes down because on a flat Earth, that's the direct path. That's why they do that. You think that private companies that spend money on fuel, their entire business plan is fuel cost effective?
Yeah, that's actually why they shut down the South Pole flights, is because they weren't cost effective. They used to fly them, and they don't anymore. And this just appears to be an economically viable route, because there would be presumably people that wanted to go from Dakar to Johannesburg.
So
I don't know. This isn't very compelling.
Okay,
well, there is. It's just not economically viable. I mean, it's not even clear what a direct path means, right? So you got to be really clear as to what, because we're not even agreeing as to like what if we don't agree on the shape and a direct path, we're not talking about the same thing.
And all of the continents there are completely distorted. You couldn't You know that the shorelines are not like that, which is why no flat Earth map ever makes sense.
On the mainstream Mercator map,
So-
it's completely off. They show that Alaska is so tiny and it's like huge. This
So
happens
these
all
are-
the time.
These are direct flight paths, so no stopovers, no the variable of economic whatever gains that you would get from going to one particular location over another is eliminated. So we have a flight path from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and New York to London, 5 times the distance in less than twice the time. So why would companies do that? Why would they waste
Yeah,
fuel?
So the fastest air
And
current
that's also impossible. So that's
the fastest,
another way.
The fastest air currents are literally right there where you drew your little dotted line. You would catch a air current over the Earth. Secondly, you actually have to apply a scale to the southern portion of the map. Did you know that? So that's not, you don't just look at it and say, I think that looks too far. You realize that you actually have to properly apply the scale. So credit to Professor Dave to not know how to use scales. So
That's what happens if you flatten the Earth. The scale is off. The southern hemisphere is distorted. That's why a flight that takes 12 and a half hours is 5 times longer than a flight that takes 8 hours. And if wind is a factor here, it would have to be record-breaking hurricanes, 250 miles per hour.
Well, then why does the plane take so much longer when it goes back the other direction against the current? If it has nothing to do with it.
It's not much longer.
It is actually sometimes up to 2 and 3 hours.
As long as you
2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah. So that's not going to speed up 5 times.
5 times? Well, we don't need 5 times.
The distance is over 5 times as long.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Preferred
You
direction
are
for the
wrong.
trade winds is actually what you'd expect on a globe, though.
I'm trying to explain to you guys
Rotating
that you guys
globe
are
is constantly getting a different edge of the sun, and so there's a preferred
you
direction
guys-
for the trade winds to
You guys
blow
didn't
in.
watch. You guys didn't watch the intro where I explained that actually all the currents work better on the flat Earth and showed you how you can actually map them out. But here's the point here. So you're lying and saying it's a certain distance because you're listening to the goofball Professor Dave, and a lot of globe earthers do this. But you have to understand you have to apply a scale to the southern hemisphere.
Explain
That's
that.
how the map works.
How would you fix the scale of the southern hemisphere? Distort Africa immensely so that Australia and South America are closer?
So are you saying you don't know how to read azimuthal maps? Is that what you're telling us? Because
You don't know how to read them.
Yeah, you have to apply a scale past the equator. it's just like duh. Like you guys use memes. You guys
Right.
use memes
on a globe.
You don't
You
use
do.
a scale.
Not if,
you guys
if it's
use-
actually flat, then that's going to be the distance. Otherwise,
You
you're
guys-
going to have weird spatial distortions, which again, I guess you'd have to invoke some kind of magic field where there's spatial compression where you can travel further in less time.
This is what you still don't understand. So your meme is a straw man because you didn't apply the scale. Now that does not mean that's what the Earth has to look like, because the Southern Ocean is basically unexplored and we don't actually know what's there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but basically no one goes in the Southern Ocean and we don't know the central point to map out the proportionate layout of the land. You have straw manned even the map. You've shown a basic misunderstanding of how to use maps.
The azimuthal projection fits on a globe because if you apply the scale between Santiago and Sydney, then you can do that. But then there's going to be gaps somewhere between the edge of the globe, of the projection of the globe.
There are gonna be gaps. Yeah, there are gonna be areas that aren't mapped out accurately, which is convenient because no one goes to the Southern Ocean. And I also explained to you, you just drew a path.
Okay.
I've objectively debunked you 3 different ways. I'm not going to talk about it for like an hour. Listen,
You're now
carefully.
trying to debunk me with continents you're claiming
carefully.
that you haven't discovered yet.
You go on that little dotted line of yours, and that's going with the currents. When you go the other way, the flight takes at least 3 hours longer. And then to tag on to that, this flight basically never happens. We actually wanted to go try to do it, and you can't find a one way. You guys just like to draw lines on maps and make up stories. This is a very rare flight if it ever happens, and it's much slower the other way, proving that the reason that the plane goes faster is it rides the air current. It's just objective. So we can move on.
How does that prove? How does that establish a flat Earth?
He's saying it debunks the flat Earth. I just now refuted his claim. I didn't make any claim about it proving a flat Earth. I'm making a point that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Right. So we can move on now because we refuted that claim. Yeah, go ahead. She's got another point.
Oh, I just thought we talk about entropy maybe, since we have the Church of Entropy here.
Yeah, well, entropy is basically just another way of saying the least action principle. So entropy is saying that energy is constantly diffused. That's what entropy says. So there's two ends of it. Okay, one end is we observe a tremendous amount of motion, and the other end is it appears that for a lot of our perceptions and observations, things are at rest. So we have to go in between those two boundary conditions and determine what assumptions we need to make to construct a model, how many assumptions we actually need, and in what order we ought to express the assumptions geometrically or algebraically in order to generate reasonable predictions that we can then look up in the sky and say, oh, our model, it's lining up in the sense that it's telling us maybe something like a future eclipse. Entropy doesn't apply per se to cosmology. Entropy is more about life because it's more about thermodynamics. Whereas in cosmology, it's more about what you might call a stasis field. So something that's moving, we can establish that there's movement going on. You can look at the time lapse going across the sky and establish that there's some type of movement, but there's also a perceptually a tremendous amount of stillness. And we have to account simultaneously for both of those effects if we're going to have a satisfactory model, because clearly these other models aren't quite convincing enough in the sense that this debate is still happening. So I do appreciate having a chance to go through these arguments. I'm ready to go to the questions. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but I hope we got a lot of the arguments out.
Okay, what she's trying to say is entropy will always increase, and your name is convenient because the second law would refute your claim that there's a pressurized system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, because the pressure would obviously seek its equilibrium due to the second law. And natural laws apply to your cosmological claims as well because they make claims about the natural world.
Yeah, I was just going to cover within that movement. Would you agree that high pressure goes to low pressure?
Not necessarily, because pressure is defined relative to a container, and you're not always dealing with a clearly outlined container. And that's where mechanics is really complicated, is when you can't actually conclusively say where it makes sense to claim that there's a boundary, because there is no actual boundary, but there are pseudo boundaries and a conservation in some sense of pseudo boundaries that you can use as a modeling template. But again, this is sort of beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here right now.
This is why I wanted to talk about gravity, is because gravity can act as a container for air. And it doesn't matter if it's electromagnetic or not. All it matters is if air particles are pulled toward other masses.
Gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, and gaseous surfaces and omnidirectional infinite vectors. So a singular vector down to the relative center of mass would never in any way contain it. That's why it doesn't contain it at the surface where gravity is the strongest.
I know your word salad is a lot.
Word salad means things don't make sense, but that made sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Air doesn't just move omnidirectionally just because. Air pushes against, what was that?
2-minute warning. We're going to go into Q&A in 2 minutes.
Okay. Air doesn't just just go in different directions. Air will press against other air, so it can move in an upward direction, but gravity will pull that air back down, and it will push against other air, until it balances the force
Oh.
of gravity.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open up the vacuum chamber. What happens to the air surrounding the vacuum chamber?
Surrounding the vacuum chamber.
You have a vacuum chamber and you open the little latch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes.
What happens to
into
the air
vacuum.
outside the vacuum chamber? What will happen?
It pushes into the vacuum
It rushes into the vacuum because entropy,
because of
high
air pressure.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Why?
So if you have this vacuum up in the room and then there's gas below it, and then you opened up the vacuum, would the gas pressure still go up into the vacuum despite gravity being there?
Yes, because it's being pushed by the other air molecules.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah.
We can't extrapolate this metaphor to the scale of the planet because what you're talking about is a clear boundary. It's something that was vacuum sealed. And you opened it and pressure calibrated. You can't then analogize that to the cosmos because there's no clear boundary. And I'll go ahead.
when
Taylor.
you
would
look
have
at the
to
scale
show
of
in
the
the
Earth,
academic world that you could have gas pressure without containment, and they cannot
can.
show this.
You
It's in the
can.
definition
You
of
have to
gas
prove
pressure.
gravity also.
It's in the definition. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Gas
There
pressure is the collision of gas molecules against the container,
no,
the physical container.
it's also pressure
No?
against other air molecules. So the
Yeah,
reason
exactly.
air pushes into a vacuum is because the air molecules are hitting each other, pushing them in, and there's no air in the vacuum to stop them from getting pushed. So
Pushing them to what?
Without using
there is pressure differentials. If you're talking about the scale of the Earth, if you're talking about the scale of a propane tank, that's not the scale of the Earth. There is pressure differentials when you go up a mountain. So the further up you go, there's not air pressing down on the air at the top of a mountain, not as much relatively at the bottom, because it's
Gotta go.
lower pressure. The thing that's keeping the thing that's pushing the air down is gravity at the top of the mountain.
What we have to
That
do
makes
is
it
go
feel-
into Q&A. Want to remind you, if you want to hear more from either side, folks, you can click on the links below. You can hear more about the views from either side, as we really do appreciate our guests. And we have to say, my dear friends, if you haven't yet, hit share, as that really does help us get the word out. If you think that you have a friend who you're like, oh, they'd enjoy this debate, now's a great opportunity to hit that share button below, and you can share it with them, enjoy it together, and like I said, it helps modern day debate have a positive influence as we strive to be a neutral and fair platform for everybody. So with that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. Thanks very much for your first question. This one coming in from Joe Schwartz. Says, can we all agree that regardless of shape, the Earth is pretty dope? Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah, the Earth is super dope.
And thanks for your super sticker from Steven. Appreciate your support. As well as Dr. Anarchy, who says, hey, Witsit, when Blue Origin or SpaceX starts to offer commercial seats on a spacecraft to orbit the globe, would you be willing to take a trip and admit that you have been wrong all this time?
Well, if it's just 4 minutes of weightlessness, which is identical to a vomit comment, I probably wouldn't admit I'm wrong. They'd have to let me independently verify it and document it. I also know there's something called a circumference of light. Divergent rays create a circumference of light. You could go up on a flat surface and appear to have a slight curve due to circumference of light. So no, I probably still wouldn't believe it. I know you guys don't like that. If they took me out of space and I could float around and see that the Earth was a ball from the outside, then yes, I'd believe it, and that'll never happen.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Will Stewart says, Jen wins, doesn't matter what she says. As well as, you got a fan out there, Jen. He says there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming contradiction?
Well, was that question was for us? I must have not followed the question there. I'm not sure.
I think it was. They said there are many variables that can explain different testimony about what can be seen. The visor technology, polarized versus not, light refraction, etc. Are you considering this when claiming the contradiction?
Yeah, that doesn't work when the same person contradicts their own testimony from the same occurrence and experience.
This one coming in from Sean Hawkins says, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. I think this might have been regarding one of your earlier pictures or videos. Says, so
Oh, yeah.
I'll repeat it. They said, I'm still waiting to see Kai zoom the sun back in after it sets. If she can't, she has no choice but to concede to curvature.
Okay. Hello, my obsessive fan. There's videos on YouTube, but also once the sun disappears because of perspective, so once it's actually disappeared beyond the vanishing point, then you obviously can't bring it back. So, but there is no curve. It's simply perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Kango44 says, it's very, 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 very easy to measure the shape of the Earth. Humans did it 2,500 years ago. I did it last week myself. It's a globe. Also, buy a telescope. Then you can see what the planets look like.
Okay, look through a telescope probably 20 times, so save it. Obviously, putting sticks in the ground is not a measurement. You have reverse engineered a calculation. The calculations are not measurement. Of course, it works the same on a flat Earth.
Yes.
So why do you have to bring up something from 2,500 years ago? If we have NASA getting $60 million a day, it seems kind of weird. Can we get physical measurement, not presumptive calculation?
Calculations are relationships between measurements.
Yeah, its calculations are synonymous with measurements, though?
What did I just say?
I'm asking, are they the same?
No.
So you have to have physical measurement first, right?
That's what the sticks are measuring, yeah.
So what are they? What are they?
Calculations or
Calculate the
interpretations
relationship
on
between
measurements. That's right.
What are the sticks measuring?
Angle of the sun's rays.
Well, and the shadows actually. But if I do that same thing on a flat table, I can map it out with calculations to make the table a sphere. Did you not know that?
You can't, but you know.
Okay.
It also presupposes a distant sun,
Yeah.
which they had no way of establishing.
And assumes no
It's-
refraction.
Yeah, you're ignoring the time factor, but that's cool.
No, yeah, we're pointing out the time factor and how stupid the claim is for Globers to regurgitate what Google told them that it was proven 2,500 years ago. It's ridiculous to grow up.
It's not Google, it's the navigators.
There's no primary documentation of this actual occurrence. Did you know that?
Gotta move to the next one. This one coming in from Kango44 says, showing the planets through a P900 and saying, quote, look, the planets are wandering stars, unquote, is the very height of dishonesty. Anyone can produce very clear images of the planets with a cheap telescope.
It's so funny because the definition of planea was wandering star in the past.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at them through telescopes, they pulsate. You'll never actually make a static observation of the lights, which is the entire point. And actually, there seems to be an analog and digital difference, which is why the P900 catches the cymatic patterns.
This one coming in from Balthazar228 says, do either of the flat earthers agree with Alden's theory of level Earth?
Not familiar.
Gotcha. That's it. They're just trolling you. I just wanted to see what you'd say, though. Okay, this one coming in from, it's one of Vosh's memes. But Will Stewart says, there are many variables that can explain different testimony about... Well, we got that one. Sorry about that. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, why hasn't Bob published or repeated his gyro test at different elevations? If that's true, he'll get fame and a Nobel Prize. What is he waiting for?
He does have the documentation. Why is he not published it? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Actually, the reason he didn't publish it, the real answer, I guess he's cool with me saying this, is because he gave it to be an exclusive in the Flatlanders episode that hasn't come out yet. And so he was trying to do them a favor for letting them exclusively release it. And then secondly, he will never get a Nobel Prize because it's not about being honest or having new innovation or any type of discovery. It's about fitting the status quo of consensus. And you'll just get hand wave dismissal like we got from Taylor earlier, where he's like, no, margin of error.
You're a liar.
Margin of error. So that doesn't, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But
Didn't you-
there's your answer.
Didn't you just go on and on about how Einstein overturned paradigm of physics? So that contradicts what you just said.
No, because it still fit within the consensus, actually. That was thanks for making my point, which was Michelson Morley debunked the fact that the Earth was supposedly spinning. So theory of relativity had to come in and throw their little cape
No,
on
it
to say
didn't.
the heliocentric model I was talking. And so then it was again fitting into consensus, which was my point. So we can move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doofus Manfred says Bob released the full data from his FO gyro. The different rates detected corresponded directly to the FOG, fog, being at temperatures out of spec. Hashtag GLTF.
Okay, try to not use so many acronyms. We're not seventh graders. And I don't know what you're talking about. He hasn't released the full data. He gave it to them exclusively. So I think you might have made that up.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Will Stewart strikes again, says you claim contradiction. But what about, what the, did he do that one twice? No, it's a very close to one that we were at earlier, but it's a different one. He says, you claim contradiction, but what about variables in visor technology, refraction, position, etc.? That isn't A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. Have you considered this?
Yeah. Again, it doesn't work if it's the same person talking about their own experience, but then giving contradictory testimony. Just like in court, they would be considered an invalid witness.
Yes.
Do that. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Tim Pryor says, they say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon. Not that it's in the atmosphere. Read the whole article.
How can particles of the atmosphere go out past the moon without the atmosphere being out past the moon?
This one from Robert Summers. Well, hold on, just to be sure I read it right. They say particles of the atmosphere reach to the moon, not that it's in the atmosphere.
Well, it's a question of like the gradient falling off. It's a bit of a Theseus's ship. Like, how dense does the atmosphere have to be before it's not the atmosphere anymore? It's arbitrary in the sense that, there might be a particle from the planet that's on Mars right now, but we don't count it as part of the atmosphere, do we?
How many
So we have
drops
no
of rain
idea where
until
the
it's
atmosphere
raining?
ends. Got it. We have no idea where the atmosphere ends. Got it.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question.
The gradient.
Robert Summers.
Gradient, but you have to have pressure to have a gradient, by the way, honey.
Robert Summers says,
There is a pressure gradient. You can measure it.
regarding gyro, even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
That was for him, I would imagine. It was for me? What's the question? It's got to be for him, right? If it's outside the margin of error.
He said even.
No, I think it's the gyro experiment.
Gyro.
Right, he's the one that claimed it was margin. He's the one that claimed it was margin of error. So I'm
He's
not
asking
sure.
if it's outside the margin of error.
They say even if the values did change outside of a margin of error, what was being measured then?
Yeah. The change in the vortexual movement within the ether. So if you had a tornado, it's wider at the top and it's smaller and tighter at the bottom. So you're measuring a differential of movement based on the vortexual motion. So it would change with altitude at the same latitude. On the globe, it would stay exactly the same at the same latitude.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Will Stewart. Oh, he's hungry. He says, if you maintain 30,000 feet round or flat, you fly at 30,000 feet, whether the Earth is round or flat. Round, you stay at 30,000 feet. Flat, you stay at 30,000 feet. It's not flying perpendicular. Explain.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is on a globe, to maintain 30,000 relative to level, you have to actually be going down as opposed to just maintaining over top of a horizontal, which is what we actually assume it to be, as well as sea level to get your altitude in the first place.
This one coming in from Nuclear Creation says, oh, so if we are living on a flat Earth, can we fall off of it? And since we supposedly live on the flat part, then what the F is on the other side? And are other stars and planets also flat?
Oh, so the word other would insinuate that you're begging the question that we are a planet. So they are something different than the Earth. They move top of the Earth, create a sky clock. What's below it? Well, that's why you've always heard as above, so below. It's a hermetic principle. It tracks back forever. It's because, like I showed you with the magnetic field, we're the inertial plane. So we have the same top of the magnetic field toroid underneath it as well. And that's the only way that it could exist. And when people smirk and laugh about it, it's really funny because Harvard still admits they can't explain the magnetic field on the globe, and I can explain it perfectly. So the answer is that you're within the inertial plane and there's the same above, same below. And no, we aren't planets. And no, you can't fall off of the edge with your trifecta question there. That's a ridiculous idea.
We're contained.
Can you fall off of a shoreline? Secondly, because we measure the Earth to be a plane, we're not claiming the entirety of it or a shape. It could be some type of realm. We have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's illegal to go there.
And we're contained. That's why we have gas pressure. And from there, then you would get a gradient.
So you can't fall off through a container, can you?
This one coming in from
alchemy, huh?
Do appreciate it. High Flyer says, I've flown 22 years as a U.S. Air Force U-2 pilot above 70,000 feet. Every time I've looked outside, the Earth was curved.
Okay, so I want you to really listen carefully to this. There's something called the circumference of light based on Rayleigh scattering within the air, okay? So divergent rays have a circumference of light. Now you can use AutoCAD or whatever to explain this to you. If you go up over a flat surface, the circumference of light based on certain altitudes will actually give the illusion of a slight curve. Of course, it doesn't actually match the globe predictions, but secondly, you can't see the actual curvature of the globe from 70,000 feet according to your own math.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson,
which says 62 miles, you can't see it. So it's really, I'm not even saying you're lying. Because of the circumference of light over a flat Earth, it's possible that you could perceive that, certainly if you really want to believe it, because that is what happens with Rayleigh scattering and a circumference of light. But you wouldn't see the physical curvature according to your own model.
Got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Isla Baca says, Witsit, you know when there were direct Chile to San Antonio flights. SA might also be
San Antonio and whatever it's called. And what is it? I forgot to say it now. And whatever. What is it called? Do you want to? Somebody here knows? I forgot.
Saudi Arabia? Well, they say
no. It's like Antagio. I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's like A-N-T-I-G-O.
They say, Witsit, you know when there were direct Chile to SA flights, World Cup in Santiago, charters, many of them. Why? Because it's profitable. Other times, not so much.
Yeah, basically never happens. And again, it doesn't explain anything because you're following the jet streams. You're literally going over top of the air current. That's why when you go back the other way, it's significantly slower. Makes no sense on a globe, though.
Gotcha. Might have Ilabaka corrected me. South Africa. But nonetheless, I think the same point is, my guess is your answer is the same either way. But thanks for clarifying that, Ilabaka. And then Nuclear Creation says, would love for flat earthers in debate to respond. I don't know if they mean to themselves or to the other speakers. I don't know. But anyway, Dan the Machine, or maybe it's to their previous question. Dan the Machine says, how do you have a quote-unquote southern hemisphere on a flat earth? Is it circumference? If so, what's west and what's east?
So that's why when I said hemisphere, I quoted it, I air quoted it. East to west is relative to center. We travel using a compass, which is north, which points to the center. You go east and west. That's why you can circumnavigate on both a globe and a flat earth. It is not mutually exclusive in any way. East and west is the same relative to north.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from 2 seconds. As I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes if you're listening via the podcast. And Javid Benskazmi, thanks for your question, says for Witsit and Kai, just saw Shi Lin on Jake's stream. She believes the biblical map is flat, square map with North Pole in the north edge, not the center, and South Pole in the south edge. Would this map be considered?
I'd have to see it and look out the specifics. Like, to be honest, it's very open right now, and anyone that's an honest researcher and looks into this knows that we don't know the accurate layout of the land, and only people that have a bias are going to say otherwise. So I would be interested to see any and all projections. It's worth looking at.
This one from Robert Summer says, wait, Witsit, are you asserting they wouldn't allow you to become an astronaut?
You get to be a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm not big into drinking baby blood or being like Freemason, dress up in the dark, playing like dress up with grown adults, so maybe not.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Whiskey. Whiskey Brandt says, why haven't you guys presented one globe proof? I think that's for you, Jen and Taylor.
Yeah, we have. So when did you
I
stop
didn't-
beating your
I'm
wife?
sorry,
I
go
don't
ahead.
know.
I didn't want to go down the same road as always, just presenting the same exact arguments. I think we made a pretty strong case, but a proof really depends on your standards of proof. And Taylor said it best, you know, if you're going to be skeptical, sort of behooves you to be uniformly skeptical. And it's clear that there's a level of skepticism being applied to the globe, even though the evidence does clearly support it, properly interpreted, that's just not being applied to the alternative hypothesis, which sadly doesn't appear to be specific enough to really mount to what might be necessary to a proof of disproving the opponent's position.
You got it. This one from...
Sorry, good.
Ron Tronimus says, actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Explain, Taylor and Jen.
What was it again?
They said actual alleged outer space is pitch black. There are no stars in space. Now explain, Taylor and Jen.
I really want to take this one if it's okay, because let's not say that there are no, we can't establish that there are no stars. Maybe the testimony of some of these astronauts went up and they said it was very dark, but let's think about what's going on here. We just had some experiments show us that the atmosphere is really big. What is that doing? It's a lens. What does a lens do? Focuses light. That's why you get the twinkles and all those super fun, beautiful, spiritual geometry, what have you effects. That's all the combined effects of the water in the atmosphere, which is what makes this such a great model for that, because it's got a tremendous amount of conservation of structure, even though it's quite wonky.
Taylor, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't accept picture evidence of stars in the sky, but you accept picture evidence of the Earth being flat, even though the laws of perspective don't work for flat Earth, they only work, they only fit a globe model, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's the double standard of evidence. Again,
Can we get a measurement of Earth?
I don't know what
curvature,
else. We can't send everyone to space yet, so I don't know what else you want other than pictures.
Can't send
Physical
anyone to
measurement
space.
of Earth curvature, probably.
Yeah, or just prove that you can have gas pressure without a container.
But we'll move on. We don't want to. That
Yeah,
was your
sorry.
question. It's all good.
This one coming in from, do
That's
appreciate
easy.
it. Kana Bear, let me know if I pronounced it right, says boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary sphere horizon. We see way further. The globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Taylor.
The globe was measured with what?
They said the globe model was made using flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No. I don't know. The
not
globe
for
was
sure
a
this
lot
is
of
for.
different things. Partially, originally sea navigation. They couldn't make flat maps work. So
This one from, let me know if I did get that Kana Bear, if I got that right in terms of understanding it and reading it. Ilabaka, thanks for your question, says, Witsit, if we find a grain of sand 1 mile from the beach, does that mean the beach goes that far? Analog to the atmosphere.
I don't understand.
I'll read it one more
So
time.
That sounds like a. Okay.
basically the question is how many grains of sand is a beach? So if you have a couple pieces of sand from the beach scattered on the road, does the beach reach to the road, or is that just a piece of the beach that's on the road?
Oh, we're talking about the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying analogous to the atmosphere. I get it now. Yeah. If there's a magical vacuum sitting next to an atmosphere, even though gases have no intrinsic shape and that's stupid, then the gas that keeps going out would still technically be part of the atmosphere. At what point in time do you draw the line? You don't have a road or anything like that. That's
At the
not a
moon.
straight-
At the
right
moon.
at the moon. That's where it stops.
You
right there at the
you can approximate it at the moon because the moon is what's binding. I mean, you're asking a great question. The moon is what's binding the atmosphere. I don't think this is very well understood, but it would boil off if it weren't for the moon constantly scooping it back in. So this is a very good question. That doesn't.
I like that you
disprove
at least.
globe
I do
Earth.
really like you, Jen, in the sense that you're willing to think outside of what they tell you that we know everything about. So, like, I will give you that. I think that's beautiful, and that's what everyone needs to do, regardless of what they think about this subject.
This one coming in
And
from.
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about having a gradient. We can observe
Yeah, me either.
those all
The only way you
time.
can have a great. Well, listen, man. The reason you have a gradient is because you have gas pressure. Gas is constantly being introduced at the surface level. Most of the gas is coming up from underneath the surface, and we have an electric gradient going up 100 volts per meter on the Earth. So if the Earth is flat and contained, that's exactly what we would have. Okay? Okay.
This one
And
coming in
we would
from.
have gas pressure
I've got
without
to give
a
Austin the
solid
last word on
container.
that one because the question is for him.
Right.
This one coming in from Down in the Rabbit Hole says, good to see you down in the rabbit hole, says, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different from zooming in on a celestial object from a terrestrial position? You can't zoom it back. I can read that again, if you like. They say, do you think globe cultists, like Taylor, will ever, just kidding, say, do you think globe cultists will ever admit that zooming in on a terrestrial object from a terrestrial position is completely different than zooming in on a celestial object? So celestial object rather than terrestrial object. So in the first case, it's terrestrial object being zoomed in from a terrestrial position. And now they're saying, don't you think, are you willing to admit that that's completely different from zooming in on a celestial, so with a C, not terrestrial, but celestial object, from a terrestrial position that you're zooming in from? They said you can't zoom it back.
I'm not sure what he's saying. They can't zoom it back from, but yeah, there are differences. I'm not sure what differences he wants me to state there are. But I don't know. I guess the one comment I have is the reason you can't zoom back things that go over the horizon from that are on the terrestrial level is because of the curve. And the curve does not rise to the actual horizon line, which you would expect from linear perspective.
You got it. This one coming in from Annie at Purdue. Let me know if I say this right. They say, nowhere in my flight training was I taught to fly as if the Earth was flat. Instead, I was taught the four forces of flight, which imply the presence of gravity.
But how come whenever you were trained, they had to negate the gravity vector and you don't ever have to account for it when you fly? No one, it's a ridiculously egregious straw man to say that we are saying they teach pilots in pilot school that the Earth is flat. No one's saying that. It's that when you fly the actual plane, you do not personally account for curvature or spin. You fly as if you don't have to worry about that. And you do also not have to make any type of accounting for gravity other than weight itself, of course, which is called lift. It's a plane. So yeah, you have to fly the plane like it's flat, bro.
I'm just not understanding why you would have to account for those.
Account for because the ground would be dropping down beneath you, bro. And if the Earth is spinning, I'm going to land on it. If I'm landing on it going west, then I'm going relative to the Earth spin. If I'm going east, I'm going relative to the Earth spin. But we don't have to account for any of this. North, south, east, west. We land on runways every which way. We get to fly the planes as if the Earth is just sitting there perfectly still and it's completely flat, but actually it's spinning and curving and gyrating sideways and going around the sun and all this other nonsense. So it's just the answer is relativity fixes all of your problems. That's the answer. It makes it look like it's flat. That's
Even though it's never been scientifically validated.
And it's a reification fallacy. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions, including a privation, which is the absence of anything. So it's actually stupid lunacy on its face.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Perpetual Motion says, if Chile and Greenland, and that's, if Chile and Greenland are separated by 8,000 miles, this is, folks, you got to do me a solid. Sometimes it's like the I don't understand. So I'm going to read it just as it is. They say if Chile and Greenland, that's separated by 8,000 miles, is seeing the sun, while New York City, so I think they're saying like if both Chile and Greenland, which are separated by 8,000 miles, are seeing the sun, while New York City, that's 500 miles west, is in the dark. How does that work on a flat Earth? Turning a ball in front of a lamp solves it.
Man, oh my goodness, man. It's called light attenuation. Light does not go on forever, and I've explained about 4 times in this debate. There's something, which to be fair, maybe super chatted before, unlikely though. It's called the circumference of light based on the divergent rays. There's Rayleigh scattering of light. Okay, it's a well-known phenomenon, and so is attenuation of light and absorption rate of light. So the idea that the light should go on forever is ridiculous and antithetical to physics that we know exists. It's called a straw man.
This one coming in from Daniel Hakel says, just here to say you got to get David Weiss Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app in the App Store, presumably, on Android and Apple devices. Love you, Dave. Oh, I think they're saying, Dave, we hope that you get this app so that it can be used on Android and Apple devices. Let me know, Dave, if I got that right. Or Daniel, let me know if I got it right. Robert Summers says.
Sorry. I was going to say, take the Flat Earth Challenge, watch the video of the day for 2 weeks, and you will definitely probably question the globe, at least, or be a flat earther.
This one from Pivot Cyroy says, shout out the builders of the Dutch, let's see, Afsluitdijk, one of the longest dams in the world, which you can clearly see curve over the horizon, and which's calculations take into account the Earth's curving during construction.
Every single time that people say this, it's not true. They don't actually account for the actual curvature rate, nowhere close to it at all whatsoever. You can't even build things if you don't maintain levels. Secondly, where you claim it's going over the curve of the Earth, that's going to change every single day. So is the Earth breathing in and out? Or are you going to see more of the dam at one point? How does that work? It's because it's all based on atmospheric conditions. So the atmos changes throughout the day, changes how much you can see. The Earth doesn't breathe in and out. So the dam isn't consistently obstructed by a physical location every single day, and the same amount of the dam is hidden. That's just patently false. And they do not account for 8 inches per mile drop either, because that would be absurd.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. Robert Summers says, so the answers to my questions were to, in all caps, assert that flat Earth is some kind of tornado or something, and that all astronauts are baby blood drinking Masons. Evidence for that?
Okay. It was just a joke. I don't know if they actually drink the blood of babies, but they are typically Masons. Some of them don't admit it, so yeah, that would be speculation. But they all like to throw up I can't even do it. RV Truth will slaughter me. But they throw up the signs consistently. So the point is that I wouldn't be allowed to be an astronaut. Wait, what was the first part of the comment? Not the blood drinking part, but the
A tornado.
Oh yeah. So no, I didn't say the Earth is a tornado. I get you're trying to be facetious, but it's that's a good analogy. A whirlpool, a tornado, of how it's wider, then it gets tighter, because that's the vortexual movement in the ether. And the actual ring laser gyro you guys use to measure the Earth's spin was discovered uses the effect called the Sagnac effect, discovered by a guy named Sagnac, which said it was the vortexual movement in the ether, which also explains the Michelson Morley. I was explaining the movement of the field of energy over top of the Earth that you're detecting when you look at interferometry patterns in its ring laser gyro.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Cana Bear says, boats don't fall over the edge of an imaginary curve horizon. You can see much further than globe model sphere calculations. The globe model was created using flat Earth elevation angle measurements. I think, Cana Bear, we read that one earlier, but I don't know if you missed it, but we did. Maybe you went to the bathroom, but we'll give you This was exactly the same one that I read. But so if you guys want to respond, let's humor them because they really want to hear your response to this.
I think it was a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know how you get a globe from flat Earth measurements if it's flat. How is it producing a curve? And the reason you can sometimes see further than the calculated curve of the globe is atmospheric refraction, which can make the curve appear less curved, but cannot make flat appear curved.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Shane from Kentucky. Thanks so much for your kind words. Says, James, you're a legend. Thanks for all you do. Seriously, thanks. I really do appreciate your support. And also, I gotta pass the credit on to the guests. The debaters, the guests, are the lifeblood of the channel. We appreciate them so much, my dear friends. I've got to tell you, they honestly make this show awesome. And so we want to say a huge thank you to them. And Amanda sent in I've got to put this in the old description box because I mentioned it once, but nobody, I hadn't put it in the description box. We have on Modern Day Debate is on Venmo. In case you are like, listen, I want to submit a super chat, but I don't like supporting YouTube because, YouTube takes 30% of super chats, like right off the top. And so if you're like, hey, I don't want to, I'm not really big on giving more to Google, that's fair. We do have a Venmo, and I'll put that in the description box. But Amanda said, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you so much for your support, Amanda. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. We are encouraged by that. And it's true. Don't forget to hit that like button. We really do appreciate it when you do support the channel that way. But one last thank you. Austin.
Dave, have you ever considered reading the questions that they send off YouTube? Like if they PayPal'd you or Venmo'd you in a question, that way they'd still get the perk of just an idea. I try to kind of do that because they take too much of it, man. The little grabblers.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that I'm going to put it in the description box so that way people can access it in the future, is that we do have PayPal and we do have, we'll put that on the top of the description box just for anybody who's out there, and we'll put it, make sure it's like always in there, because some people, I don't blame them. I think everybody in some way, frankly, I think YouTube tends to go after any extreme view, no matter which direction, like politically, for example. Like if you are far enough left, I think that YouTube may actually censor you. And I think if you're far enough right, YouTube will censor you. And so I think everybody, I sympathize if everybody has a little bit of skepticism about YouTube. I think that YouTube's trying to please the mainstream. And so anybody too far out in any direction, YouTube, I think, is not always
dropping the hammer.
Yeah, I want to say, Austin, Kai, Taylor, and Jen, it's been a true pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're linked in the
Thanks for having
description,
us.
folks. Do you want to hear more about their views? I bet you do. I mean, you've been listening this long. What are you waiting for? So I'll be back in just a moment with updates about upcoming juicy debates that you don't want to miss. So stick around, and I'll be right back, folks. Amazing. Oh, here I am. Okay, see. So, my dear friends, hold on, I'm going to fix this. How embarrassing. My dear friends, I've got to want to say thank you so much for your support of Modern Day Debate. I'm still here. All right. Okay, see my eyes? Thank you for your support of Modern Day Debate. I've got to tell you, we are absolutely excited. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming up, stuff that we're pumped about. Big time debates. as we had mentioned, I think I like even took away let me put the overlays back in. Amazing. So for example, tomorrow, I am excited. I'll be hosting this. David Wood and Nadir, Christian versus Muslim. I'm trying to remember. It's whether or not there is scientific evidence for whether or not Muhammad is the one true prophet. You don't want to miss that one. That's juicy, and you know it. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be really fun. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button, folks. We are working on bringing you more juicy and amazing debates. And so let me tell you about the next one. Not only that, but this juicy one is next month. Vosh versus Dr. Bogardus on whether or not trans women are women. It is going to be controversial. I know in some ways, even the titles will offend people. We're not trying to offend people. But I've got to tell you, if you hang out at this channel long enough, you probably will be offended. And it's not that we're trying to, at least not disproportionately toward any group. It's important to us to offend everyone equally. Chris says, Witsit, when do you plan? Let's see. Oh, man, you guys. So, I've got to tell you a couple of things. I don't want to read that when Witsit's not here to defend himself. So I can't take sides. Balthazar228 says, will you one day do a debate with a caveman costume on and call it Ancient Day Debate? I like that. That's juicy. Amazing. So I've got to tell you, thanks for your support, Balthazar228. Appreciate that super chat, as well as thank you very much for your super chat, Chris. I would love to host Professor Dave and Witsit. I don't know if they'd be up to it. We can see, I can ask. So let me write that down, and I can at least ask. We never feel entitled to having guests on. So if they were to say no, I can't complain, because we're just thankful to have the guests we have, which is why it's true. In the live chat, sometimes people are a little annoyed. They're like, oh, don't make this chat so beta, by making everybody be nice to the speakers. And it's not as much that we want you to like, oh, you have to be nice. It's more that sometimes people are really malicious toward the speakers. Like if they're attacking their appearance and stuff like that, it's like, that's not what we want. Because we want the guests to come back. We're really grateful for them. And so if people are, and this is a really tiny percent, because 99.9% of you are like rock stars. You support the channel in so many ways, and you don't you don't maliciously attack guests, which we appreciate. And I've got to say hello to you in the old chat. Want to say as well, I Like Turtles, good to see you. Nikki, glad to see you. John Bernhards, glad to have you with us. Trash Panda Bear, War Boy, good to have you. Casimires Sokolowski, happy to have you with us. And Into the Break, glad you were here. Raven Randwolf, happy to have you here. Now, let me tell you, my dear friends, we really are passionate about, this is our vision. It's always been our vision. We are passionate about providing a neutral platform on YouTube so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. That's what we're determined to do. That's what we're bringing to YouTube, and that's what we're going to make a reality as we continue to grow. And I've got to say, thank you for your support. We're pumped. 71,000 we just hit several days ago. That's amazing. So we are super encouraged. You guys make this channel fun. And here are a lot of ways you guys support the channel, because for real, you do. I'm not just saying that. When you ask questions during the Q&A, we need questions for a Q&A. If there were no questions from you guys, there would be no Q&A. And so that's an awesome segment that people like as a part of the debate, is when the audience gets to be involved and they get to hear other people's questions and what they're thinking about. So that's one way it helps a ton. Also, we are at 185 likes right now, which means we are so close to being at hundreds. We're at 185. We only need 15 more. There are 323 people watching. We can totally hit our goal of getting 200 likes so that it is literally in the hundreds during the live stream itself. That helps a ton, for real. The YouTube algorithm, I really do believe it. That is a small, you could say, contributing factor in terms of the YouTube algorithm. YouTube shows our videos more when they get more likes, all things being equal. So it really does help when you do hit that like button. So thanks for supporting the channel that way. And last, 2 seconds, saying hello to more of you in the old chat. Mark Twain says, beta male. And Sean Elke, good to see you. Erzer, thanks for being with us, as well as Regis Terslowbear. Happy to have you here. Bruce 6, good to see you again, as well as Marker 113. And What is Truth, good to see you again. Thanks for your support. Seriously, Amanda says, make sure you check out the Patreon. You can become a front row VIP and hang out with me at meetings. We do have a Patreon. And by the way, if you're a member of the front row seating of our Patreon, we have a meeting this Saturday. If you can make it, wait a minute, that's tomorrow. Okay, well, let me, sorry. Let me just double check. Do I have the time right on? No, it's Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yes, I'm embarrassed. Okay, what have I done? Sorry about that. I should know. Let me just double check that I've got the right time. You know what? Did I double book? I think I might have double booked something for tomorrow. Oh, how embarrassing. Let me fix this, because I'm concerned. Thanks for saying that. I think I did accidentally double book, but let me check just to be sure. I think tomorrow's Patreon meeting for front row seating, if you're in the front row tier, because we have a Zoom meeting, and it's like kind of our way of like, if you're like, hey, like I really support the channel, which you do if you're at that tier. Yes, I double booked. Okay, let me problem solve and figure out how to handle this. I'm so glad you said that, Amanda. Let's see. Maybe 11. I could do this. How embarrassing, you guys. 10 a.m. Okay. Let's see. Ask them. Okay. I'm so glad you told me. We avoided catastrophe. Ask house out 11. You hear me think out loud. Do you like that? What is that they call it? The RSVP, or I can't remember the name of it. ASMR. It's like you can hear my inner thoughts. But my dear friends, I want to say Phantom of the Paradise, glad you were here. Elijah McMahon, glad you were with us. And we hit the goal. 200 likes while we're live. Amazing. So thank you guys. We do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. That's a huge way that you do help the channel. So thanks. We just crushed that goal. And Amanda says, I'm here to help, and I'll see your pretty face there tomorrow. I'm pumped. Thanks, Amanda. Seriously, that really does help, because I'm like, I need help right now. I've taken on a little bit too much on my plate, but don't worry. I'm starting to like cut, slow and cut back. For example, we got 2 debates tomorrow. I've been booking debates like crazy, and then I was like, okay, hold on. Let me take a deep breath, because, we don't have to do 2 a day all the time. And not that it wasn't getting to be that much, but I was kind of like, we don't have to do as many debates per week. I need to take a little bit of rest time. So Kaz will be hosting tomorrow night. I'll be there during the day. We'll have an abortion debate tomorrow. It's going to be controversial. And like I said, I have to warn you, if you're one of those deplatforming types, the cancel culture type of people, you're not going to like this channel. Highly unlikely. Because at some point, you're going to want to cancel us. And that's okay, because the truth is, I never say it, but the truth is, whenever people call for a boycott of modern day debate, have you ever heard, I'm sure you've heard the old phrase, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'm not trying to generate bad publicity. Like, I'm not trying to get people on boycott, on Twitter to call for a boycott of modern day debate and to say, oh, like, let's stop watching this. But I've got to tell you, ironically, it tends to correlate when people call for a boycott. We grow faster. No joke. So like I can see the stats in 2 places. Well, one, in my own creator studio. But sometimes I can even look back in time. So like, let's say there's a day where I was like, oh, I remember somebody put out like maybe it was a good size content creator. So maybe they've got a big Twitter account. And I'm like, oh, I remember that day, Paul or, Barb or whoever it is was talking smack about us on Twitter. And I'm like, I wonder, and I remember one time, because I actually did this, I was like, I wonder how we did on Social Blade that day, because Social Blade shows how many subs you get per day. And it's common, generally speaking, when people are calling for boycotts, I think it almost in a way, now like I said, I never was like going for the channel, like I was like, we're called Modern Day Debate. There are much more edgy or controversial things we could have called ourselves if we wanted to be edgelords. So, we're not really shooting for it. But when it happens, I don't complain, and I don't even hit back on Twitter. I don't tweet back and tell them like, oh, you know, you're stupid, or like, I don't try to discourage them because, and here's the really funny thing, I can even see on a video, I can see how many views it's getting per day and even per hour. It has like last 48 hours like views. I can even see the source. So if someone trashes us on Twitter, not surprisingly, I've seen it before where I look at a video and I can see that it gets more traffic from Twitter. And it's the same one that the person linked who was trashing us. So there's almost like this kind of sick, humans are like kind of, you know, in a way, there's this kind of like sick part of us that likes seeing like, oh, okay, what kind of naughty stuff is going on over there? So I think that's what's going on, is that, and like I said, we see, you know, we see these increases in numbers. And so I've got to say, 99% of you are super supportive and not calling for boycotts. But I mean, if you want to call for a boycott, it probably wouldn't hurt. So I wouldn't hold it against you. But I want to say 99% of you are so supportive, and the ones who aren't, ironically, end up helping us. It's kind of like the Streisand effect, but not quite. It's like the Streisand effect in the sense that the effort is backfiring. So the Streisand effect is, it's not quite the same as calling for a boycott. In fact, it's not at all the same. But it's when you try to cover something up. And so you're like, oh, so, because I remember it was like I think Streisand was trying to cover up these pictures of her having this like huge mansion of a house. And then when she tried to cover it up, it made it a bigger deal. And it was a bigger, got more publicity and more attention. And it was like, oh gosh, that backfired. The internet has a strange way of making things backfire. And so it's kind of like the Streisand effect in the sense that, like I said, when people call for that, like, oh, boycott modern day debate, I don't interrupt them. Like, I don't say something mean on Twitter. One, because I'm not particularly, I don't think it's a very productive use of time. Because, like, I'm not big on grudges at all. It's like, I'm anti-grudge. But the other thing is, I don't want to interrupt them while they're promoting us. So, thanks for your guys' support, seriously. Maverick, thanks for being with us. Thanks for your support. Says, great work, James. Thank you for maintaining neutrality. I appreciate that. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. And then, thanks very much for your support. Javid Ben Cosme says, beta amazing. Thanks for being with us. Question the answers. Thanks for being with us. Says, imagine on this channel a day where everyone agrees on everything imaginable. That could be a good opposite day celebration. That's funny. Yeah, it's true. It's lively here. Long nights, YouTube, and good to see you, buddy. I have fond, warm memories when we got to meet in Dallas. So I hope you're doing well. And thanks for your support of the channel as a channel member. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. Says, I have to catch the replay. Love this channel. Thanks, Long Nights, YouTube, and seriously, we appreciate your support. And Gross Patat says, you need to rename these globe denial debates because it's never about flat Earth. Juicy, to say the least. Noran Davis says, James is a Jesse Lee Petersonite. And amazing. Let's see here. I've got to go pretty soon. It's getting kind of late here. And I'm not even in Eastern time. So, oh man, the debaters, like, they hung in there late with us. Chris G says, the Patreon post says noon Eastern. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. I got to fix that. Oh, man. But it's not a big deal. It's not like a tragic thing that I've got to fix. Hugh Janice says, what is going on? We're glad you're here, Hugh. Thanks for being with us. Flip Flat says, thanks for making the debate a little longer, sir. You're welcome. I'm glad we did. It was fun. Jacob Slack says, more James RSVP. And that's funny. There, Anton Gomez, thanks for your super chat support. Says, have a banana. I appreciate that, Anton. Thank you. And amazing. Devil Dog, happy to have you with us, as well as gotten to say hello to a lot of people. Chris G says, so James, we're going to do a meeting earlier tomorrow or another day? We're going to do it at the same time. I'm not going to reschedule that. I'm going to reschedule the other thing. And then thanks, Amanda, for your support. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to put our PayPal and our Venmo in the description box because I know that people sometimes don't want to support YouTube, and I know it's a little bit less convenient, but we do want to make that an you could say an option for people if they want to send in their question that way without giving their money to billionaire Google elites who are going to censor some people. Now, they're not going to censor all people, but I do think that they do censor some people. Justin Beck, thanks for being with us. Says space is cute. Amen to that. And then Kobe, or is it Kobe? Let me know if am I saying it right. Glad that you were with us. My last name, good to see you, as well as Sean Elke. Am I saying it right? We're glad you're here, Sean. And then amazing. But yeah, thanks guys for your support. Seriously, I love you. And then Chris G says, okay, all good. I'll be there. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your support. Chris has been a huge supporter of the channel, folks, including we were in person this most recent January. Chris was super supportive. We were in person in Dallas doing our first ever conference, DebateCon, which was so fun. It was a blast. And Chris was there volunteering, helping us with all sorts of stuff. Just kind of like a catch-all person, jack of all trades, willing to help wherever he could. So we appreciate that. But I want to say thanks, guys, for your support. Seriously. That's right. Last thing. You probably enjoyed this debate. I mean, I hope you did. And with that, the completion of enjoyment of something or the happiness in something is sharing it with somebody else. It's kind of like when you're in love. When you're in love and you're like, oh my goodness, there's so this and there's so that, and I could go on and on. It's just like that. The completion of the joy in something is sharing it with someone else and saying, oh, this was fun and this was a good time and I laughed when this happened, or my jaw dropped when the person in the debate said this, whatever it is. That enjoyment is something that you can share with somebody. And like I said, it's got a dual purpose because it helps modern day debate in fulfilling our vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field as we strive to make that a reality. And we want to encourage you, hit that share button below. You can share it with a friend. You can just click share, and then you click on sharing the link, and then easy as that. You can send it in a Facebook message, a Twitter DM, on Discord, on a text message, you name it. So easy. Isn't that awesome? Amazing. So do want to encourage you. That really does help us grow. Just good old word of mouth. Because like I said 1 billion times, if I'm on Twitter and I say, oh, check out this debate, it's great. And they're like, oh, well, of course you'd say a debate on your own channel is great, James. Like, it doesn't really mean much. But if a third party says it, it has way more credibility. Because they're like, oh, okay, this person's, they're not like they don't like run modern day debate or anything. They're just neutral and they're saying that it's cool. So that really does. Good old fashioned word of mouth. That has always been huge. And so thank you guys for helping us that way. Seriously, I do see the number of shares on our videos and they're really high. We do have a ton of shares. So thank you guys for sharing and enjoying the videos with somebody else. That means a lot. And then Bible Believer says, does YouTube take a percentage of super chats? Yes, they do. YouTube takes 70%, give or take. So they do take a lot. So that's why if you are giving super chats to different channels and you didn't know that, well, now you know. You might. That's why we're going to put our Venmo and our PayPal in the description. And when you send, a 5 spot or whatever it is, let's say you send your super chat that way, you send it through Venmo. You can put your question in the message box on Venmo or PayPal. Nice. How neat is that? So it'll be helpful. I've got to get into a habit of checking it too, though. But want to say, you guys, thanks so much. And a huge thanks to our amazing level channel supporters or members. They exist. We have channel memberships. I don't know if you knew about that. But Michael Meyer, Ty Wilson, Oliver Catwell, and others. I'm so sorry if I lost the list. Let me get it. I'm sorry. Okay. Don Fulman, Ozzy and Tox, and Scott Mitchell, thanks for being amazing level channel members. It means a ton. And oh yeah, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a podcast. Did you know that? You don't even believe me, do you? But we do. And you can find it on Fine Podcast. You can find it on app stores everywhere, Fine app stores everywhere. Modern Day Debate does have our own podcast. And so I highly encourage you, check us out on Apple Podcasts. Check us out on Spotify. We are out there, and that's something that we're excited about because we're like, hey, if that's a value to people, it's ad-free, guys. You know, you might be thinking like, oh, like, let me see. It's ad-free. You can find it on your favorite. So have you tried the Modern Day Debate podcast yet? You can find it on your favorite podcast app, and it's ad-free. And that's true. It is. I've got to tell you, that's something we are really excited about. Is if you are like, yeah, I love listening to podcasts. Hey, it's pretty convenient and it's ad-free because you might be thinking like, do I want to I want to listen to ads? And if you think about it, it's got even less ads than YouTube because YouTube for most people has the 4-second ad at the start unless you have YouTube Premium. So Mark Reed says, did you tell James that he missed some super chats? He's usually good about it if someone lets him know. Will, I'm sorry, man. If I missed any of your super chats, I'm dead serious. I will send you the money back because we really do take that seriously. Just send me an email. So yeah, one thing that drives me nuts is sometimes people, they won't tell me, and they think, I don't know if they think I did it personally, but they'll be in the chat and they'll be like, James is an ass. He didn't read my super chat. What a jerk. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I didn't even know. I was like, I'll give you the money back. I'm not trying to screw you or anything. And I know that Will, I trust you, Will. I know that Will, that you were not talking smack about me. So you're not one of those people I worry about. But I'm just like, hey, you can always ask. Like, I hope I'm approachable, that people can ask and just be like, hey, James, like, you missed my super chat. Like, let me know. Like, or we can just pay it forward. If you're like, oh, well, I don't, you don't have to send it back. I just let me ask a normal chat question as a super chat in the next debate or something like that. Whatever way you want it, I'm happy to do. And then let's see. Grim Theorist says, I definitely enjoy this channel. Thanks a bunch, James. Thanks for that support. That really means more than you know. I love you guys. I always say goodbye 8 times a night because I just love being here. Like, it's fun to hang out with you guys and just talk to you in chat. And so I want to say thank you guys. You guys make this fun. Seriously, it's always a blast. I appreciate all your love and support. My guys. Into the break. Glad you were with us. But yeah, thanks, guys. I love you guys. Thanks for your support. And yeah, I'm at moderndaydebate@gmail.com in case you need me. Actually, yeah, Will, you've got my email. So feel free. Let me know if I can make your day easier. Love you guys. Thanks, everybody, for all your support. And I am excited to see you at the next one. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable as we continue to fulfill the vision of providing a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, case dismissed.
Oh man, how's everybody doing today?
Good. I've been looking forward to the show.
Oh yeah, sorry we're running a little bit late. I don't know how to use the this Craig bot. I was trying to stop it and then restart it to, for the show, but I don't know how to use the commands. Hey, Dandelion, do you mind starting the event for me as well? It won't let me on my phone. Or can somebody start it for me?
I'll start it. I just started it. She's still in the gold VC. She'll be right up.
Guess we should just go ahead and get it started. Indio said he was gonna show up sometime soon, so I'm assuming we'll just see him pop in. Hey everybody, my name is Brad. I've got Redford Bear here with us. How's it going, Redford?
Going well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
We have a pretty dope show for you guys. It's about logical fallacies. We got some presenters. We got Dre's, Dandelion, and Indio. And like I said, Indio is going to show up. And we have a cameo from Karma as well. So I'm just going to start from the top of the list to the bottom. Atticus, I just want to say hello. Adam, how's it going, man? And CB, cut the shit.
What's
Elijah,
up?
Hello. And Batman and Jimsy. How you guys doing? What's going on, Glad? I don't know how to say your name. I'm Yahuda. Yeah, I have no idea. I probably bummed that up. I'm sorry. How's it going, JK, Jelly? How's it going, Karma? And KJ, and Master Chief, and Miguel. How's it going, Napalm?
What's going on?
Orion, Fwets, Resolve, Rookie.
What's up?
Sebu, and then Seb, Sons of Thunder, the Dog, Toasty Feet. Already mentioned some Redford Bear there, and Old Dude, Sonny, and Branch. Hope you guys are all doing well today.
Yeah, hey, thanks.
So,
You too, so thank you.
I have no idea what these guys are going to be talking about. I do know what they're talking about. They're talking about logical fallacies, but I have no idea what's on their list of things to talk about. So I just wanted to bring it up. In the live stream, most of the time, most of you guys are debating right versus wrong. This is a break from that. So I just want to make it aware that let's try not to judge these presenters' information against each other. Let's be open-minded individually. Just absorb all their information with your own discernment. If you disagree with something they have to say, either keep it in the text chat or keep it to yourself. Let's try not to interrupt them. Everybody's free to mute whomever. Obviously, let's try to keep the normal live stream etiquette. So with that being said, Redford Bear, do you got anything to say?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, just please don't interrupt when the speakers are talking, as they've put a lot of effort into preparing this for us. So we'll just be muting. No questions asked if you guys interrupt. And just save your questions till the end. We'll, after each person has presented, we can open up the floor to that. And you can also put your questions in the text chat and we can read them at the end as well. And I think Indio's here. Maybe he can start the bot.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm not starting. I'm going last.
Oh, okay.
She said start the bot. That's what she said. Isn't that what you said?
Oh,
Start
I
the
did
bot.
start the bot. I already did that.
Oh, okay.
I already did. Way ahead of you.
Oh, the bot's not there though, bro. We're just saying we can't see the bot. Is it?
Craig bot.
Greg bot, the recording thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there.
I said it was. Hold on a second.
Oh, it was in there and then it left, and I'm not sure.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm not receiving any audio disconnecting. I wonder if someone deafened it. Hold on a second. I'm going to redo it. Yeah, it'll send you a DM like it's status.
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
Who was that? Was that CV?
Yeah, that's Jesse Pinkman. Breaking Bad reference.
Man, so I was going to talk about my favorite fallacy. The way I learned it was called the divine fallacy, but Drace has one up to me and told me that is basically wrong. Well, he didn't tell me it was wrong, but he sent me information for me to come to that conclusion on my own that it's wrong. I can't figure out what it's really called, but the fallacy is just because you believe something is true doesn't mean it's true. I was just searching through Google. I was searching through Google's fallacy means, and I just saw it come up just like one of his red card memes. And I kind of just took it from there, kind of like the meme with Abraham Lincoln saying that everything you see on the internet is true. Yeah, I was shown up by Dre's. Maybe Drace can tell me what that fallacy is actually called. I'm not too sure. Drace, do you have anything?
Yeah, it's argument from incredulity or argument from personal astonishment. It has many names. Argument from personal incredulity or personal incredulity. It's also called some places online the divine fallacy. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, but when I went to go back and like actually research it for myself after you told me, I couldn't find anything to validate the divine fallacy of what I thought it was. So that's why I kind of just was like, all right, well, I guess Drace is correct. So
I thought I read it somewhere online as well. So maybe they change stuff online all the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's tons of lists too. It's almost information overload. Bradford Bear, do you have a favorite fallacy?
Yeah, actually, it's from the list that Drace had put together when he went over the fallacies for us in a silver meeting. So I'm going to pick this one. It's called an ad nauseum. So refer to the fact that something has been done or repeated so often that it has become sickening or excessive.
Oh.
So that's an interesting one. I'll maybe have to start using that, calling people out on that one.
It's also called appeal to repetition.
Oh, okay. Multiple names.
Well,
I like ad nauseum. I like that. I like that name.
Ad nauseum. Well, Drace, on that note, do you want to go ahead and kick it off?
Argument by nagging. That's another one.
Argument by nagging.
Yeah. Would you just keep repeating the same thing that something is true without giving any further evidence for it? Like X is true, X is true, X is true, X is true. Mm-hmm. And you just keep saying it and that's your argument?
I put 2 examples in the Livestream voice text on the logical fallacy page that Drace and I have been working on in our Flat Earth wiki there.
Well, before we kick it off, does anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody have any concerns they want to bring up? No?
So far, so good.
Yeah, I want to bring up, you just mentioned things changing on the internet. And well, Drace just mentioned it. So one that was changed, I don't know, maybe about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, was an appeal to authority argument. It used to just say it was a logical fallacy, but a lot of the definitions of it now have this little caveat that says something like, unless it's an expert in the field. Right, which is actually pretty ridiculous, right? So it's not proof of a fact because an expert says it, right? That's silly. If it's an expert in the field that's saying it, then the evidence that they're relying on should be the proof of the fact, not the fact that they said it. So you got to watch out for this changing of definitions, especially the appeal to authority, because who really does that help?
Shut up, India. You don't know what you're talking about.
But that kind of makes it mean both.
You know, like the appeal to authority is an appeal to authority unless it's an authority on the subject. What? You know, like
Yeah.
that defeats the whole purpose.
The problem here is they're conflating appeal to false authority and appealing to authority. Appeal to false authority is just like saying, "My mom said this, and therefore it's true." Your mom's not an authority on the subject; she's just a false authority, and you're just making her up to be an authority. Whereas appealing to authority is saying like, "Oh, he's an expert in this, therefore it must be true." Even though he has no evidence for it, he's just saying it. It has no relation to it being true.
Yeah, and another example would be an appeal to a false authority. I think, or maybe a derivative of it is when somebody says, "Dude, cars had, a Toyota has a 357 engine. I know because my dad's a mechanic." Things like that. When people like appeal to some relative or acquaintance, they have some expertise. Therefore, they themselves have the same expertise, and what they say is true. That's silly stuff. I've actually dealt with that nonsense my whole life. People saying that. I have a particular friend who thinks he knows everything about cars because his father's a mechanic. So
that's funny because my father was also a mechanic for a while, and I know nothing about cars.
There you go.
I am a Discord mod, therefore I know everything about Discord.
We only need to know where the important button is. Leave server.
Oh, I thought the ban button was the important one.
Yeah, that is. Someone's leaving the server. Me, myself, and I, or them.
The shitty part about leaving the server is, once you leave and you come back, it starts your counter all over.
Oh yeah, Brad. Oh, you messed up.
Yeah. Instead of being like, I think I was like 12,000 something, I'm right back down to like 25,000. It's no big deal. But
it is disappointing. I know, because I joined day one, and then when I left the server and came back, now it looks like I joined in November 2020. But you know what? We all know the truth.
Oh, good. Yeah. But the important people know the truth. That's what's, good way to look at it. But on that note, Drace, man, go ahead and kick it off for us. What you got for us?
Okay, so I wrote you a little presentation and I collected some materials together. I will stop from time to time to give you a chance to ask any questions if you have any. But I will essentially cover two informal fallacies, the non sequitur and the begging the question fallacies, two formal fallacies, the denying the antecedent and affirming the consequent fallacies, and two logical proofs, the modus tollens and the modus ponens. But I will start with the basics and defining some terms to avoid confusion. I will also briefly mention the fallacy and the fallacy variation at the end of this presentation, so that'll round everything up. I recorded it, so it will take about 15 minutes to do this. Do you have any questions before I begin?
No, man, I don't have any questions. Redford Bear, do you got any questions for him?
No, I don't have any questions. Take it away.
Okay.
Thanks, Drace.
Moving on. Fallacies, the basics. Most of you probably already know this, but a quick overview for people new to this. A fallacy is a defect in an argument that involves mistaken reasoning. Sometimes fallacies are committed purposefully to influence or mislead the reader or listener, and sometimes unconsciously, as an ego defense mechanism. There are two main types of fallacies, the formal and informal. Formal fallacies happen when there's a problem with how someone structures his argument and how he's making his points. He might be speaking the truth, but the logic breaks down because of the way he's putting his argument together. A formal fallacy is one that can be detected by examining the form of the argument. It is an argument with a premise and a conclusion that does not hold up to scrutiny. Any questions?
None so far, man. Anybody got any questions for him?
I'll take silence as a no. Unlike formal fallacies, which are identified through examining the structure of the argument, informal fallacies are identified through the analysis of the content of the premises. In this group of fallacies, the premises fail to provide adequate reasons for believing the truth of the conclusion. There are numerous different types of informal fallacies, but I will only mention 4 here. To help clarify a little the terminology used in logic for people who are not used to it, I will define 2 words that get used a lot in logic: antecedent and consequent. An antecedent is the first half of a hypothetical proposition, whenever the if clause precedes the then clause. A consequent is the second half of a hypothetical proposition, the then clause following the if clause. And I will post these. Since these are important to keep in mind, since these words get used in quick succession and unfamiliarity with them can make the logic sound confusing. To start with, I think I will go with the most common or the simple formal fallacy. Simple. This is badly written. Or the simple informal fallacy, the good old non sequitur. It is present within most fallacious argumentation, so it's a great start. It literally means it does not follow. It means there's a divide between the premise and the conclusion. A non sequitur is all about making a giant logical leap that is totally unreasonable. Non sequiturs can also just be assumptions that are not necessarily true. All the following statements still take that giant leap which defies basic reason. Marilyn drives a Mercedes. Marilyn must be wealthy. She might be, she might not be. His apartment building is huge. His apartment must also be huge. It could be many small apartments within a huge building. You don't know. Billy is eating broccoli. Billy must love eating vegetables. Must he? What if you asked him and he told you he hates it, but he only eats it because Mom wants him to eat his greens? NASA has pictures. The Earth must be a globe. When they say anything followed by the Earth is a globe, it generally is a non sequitur. It doesn't actually follow. It's just a matter of finding that disconnect and pointing at it. So simply learning this single fallacy, and you can stop over 95% of what the globers use, because logically it does not follow and requires some assumptions or faith. And do you have any questions about this fallacy or any comments? Moving on. Now, because how closely related the other fallacies I want to cover are, and how it gets weaved together with them, I feel it's important to mention this informal fallacy, or the begging the question fallacy. It is probably my favorite fallacy, since it is very common for the globers to use, and it is any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning. The fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it. In other words, you assume without proof the stand position or significant part of the stand that is in question. Begging the question is also called arguing in a circle. For example, gravity is proven by experiment. I learned in school that Cavendish is an experiment, therefore gravity is proven by experiment. This assumes schools taught you the truth, then using that assumption as proof while not understanding what defines an experiment and how Cavendish does not qualify to be one, regardless of how many people believe it to be an experiment. Here's another example. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Whenever they start with if, like if the Earth is a globe, or they assume an aspect of the globe to try to justify the globe, it is very likely a begging the question fallacy. As long as they end with a conclusion of any of their premises without having any valid logical format of either modus ponens or modus tollens mentioned later, they automatically are begging the question. The savvy among you probably noticed the previous example was also a different fallacy, and that is the fallacy we will talk about next. Anyone care to point at it?
What was the example you gave again?
I'll read it again. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Argument silence.
That's actually a very good, astute observation, because that fallacy is also hidden in there, but that was not the fallacy I was talking about. Good job.
Appeal to consensus.
I can see that being in there a little bit woven in it, but no. Before we delve deeper into the formal fallacies, I want to mention
Appeal to the majority.
That's also woven in there, but that's not what I was talking about. I want to mention deductive reasoning or logical proofs, known as modus ponens or modus tollens, since the fallacies I will cover next are invalid or defective forms of those valid arguments. And that's essentially what that was. So let's start with the simple modus ponens. This argument form has one premise that is hypothetical if-then statement, and another premise that affirms the antecedent of the hypothetical premise. In the conclusion, then, it claims the truth of the consequent. In symbolic form, modus ponens looks like this. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. Lumen Learning Logic course made a non sequitur trying to formulate a modus ponens argument, showing how hard it is to be logical. And I will post that little example here. While formulated correctly as a modus ponens, if we get up before sunrise, then we have time for a run does not follow necessarily emergency or other reasons, and therefore makes a leap in logic, showcasing our first fallacy, the non sequitur. Here is a less fallacious example of a modus ponens argument. Premise 1. If something is more dense than the medium it is in, if P, then it falls, then Q. Premise 2. Something is more dense than the medium it is in, P, therefore it falls, therefore Q. Next, we will go over the fallacy mentioned before, and that is the defective version of modus ponens. And that's how I phrased that earlier example. It's called affirming the consequent. Recall that in one of the premises in modus ponens, affirming the antecedent, which is essentially what modus ponens is, it's affirming the antecedent of the hypothetical premise, the antecedent necessitates the consequent. That's the important bit. If it doesn't necessitate the consequent, it doesn't work. If the antecedent does not necessitate the consequent, it's a non sequitur fallacy. In the fallacious examples I will present next, however, the consequent is affirmed instead of the antecedent like this. If Earth is a sphere, if A, then we see boats disappear bottom up, then B. We see boats disappear bottom up, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. The antecedent is claimed to be true because the consequent is true. But that does not mean it is. That was never confirmed. It was just the consequent that was affirmed. So we can't affirm the consequent to prove the antecedent. Does that make sense?
Yep, taking notes.
Here's one more example of this fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, if A, then we would see shadows like Aristophanes saw, then B. We saw shadows like Aristophanes saw, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. This argument assumes the truth of the conclusion, so there's also the begging the question and non sequitur fallacies hidden within this, but this form is specifically denying the antecedent, so it's illogical in the form as well. These arguments are highly logical and can be dismantled via understanding any of these fallacies or the correct logical argument structure, which they're trying to do but failing at. So onto our second logical argument, or modus tollens, a favorite of ours because we use it a lot with the black swan. This argument form also has one premise that is a hypothetical if-then statement, and then another premise that denies or indicates the untruth of the consequent or of the hypothetical premise. The conclusion then claims that the antecedent is not the case, that is, denies it. In symbolic form, modus tollens looks like this. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore P. And I will give you an example of that as well. We are all familiar with the black swan, so I will go over this very quickly and with new examples I made just for this. Starting with this fact: Taylor columns form in rotated fluids. If Earth is rotating the fluid air, if P, then Taylor columns would form in all fluids on Earth, then Q. Taylor columns don't form in all fluids on Earth, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not rotating the fluid air, therefore not P. This next one I was not sure about until I read more about it from different sources. I wonder if you guys will have similar issues, so I will ask you a question after this. If imagined gravity can prevent greater gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, if P, then we would not be able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, then Q. We are able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, not Q. Therefore, imagined gravity cannot prevent gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, therefore not P. And I will give you a moment now to see if you see my issue when I was trying to make this.
Can you repeat that, Drace?
No problem. I'll post it so it's easier. And there we go. To give you an example, what bugged me was I used a negative in the then Q, and then I denied the negative with a positive in not Q. And that in the beginning I didn't understand how that worked until I further read more logic courses and found different examples showing it. To help clarify the context, not Q simply means the denial of Q. So using a negative claim and denying it using a positive claim feels very counterintuitive, but I have more examples of this to follow. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I'm still following.
Yeah, it's basically saying, if the gravity was acting equally, then it would be acting equally on us, and then, we wouldn't be able to exhale. Yeah, I like it. You came up with that yourself?
Yeah. Just while making this.
Cool.
The more you know, the more you can do. Next off, I'm almost done, by the way. Next is denying the antecedent. This fallacy can be seen as a defective or invalid use of the modus tollens argument. Recall that in one of the premises of the modus tollens, it denies the consequent of the hypothetical premise. In the fallacious example to follow, however, the antecedent is denied instead of the consequent. Premise 1, if I'm cleaning the kitchen, then I'm not reading my book. Premise 2, if I'm not cleaning the kitchen, the denial of cleaning is not cleaning. Conclusion, thus I'm reading my book, and the denial of not reading is reading. So there it gives you an example of how a negative claim is then denied with a positive claim. The premise here is valid. It's not a non sequitur, but this too is defective reasoning if you think about it. Not being engaged in kitchen cleaning does not by necessity infer that I am reading. I could be doing anything besides cleaning the kitchen. I also have this fallacy as used by Globers. If we would see forever, if P, the Earth would be flat, then Q. We don't see forever, not P. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, therefore not Q. This is a logical leap here between the antecedent and the consequent, so a non sequitur. We can also easily show how you would not see forever through a medium like air, so this is invalid and defective just on the face of it. And in the content and in the form. But then denying the antecedent. Generally, when they try to confirm the globe, they affirm the consequent. And when they want to deny the flat Earth, they use the denying the antecedent. And that's why I felt it was important to bring these up, because these are the things that they think are the most logical, and they think they're being logical, but they're just failing at using logic. Does that make any sense? I only have closing statements after this.
Are you able to post that last flat Earth example in the text?
If they would see forever one?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Trace.
And my closing words would be, the movies teach them these fallacies and more as logical deductive reasoning, so people use them unconsciously thinking they're being logical. I would class them as level 0 in logic because they don't know any logic. A level 1 hears at least the irrationality, but he can't name the logical fallacies being used, but he at least knows it's wrong. Level 2 can name the fallacies, but struggles to help others understand how they're being fallacious. They can be like, oh, that's a fallacy. It's this fallacy, but I can't really help you understand how you're being fallacious. And I would say level 3 uses the weaknesses of their fallacious argumentation to show others how it is fallacious and doesn't work. And that's, I think, the level we all want to be at. And some here are at that. I'm not at that level yet. I'm like level 2, crawling my way to level 3 by learning this stuff. Application is far harder than the book learning. And so this goes into the 2 last fallacies I want to mention in the end, because knowing the name alone of a fallacy can create an issue with the fallacy-fallacy variation, where the fallacies are called out but not shown, and it's important to not fall into the trap of the fallacy-fallacy, where you assume whatever is argued for is wrong because they argue with a fallacy. However, they should attempt to reformulate an argument without a fallacy, since that specific argument can't be dismissed on the ground of being fallacious, regardless if they are arguing for the truth. This is the end of my presentation, so I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Well done, Drace.
That was
For real, Drace. Yes, agreed.
I'll have to go back and study it and take notes and yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of awesome information, though. I'm gonna have to do that as well.
Trace, you're all over it, buddy. Thanks for doing all that work. And also, is there a section where Drace can just kind of have all this stuff to? And Drace, have you posted this anywhere else on the server? I guess.
Yeah, it's on our wiki.
It's on the wiki. Okay. What I mean is a channel within this specific Discord server. You know, like down the additional information, stuff like that. Is there a spot there where you can just label it, you know, fallacy fiasco or whatever? Yeah. Logical fallacies, yeah, something like that. Is that a good idea or what?
I mean, the easiest way to do it is exactly what he just said. I mean, he posted the wiki.
Cool. Okay. Word.
Yeah. Yeah. We do have a page down there for fallacies. I'm not sure if it's specifically like labeled as fallacies for people to find it. But yeah, it's pretty much just information copied and pasted from the wiki page and other fallacy web pages online.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
What I would like is screenshots of Globers using every single type of fallacy from within here. I keep forgetting to do that. So anybody else who also could take those pictures and screenshot those is a valuable contribution.
Yeah, I can see the benefit in that.
Yeah, great idea, because we got some examples there on the fallacy page, but there's so many more we haven't even added. Like in the discussion tab on that logical fallacies page, there's some that I want to add that we don't have examples of yet. And so, yeah, and we can even add more examples to the examples we've already got there, because some of the examples are just ones that we made up, but I have a few screenshots there of examples. It would be great to have more screenshots for sure.
Yeah, and the more you have, the more we just put into that individual fallacy page, and you can see all the different Globers saying all this dumb stuff.
Oh, we've got, a bunch of fallacies in the lobby right now, because all of us are busy, and they're taking advantage of it here.
Oh, no.
Did you see them? I don't know if anybody's got time to just go up there and check them out. Yeah.
Does anybody else have any more questions, concerns for Drace? Redford Bear, do you have anything? You have any input?
No, that was really, really good. That was very fast. You went through all that very quickly. But that was awesome information. Thank you so much for putting that all together. I'm definitely gonna re-listen to that and make some notes, because I think that, Drace, what you said, that's kind of my issue too. You know, I listen to people talk about the fallacies. I've heard you just talk about them, but it's hard to apply them, like when you're in that moment, right? So I think that's a good point.
Yeah, that's definitely a big shift from being able to apply the knowledge of the fallacies and the weaknesses of that specific fallacy to show him how his argument is wrong, and just feeling and or knowing which specific fallacy he's using. There's a big gap between there. That's why I really like Elijah and Crypto and Indio, because they're good at doing that. They're at that level where they can they grasp the weakness of that argumentation and just present it to them in a simile or a different way of looking at it, so that they can realize that they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And Karma did put in the text chat that we could make a game for it to practice identifying a fallacy. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think that that's a pretty good suggestion.
I mean, we should talk to Matrix about incorporating Globe and Fallacy Bingo together. That'd be hilarious. And just play it through the lobby. They used to do that a lot. I don't know why they don't do it anymore. Maybe they got bored of it.
Yeah, I remember somebody pinging about the Globe Bingo once, but I wasn't around, so I'm not even sure how that all works. But yeah.
Globe Bingo is fun.
Yeah. Well, let's get the games going again, you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, Dries, that was fantastic. I don't think I have any questions. Does anybody else have any questions for Dries before we move on?
We could turn these into slides, like a presentation slide, so we could have it access to it while we're having a conversation. Pull it up, and that we just have that as a reference. So I like that idea. I may just go ahead and make presentation slides with all of that you presented today, but I would like to see this as an ongoing series, and it kind of sounds like that's where you're headed.
Well, oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, even just for the break time, too, because there is like Crypto and Elijah as well, we can see if they would like to join us one time, and we can continue with the fallacies as well. But, Sunny, I think Dries had a bunch of slides already. Dries, do you have?
Probably does.
Yeah.
It's probably what he's talking about. It's probably already in the wiki.
Yeah, I made what you just heard was Logic 102. I made Logic 101 after that, just to add to it.
Oh, out of the frying pan into the fire for us then, huh?
Everybody's cool with moving on to Miss Dandelion?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Dandelion, go ahead and take the floor.
Okay, yeah, Brad asked me to give just a general introduction about why logical fallacies are important. So before I go on to my main thing, which is basically about education, I'm actually just going to read what is the intro at the logical fallacies wiki page, which hopefully will give you a general overview. But I think what me and Karma are going to talk about will also kind of address that, because Karma is going to chime in with her experience with young people and so on, because she works with young people. So anyway, why are fallacies important in examining the globe claim? One of the reasons that an unverifiable globe model with impossible dimensions has been able to be perpetuated for so long is that there is a serious lack of training in systematic logic. At one time, formal training in logic was an accepted and important part of classical education. And I'll just add here, like you've heard about the trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric, that used to be like just the basics of education. Now they're like almost nowhere to be found, especially the logic part. It should surprise no one familiar with current world affairs that it is advantageous for those hoarding power and resources to keep the masses uneducated and their minds untrained. By learning about and pointing out the errors in logic known as logical fallacies when they occur, we can retrain our mind to think more logically and clearly about the nature of our world and other important issues. So yeah, I think, when I came to the server, I was impressed that people were talking about logical fallacies, proofs, these kind of arguments, because, for example, the way geometry used to be taught in school was you would see these kind of argument formations, if P then Q, all of those all over the place, especially if you took like a higher level mathematical proofs course and so on. But even in math, they've gotten away from, training children how to use these rules of logic, which are just basic ways to draw conclusions that so many people, as Grace mentioned, are just completely unfamiliar with. So and that's basically the main theme of what I wanted to talk about with karma, is the importance of, and our kind of part of our presentation is about, oh my gosh, who put that book up there? Drace, I love that book. I have that book at my house. I was about to go find the screenshot of that book, and then you put it up there. This is so great. What a great synchronicity. The Trivium, the Liberal Arts of Logic, Grammar, and Rhetoric. That's a really good book. Highly recommended. Anyway, so what I was saying was, youth. Yes, that we are going to discuss how basically, how children develop, how when different types of learning should be introduced at different stages, because modern education has really messed this up. They introduce abstract concepts way too early, such as the globe, such as evolution, such as the atomic model, and so on. At a time when children are at the concrete level and at the just exploring their concrete, physical realm level. And so that's why they mess these children up so badly. So that's why we get these adult children in here that are like unable to reason their way out of a cardboard box, because their brain's been like literally, completely screwed up with the wiring. But the good news is it's not too late. Even if ideally you'd want to get, a young child and start kind of training them up as in the way they should go. But, adult children, you can always go back to any stage that you've missed and kind of retrain your brain. It's never too late for any of us to go back and kind of figure out those gaps in our education and, retrain ourselves, as long as we have the motivation to do so. So I'm only saying that as a review, just so nobody's like going to sit here and be depressed, like, oh my gosh, I've messed up my children, or I'm totally messed up. It's all over for me. That's not supposed to be the point of the presentation. So, Karma, did you have anything to say just on that general note?
No, I think that's a really good introduction.
Okay, cool. All right, so, Okay, so the first, actually, you know what? I'm just going to give you the outline to the things I was going to say, because I might not actually cover every single one of these points, because you guys might start falling asleep if I got into all the intricacies of Piaget and Waldorf and all that. So you can always go and research those things if you're interested. But if you ever go to education school, they are all about Piaget. And then apparently once you actually get a job, you're supposed to just throw Piaget out the door and just do whatever the hell the government tells you to do and forget everything you learned about how children actually grow and learn. So Piaget teaches about the 4 stages, and I'll just put these I'll put actually this whole section into the voice text there so you can see what I'm talking about. Piaget, and all of these are they're just general guidelines that, he found from doing tons of interviews with children, I think thousands or something. He found, you just kind of generally grouped children into these phases, same with Waldorf stages. Obviously, that doesn't mean on the 7th birthday, the child suddenly, changes and becomes something else. These are just general things, and some children are ahead, some are behind, and so on. So anyway, Piaget's stages there. The sensory motor stage is ages 0 to 2. Pre-operational 2 to 7, concrete operational 7 to 11, formal operational 12 and up. So in terms of teaching formal logic to children, technically the best time to introduce that is starting at age 12. But you can start, what I found, experimenting with my own children, is you can start in depending on the child in section 3 there, concrete operational, but the thing that you can see just from looking at the names of those, even without knowing all the details about all of them, up to age 11, it's concrete. It's they're messing around with stuff. They're figuring out how things work. They're really interested in their world and curious if you let them be. Spend a lot of time outside, manipulating things and so on. That's how they learn best. They don't learn best if you give them this abstract concept of the globe and tell them, oh, it feels like the earth is flat and stationary, but you're totally wrong. Your experience is wrong. Actually, you're on this spinning globe. So anyway, it's not only unfortunate that they're giving them the wrong information, but even if that was the right information, let's pretend it's true, right? That's not a good time to introduce that, that your reality is completely wrong and everything you experience is wrong. If that were even true, I'd still say, don't even talk to them about that until they're older. It's a ridiculous thing they shouldn't even have to worry about. They should be going around learning about what's actually in their world where they live. And since we know it's false, that makes it even worse. And so then, anyway, the Waldorf stages, which I actually like better, that's more the kind of thing I'm using. Like Piaget is kind of the formal educational thing, like I said, that they teach people and then they never use it again after they leave education school. Waldorf, Rudolf Steiner, who was aware of the Earth's true cosmology. I have a Rudolf Steiner quote here somewhere. I got to try to find it for you guys. It's a really good quote. Anyway, he questioned the heliocentric model. I know Adam Unsalted, sometimes will put quotes in here from Rudolf Steiner. I'll just give you a link to the Rudolf Steiner page on the plaintruth.info. Anyway, he developed the Waldorf philosophy of education, and he divided children into 3 stages: will, ages 0 to 7; feeling, ages 7 to 14; thinking, ages 14 to 21. So again, they were not even gonna even get into thinking that hard until we're 14, and now you got them shoving these kids full of stuff, book knowledge and all this stuff that they're nowhere near ready to deal with, and calling that education, when all of their early education should be way more experiential, which is, if you're lucky enough to either have a Waldorf school around you. They're very expensive, though. I've never actually sent my children to Waldorf school, but there's a lot of Waldorf homeschooling stuff you can do, or even if your children are in a regular school, you can always do it at home, as a supplemental thing, because they have a ton of really good, natural toys and just, cool books and music and stuff like that. So I think the Waldorf education is really good. So, anywho, Karma, did you have anything to say there about the stages?
Well, I guess maybe just that I totally agree that you should teach it at a proper age, but you should always role model good logic from a young age, even if you're not, teaching them properly yet. Because knowing how to use logic at any age with kids, it's going to help them with their self-control and social skills. So, because it always spreads out from itself.
I totally agree. Yes, and even though, you might not necessarily at a young age, and that's the part we can talk about a little more in the next section. Even if you're not at a young age, sitting there and making them watch Drace's presentation and teaching them to identify the formal names of fallacies, you're still doing things that develop the logic that will come later. For example, we all know, if you want to use the scientific method, which is a very reasonable, logical, deductive method, you have to make a natural observation first, which is where tons of people can't even seem to do step 1, make a natural observation. But that's basically all that children are doing, their whole first part of their life. Anyone who's been around any children ever knows that's true. So, and that's what this first resource recommendation I have, which is for young people, Keo and Gus. That's from the Philosophy Children series by Matthew Lipman. I remember using this with my children when they were in first, second grade, that kind of thing. And they're basically just stories, and then you kind of just ask questions about the stories. It's just a very low level. It's not identifying fallacies or anything, but it's just encouraging children kind of to make observations. Yeah, absolutely. Tracy says natural observations are what children do. According to the Globers, the toddlers are doing science. Yep, you gotcha. You betcha. Sometimes they're doing it better than some of these college students we get in here. So, anyway, those are my recommendations for teaching logic from 0 to 7 is mostly informal training. Allow the child to experience the world on their own terms. Answer their questions as best you can, or research them together at their level, preferably with hard copy books, because they like to touch and feel. Ask them questions about their experiences and accept their answers as valid, presenting alternatives as needed. Okay, so then that's where you're kind of like starting to introduce them the idea of hypothesizing, making your natural observation and then hypothesizing about it. You might know the hypothesis is wrong, right? Like, why is the sky blue? Oh, because God painted it blue or whatever. You don't have to be like, no way, it's not because God painted it. Let me explain to you. You can say, oh, yeah, that's a really interesting idea. And let's, talk about this some more. Maybe look at these books. You can accept that their hypothesis has some validity in, possibility, whatever it is, without having to, sit there and tell them you're absolutely wrong. Science has shown we live on a globe, that kind of thing. Watch the clouds together, feel the stillness and solidity of the earth while lying on the ground. I think this is a great exercise just in general to kind of get people grounded in reality. Any age. If I had Zanuck here, I'd take him out to the field and we'd be looking at the clouds and we'd say, Zanuck, you feel any emotion? And would Zanuck lie to me? Hard to say. Number 4, use natural materials as much as possible. Oh, somebody hasn't answered that question. It was rhetorical, but if you have got an answer of whether Zanuck would lie, I totally want to hear it. Zanuck here still? No, that's good. Thanks.
Probably.
I want to talk to him. He said probably. Okay. Yeah, I totally feel the movement, Mary Mom. Don't you?
I feel it so hard right now. Something like that.
Okay, so number 5, encourage imaginative play. Number 6, begin to introduce musical instruments, starting with drum, endo recorder, or pentatonic flute, lap harp. So Waldorf is really into the pentatonic scale in introducing music, and they have tons of very cool songs. They encourage singing songs about things you're doing. When you have cleanup, you have a cleanup song. Which doing cleanup songs, that's kind of a thing that they do a lot in early education, which I love. Do you have a cleanup song at the place where you work, Karma?
I actually just always make songs for everything without having heard of this. Like when I'm getting a kid to send home, I'll be singing their name. I'd be like, if your mom is here, I'd be like, Dandelion, the coolest and greatest. Your mom is here to pick you up, and they'll power slide into the room.
Oh my goodness! I totally. You're trying to recruit me to move to Iceland so I can put my children in your school, aren't you? That's what you're doing here.
Maybe a little bit.
That sounds great. That's the kind of thing I do too. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? Encourage singing. This kind of goes with number 6 and what we just said. Learn songs using the pentatonic scale to start. So anywho, there's I have this one. This is not the songbook that I have, but I was going to recommend this one because it looks good, but I don't have it. So later I'll just take a picture of it and find it. But so did you have any other comments about that section, Karma, about 0 to 7? Is that what ages are you working with?
I usually have 6 to 10, but I also had a nephew grow up here from birth until 5, 6 years old. So that's the age I'm most comfortable with, I would say. Although I always have 11 and 12-year-olds coming back to chat.
Cool.
But yeah, on what you were saying about songs and play and stuff like that, you can use story times and jokes and play and stuff like that to explain logic as well by using examples, by just using it in the play. I often have where we're playing, you're maybe using Action Man, you can just be like, the guy is doing something. You're like, but what about this? We have to think about the logic of if he's doing this, he needs to be there, so he has to come over here first. What about the time between? And they're like, yes. Okay, and in the time doing this, and you just help them along a little bit within the game.
Absolutely. Yep. And so I think that's the important thing that people, with their own children or children, that are their relatives or friends can always be doing these things without necessarily. I mean, that's the common question we get in here, isn't it? Do you teach your children about the flat earth? It's well, yeah, whatever. I mean, we've said 100 times, that takes 5 minutes to explain when you have someone who knows how to use reason and logic. The more important thing is to have a child who is actually able to observe and make determinations about the actual world where they live and realize the difference between fantasy and reality, and that what's on their TV screen is not necessarily reality. I mean, that's just another example. Yeah, I do with my children because I don't like them being traumatized by violent images on the TV, which I try to reduce them in general, especially for the young ones. But if they happen to be there and there's some kind of silent image, I will often say to them, yeah, well, that, those, because they look shocked. They're like, if you notice, especially children that haven't been desensitized to it yet, I'm like, oh yeah, those are just actors. They're playing a part. Those people are alive and well today. They're just using props and so on, because there's no reason for them to be traumatized by events like that. What was the example you used on Ladies' Night about, do you remember the example you told us? Was that last Ladies' Night? Told us the example from school?
I think it was the one before. And are you talking about the 11-year-old who came to chat to me about NASA and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because we
use tell us that story.
Oh yeah, the thing about this, I also want to mention, we have a thing that we call teachable moments at work, where whenever you catch the kids in a conversation or talking about something, and I do this with logic and all kinds of things like that, you grab the moment to just chat with them, ask them questions, or teach them something through play. That's what we call teachable moments. And it's all about just grabbing that throughout the day. You don't have to create them, you can catch them. But yeah, the other thing was, that kid was a freaking genius. He was interested in World War II and the British royalty. And I would sneak to him small little truther stuff, beginner truther stuff that he would check out. So he started to get interested. And then when it came to NASA and stuff, I would be fairly honest, but not say too much. And then I'd be like, well, I don't believe that NASA is telling the truth because it looks pretty fake. It's very badly done. And I think they're just getting a bunch of money without doing what they say they're doing. So I think they're just what we call peningaplockare, somebody who steals money without anybody knowing. It's greedy man. It's a word. But then later on, he's like a year older, and he comes walking past when I'm in outside play, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I wanted to talk to you. I was watching the NASA thing, and the moon landing thing is definitely fake." And he was talking about how he watched a bunch of stuff, and his grandma is 6 years old, but she's been working in this pool thing for like 20, 30 years, and she said that the pool they're using isn't even deep enough for competitive use. And then he said he was watching something to do with like launch to Mars and stuff. And he was just like, "This is so fake." It was absolutely adorable. But got a little truther growing there.
That is cool. Yeah, that actually made me think of a thing that happened with my. He's 10 now, but when I joined the server, I bet he was only like 7 or 8. And yeah, Brad and Redford, tell us if we're taking too much time, because me and Karma could probably just have a tea party here and talk all day long. I think we're only on like section 1, but anyway.
Why does there need to be a time limit?
Okay, I didn't know there was.
Yeah, I'm enjoying listening to you. Like, I think it's great. Continue, please.
Okay, yeah, so I joined the server like not that long ago, and yeah, news flash for people who weren't here when I joined the server. I used to get like really agitated at the Globers. Like I kind of do now sometimes, but I used to get like way more agitated with them because I was shocked. Like when the teenagers would first come in and like be like they're not getting paid. They're just like children, 14, 15 coming in and just like defending their oppressors left and right, and getting angry if you even tried to just hint that NASA might be lying. That just like blew my mind. I was like not very happy about it. So anyway, and then my son I can't remember what, he heard something on the radio that NASA was, going to Mars, and one of their lies. I said, "Oh, Zach, this guy's, this is not accurate. This is a complete lie. NASA's definitely not doing that. There's zero objective evidence that they're doing this." And then he said to me, "Oh, I know, Mom. I hear you yelling at people in the basement about it." And I just thought it was so funny because I had no idea that he was even listening to anything that I said, and apparently he's listening to every word. So anyway.
I remember hearing you talk about them before. That is awesome.
Yeah. So now we are on, that was 0 to 7. Now we're on beginning formal training generally after age 7. Informal training never stops. Number 1, continue encouraging natural observation. Continue encouraging questioning and keep asking questions. Look into their eyes when they're answering. So that's again about keeping them grounded in reality, not getting like off into crazy fantasy land of the internet and the television, which they're going to start hearing more and more. Encourage them to choose a higher level instrument to learn. So yeah, the Waldorf at the young age starts with that pentatonic scale and kind of those easier instruments, but then, at this time they could start learning the violin or the trumpet or whatever, piano's always good. I think everybody should learn the piano because that one's right and left hand together. You have to learn to do both. Even if you choose another instrument, it's always good to have a bass.
You didn't actually drop off that fast, did you? Hold on a second. I'm
Oh,
still.
I thought that was me.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh dang. She may have
Did she just stop
Everyone
talking? Did she just stop talking, or it literally dropped out that fast? I'm like, wow, what happened? But I really enjoy listening to Dandelion. Oh my gosh, it's fantastic, man. That level of discussion is fascinating. Yeah.
Well, until she comes back, I have an example of how knowing logic can help children. If you guys want to hear that.
Sure. Let's.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, for example, I'm going to give you an example of how bad logic hurt a kid. A girl who had horrible anger issues. Turns out the reason why she had anger issues was because somebody had told her you couldn't control your anger. That's why it did. It's okay, you just couldn't control your anger. So her logic for herself was, I cannot control my emotions control me. And when she started getting help with this, someone taught her that these are your emotions. If you're not controlling them, then who is? You're the one who controls your emotions. They don't control you. And as soon as she changed this and she started using good logic for herself, she stopped having these anger issues and her social skills also improved. Because when you have bad logic and you make logical leaps, you can get easily upset, especially as a child. They'll be like, he meant to do that because of this, and and they'll explode and get angry. And they push their friends away and they isolate themselves. And the same thing can apply to good logic, where you can see when there is a disagreement within the child group, when a child has been brought up with good logic, they can actually resolve the dispute between the kids by just presenting it logically and calmly, and the other kids will be like, okay, it makes sense. They'll actually calm down, and it works even with 6-year-olds. But yeah, I think Dandelion's back, so I'm going to pass it back to her.
I'm so glad you took over. I don't even know when I cut off here. I told Redford Beer and Brad earlier, I even drove to the city and I'm sitting in the parking lot right next to Cell Tower just for you people, but I still can't stay connected. But nonetheless, thank you for taking over.
I'm just glad to have you back.
Yeah. But so I started off with the 7 after age 7. I don't know where I left off, but anyway, I was going to talk about the fallacy detective book, so I'll just go ahead with that. So yeah, another story about the same son that was secretly listening to me talking to Globers in the server. So when I first started using this book in my homeschool, because I think the ages, it's somewhere on the page, it gives the ages, and like the official ages were only for my 3 older children. So I was only like officially teaching them, but then the 2 younger ones were like sitting there the whole time, and it's very goes into naming something. They have naming each fallacy. I'm trying to give you an example here from the website, and they usually have like little cartoons, like it appeals to children and so on. And so anyway, and my children just really liked this book. Like every time they would like ask to do it, and it's something that we would do, as a group and so on. So anyway, I was going through and teaching each chapter and fallacy with the 3 older, but then the other one was sitting there just doing his own work because I thought he was too young. I think he was only like 7 or 8 at that time. But then he started like identifying them, and sometimes he was identifying them better than the older boys were. So I realized, we gotta get him in here too. And so then he started doing it. So no matter what it is, the age they say in there, you can do it younger. So same thing, like I said about just these, the stages in general are just general. It's not like you have to sit there and like wait for their birthday. And Karma says they learn fast when it's like a game, right? They're competing, and he was like showing up his 3 older brothers by getting the answer before them. Absolutely. So yeah, if you get any kind of competition in there, then that's very good. So anyway, I find that to be a really good book to use for older children. I went through the 5 points of the informal training, never the stuff, but I'm not going to repeat those again. Okay, here's the C. This is one I really wanted to mention. And I've heard Mimas, our admin, talk about this with his children before because, people will ask, how do you deal with this kind of thing with children? So I'll just read the paragraph I wrote before, how to deal with the influence of the mass formation psychosis. At this point, young people will likely be hearing false information out in the world about the globe, evolution, and other pseudoscientific ideas. You can begin to explain to them that it is possible to explore these ideas and learn these fantasy models while also recognizing that they have no basis in reality. You can also tell them that if they discuss these ideas with other people, expect an emotional response for the very reasons explained above. These ideas were implanted in them as children before their reasoning stage was able to properly incorporate them as abstractions. Use your intuition when determining what is appropriate to discuss here, depending on your relationship with the child and their life situation. So yeah, basically what they've done there, by implanting, let's just talk about the globe in particular, because there's many other pseudoscientific ideas out there, of course. The globe in particular, by implanting that as a solid object, the globe in the classroom, the globe on every cartoon, the globe on the Weekly World News or whatever, the globe. They're like implanting that as a solid object, as if it's real at that concrete stage when the child is, learning from actually exploring their environment. So even though they've never experienced a globe, never experienced rotation and so on, we get them in here as adults, and they are like not capable of even thinking that it's possible that the globe doesn't really exist, even though they've never actually seen it, right? They've only seen images of it. Even when you point out, NASA explaining how
Did she drop out again?
Oh my gosh, did I drop out?
Oh, you're back.
I can
You're still here.
Okay. Oh yeah. So speaking of that, Detective One Shot, he did send me a message DM there, even though we're in the middle of presentation. Detective One Shot, I did want to say, and since it applies to what we're talking about right now, his question is, can we go to space and see if it's flat? So the answer to that, Detective One Shot, and hopefully you'll stick around for after the presentation because I see you don't have any roles. Or if you want to jump up to the VC check-in and get a role so you can talk to us later, that'd be cool. But yeah, we can't go up to the fantasy medium of outer space as it is portrayed because Vrace did point this out earlier in his presentation of why the entire, concept of having gas pressure without a container is fallacious reasoning. But yeah, it's impossible for that medium to exist. We can't have a vacuum uncontained next to the atmosphere of outer space. And on NASA.gov website, they come right out and tell you that they've created the globe image for you on a computer on the ground. There's no images from space, Detective One Shot. And Mr. Robert Simon will tell you that right on his own NASA.gov website. All right.
What's wrong with just going outside to see if it's flat? Why do you have to go to a special place?
Great question, Indio.
Did I come in clear?
Oh, I heard you.
Like, why do we have to go to a special place? It's silly.
NASA does claim that one photo is real.
Yeah, Apollo 17. We could go into why that's all the inconsistencies of that if we want to later.
Yeah, just to clarify, they do claim one as an actual legit image. Anyway, we know that's bullshit too.
Yeah, memes Apollo 17, that pretty much explains one argument, but there's probably like 75 more, along with, it being completely impossible to start with.
Looks like a painting to me.
This particular image is obviously a drawing from the book The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Earth is Not a Spinning Globe by Edward Hendry. It is a diagram showing you why the Apollo 17 image is impossible to have been taken at the time and in the way that they claimed. There's an entire chapter on it if anyone's interested. The book is free on the internet. Okay, so here's the next book I recommend, Harry Stoutemeyer's Discovery, Philosophy for Children, number 5. That's just another resource if you have children, or you can, if you don't have children yet, you can always bookmark it and save it onto a playlist for when you have children. Never too late to start. I think I was pregnant with my first child when I started researching whether I was going to homeschool. They had charter schools in Michigan. I started meeting with this group that wanted to open a charter school. Never too early, never too early. Anyway, Karma, did you have anything to say about the age 7 and up stage?
Well, I did have one comment on the mass psychosis and the globe inundated everywhere, I've seen a presentation on how that just your general attitude, body language and things and opinions of the parents can affect the children subconsciously. Mm-hmm. And I've seen examples of that in real life. For instance, a child came to me and showed me a drawing he made that was Donald Trump. Instead of Trump, it's the word for fart in Icelandic. And I'm like, why is he Donald Fart? And he's like, because he sucks. He's a bad man. And I'm like, why is he bad? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, why do you think he's bad? And he's like, my dad doesn't like him. And he's like, has he said something about him? And he's like, it's mostly just even if your body language and the way if you treat the globe like it's a bit of a joke or it's funny, or if you treat it like it's just a religion that some people believe in, just like with the kids that are smart and figure out, okay, Santa Claus obviously isn't real or whatever, then you tell those kids off and like, let's not ruin it for the other kids because they want to believe in it and they're having fun with their little fantasy. They want to believe in this stuff. And I remember being told that as a kid and being like, okay, I'm not going to ruin it for the other kids though. And you can do kind of the same with like, it's people just believe in this, kind of like some people believe in this religion or that religion, and approach it that way. I don't know. I just want to comment on that.
That is an excellent point, Karma. Yeah, you absolutely, it does not have to be a crisis for the child. It doesn't have to be like, and you now must go, and you must each day wear a shirt that's to school that says the earth is flat. You must fight with everyone all day long. No, that's not what it needs to be at all. And it isn't that way. I mean, I've experienced the same thing. Like my youngest one, I was wondering, like, has he ever, because I never presented the globe to him as reality, whereas these other ones, some of them were at a school, earlier where they got that presented to them and so on, my older ones. But my youngest one, I'm like, I wonder what he thinks about that. And then one day I was actually making, I was either working on the Flat Earth Wiki or a video or something. I think I was working on a video. And my youngest one came up and pointed at the globe image. He's like, what's that? I think he was 5 or 6. And I was kind of happy that he said, what's that? Like he's never seen one before. I'm like, I guess I've done my job well. And so the first time he saw it was, me making a Flat Earth video. But anyway, I just said like a simple thing, like, that's just, it's a, people say this is where we live. That's an image of the globe where people say we live. But actually, we don't. They just made that up, and he's just like, okay. And then he just went on playing, they're not like, they don't need to have an existential crisis about it because they don't really care. Like you said, if your emotion level is not high about it, like they don't really care that much about it. It's these adult children, little hissy fit tantrum throwers here that have, staked their whole life on the globe apparently, and spent all that time memorizing the Klingon dictionary that are worried about it. I love this one that Drace put up here. I don't think I've heard of that one before, and it goes along with our friend Sisyphus rolling my boulders, Sisyphean fallacy, where a proponent of a position says someone can refute or confirm a position if they are able to complete an impossible task. That is good. That's based on the question that our friend asked about if we can go up into space. Grace?
Yeah. When they say they can prove the globe by either you or them going up into space and looking at it as a globe, they're using the Sisyphean fallacy.
I love that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and then I found a link to Hendry's book. So if anyone's interested in seeing, all the inconsistencies, even in the images that they claim to be true, beyond the ones that Robert Simon admits are CGI, you can read that entire book. And it has a lot of other good stuff in it, too. Okay. Oh, there's a few sources I wanted to give for like high school or college level, like an advanced high school student could do these, especially if you've been like training them up the whole time. This first one is from Carnegie Mellon University. It's a free logic course. This next one's the Lumen Learning course that Drace found, which I haven't actually looked at that a ton, but I know Drace uses it, so it must be good. And this other one's a book that my high school sons use, and I have some lesson plans based on this book if anybody's interested in it. Static logic. So anyway, those are those three resources, and that's pretty much all I had to say, unless anybody, I don't know, Karma, if you have anything else to say, or if anybody has any questions.
I think that's good, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize again, just ending the way I started was it's never too late, to retrain your brain. Like, actually, I mean, even this logical fallacy book, like, I go through that with my children, and, I learn stuff from it because even stuff written at a child's level, you can learn things by teaching it to other people, obviously. And then, you can, it's not too late for any of us. So I just wanted to, even though this is focused on, like, how to reach children, it can apply to all of us. And Drace says the same thing. Yep, every time you go over it, you learn more. Absolutely.
And even if you don't have kids, it's good resources because sometimes you really do have to explain it at a child's level, whether it's a language barrier or an intellectual problem. But it can be helpful with globers as well.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for me or Karma?
Well, like one of the things about the you're talking about the adult kids, it takes more patience because when they're children, you still have to have patience, but when these adults, they have more tantrum. You have to have that patience to sink that information in.
I think that's a great point to make. Yeah, it takes more patience, especially dealing with adults in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server than it does myself dealing with 6 children, or when I used to teach in the public schools, dealing with 30 children. Even substituting 30 children in like one of the worst schools I've ever taught in was easier than dealing with adults, even one of these fantasy globe believers in the half the time the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. They're just so stubborn and recalcitrant. They refuse to think logically. They refuse to put aside the premise of the globe. It is because of what we just said. They're stunted at the time of their development when they should have been learning about the real world. And some, I mean, I'm not saying like, it's not like education. They just like prop up their eyeballs with toothpicks like in Clockwork Orange and force them to look at globe pictures all day long. I mean, some, there's experiences obviously you have in just even your typical school where you're dealing with reality. Certain subjects lend themselves to it more than others, like certain aspects of biology and chemistry and so on, but it's just overtaken. I really do think it's partly this generation where the internet and the television have just overtaken their brains to the point where it's like you're literally, reaching through the matrix, talking to someone that's plugged into a completely different reality and, trying to actually, deprogram them to convince them to go back to the reality where they actually live and are breathing, walking around and eating, but their brains are somewhere else, disconnected, and that takes even more patience. And the thing I've learned here on the Discord is it also takes sometimes recognizing, this person and I never want to say they're hopeless. Actually, I do sometimes say that and then I feel bad afterwards. But at this stage in their development, some people are just not ready. And maybe it's because of that, some people don't want to revisit their childhood, right? And so if that globe was implanted there in childhood, some people are like, nope, not going back there. So there's a lot of psychological things going on there that we have to deal with that you don't have to deal with if you're talking to a child who hasn't been as badly indoctrinated or contaminated with this stuff, for sure. I agree, Karma. Yep. Karma says she has endless patience for children, but when a grown-up is being a deceptive sophist, even I don't want to deal with them sometimes, absolutely, because they won't listen to you. So what's the point of spending the time with them when they don't need.
Yeah, the kids at least listen. They have the sense to listen, or if not, it's easy to get their attention.
Dandelion, can I just say something that I've said to other people in the survey before? And that's these children are taught things at the age of roughly 5 years old, and it's kind of a 1 or 2 year period in which they get taught this information about the globe. But then it's not challenged at 10, it's not challenged at 15, it's probably not even challenged at 20. So you're looking at maybe 25 before they start reflecting on whether or not the globe is real. So you've got 20 years of indoctrination there to deal with, essentially. And that's a long time.
Yeah,
I
for
don't think
sure.
it's until you're out of school or out of college or out of university or out of study that you can actually reflect back as an adult and re-examine your life and as someone who's more mature.
Yeah, that's why I think, I don't know what the answer is, because it's not like people are coming to this gaming server and saying, yes, can you please go back and retrain my brain and re-educate me? No, they're not. So, we just can do what we can and present the information, and some people are ready to hear it, some people aren't, but, we can give them different resources and hope that maybe, even if they're not going to thoroughly get it, completely understand this globe model has zero basis in objective reality and is not scientific, or mathematical in any way, even if they just start to even question that, or question the moon landings, or question just, stories that they're told, I mean, at least that's a start. So we aren't necessarily going to bring everyone to completion, that's here. Helio also suggested this logic lessons with Mr. Spock, which I haven't actually watched, but I know other people have recommended this in the server, so I just thought I'd put that up there. Apparently it's good. I haven't actually watched it. Okay, so are we ready for India, or what are we doing?
Yeah, does anybody? I guess nobody has any other questions. Thank you for presenting. That was very informative. I enjoyed listening to that.
Bravo.
Thanks for having us.
It was almost like a 2-for-1 special. It was like a presentation on logical fallacies, and then we got like a grinds my gears type of rant. I love those rants. So yeah, it was like a 2-for-1. I appreciate that.
Did I rant? No, I don't even remember ranting. It just comes naturally. I probably did.
It was a 3-for-1 with ladies' night included.
There you go. Do you want me to start ranting about ladies' night? Yeah, if India's not here, I could rant about something else for a while.
Let's see if India's around.
I'm here. Give me a second. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I wasn't sure how you were going to tile that in, Dandelion. And then when I saw the what was that, a PDF or that wiki link thing that you had sent in the chat, and when I read it, I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. So that was very enjoyable to listen to. But yeah, if you want to add anything else till India's ready.
Oh, I do have a question for Dandelion.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering what you would say to teachers or educators regarding flat Earth and looking into it. Because I'm sure we have those people listening as well.
Yeah, see, that is a very good question, Cyberblitz. Thank you for asking that. Because when I first realized, and I will go into this story in detail on my podcast with Crypto and Crowd. I can't even remember the name of that podcast anymore because they stopped doing it. But, it was called Why Would They Lie? I don't remember. Anyway, regardless, I explained how I got into Flat Earth. It's because I was writing a term paper to get my master's in science education to tell students why they were wrong when they said the earth was flat. If they heard that on Twitter with their favorite rapper, I was going to explain to them why they were wrong, because that was our assignment, is to explain them.
Well, sometimes.
So,
no, continue. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. So anyway, but then when I started researching it, and I realized, oh my goodness, I can't, I did write the paper and I kind of presented both sides of the issue, but I realized there is not a lot of good answers to some of these questions these flat earthers are raising. And at that time in 2016, I didn't, in no place on the internet did I find the 8 inches per mile square predicted curvature, any mathematical measurements and so on. Once I found that, later on, it was game over for me, but it started to make me agitated. How am I ethically going to keep teaching this if I can't back this up? But then and then even after I was certain, after I saw the mathematics that prove it conclusively beyond beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this curvature is not measured or observed anywhere, I was like, oh, can I keep teaching earth science? They assigned an earth science class to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to teach this? But then I found that it's just kind of like how I explained about teaching to your own children. It's I have not even one time lied to a student about any of this. And it's not an issue. And it's basically the things actually, to the contrary, I found I've gotten way better at my job because I am hammering home the scientific method, hammering home examining sources, hammering home, oh, you might find that on the internet here, but look over here where it completely contradicts what it says there. So what do you think the real story is? I mean, it's made me a way better teacher without one time ever using the phrase flat. So my advice would be, if you start to realize it, don't get anxious about it or think you have to quit your job because you probably have to feed your family and all that. And that goes for anyone who has a job that's, where you think it's going to be a problem. You don't have to go to work and, start, like I said, about the children, you have to go wear a flat earth t-shirt to work. That's, some people do that, and people have different paths. But to me, it's way more important to just to get people grounded, thinking logically, thinking in reality, than to get involved in phrases and ideas that are controversial, that are going to make people emotionally triggered, to where you're not actually going to make any progress with them and so on. So I don't know if that was your question, was what should they do? I mean, I would say just, keep doing what you're doing, but become the best you could possibly be at it, so that, there's no room for anyone to be questioning you, basically. I mean, isn't that what we do here?
Yeah, and just to touch on that, I think what Dandelion said is really key. Especially when you're still in the learning, or you think you're in a research phase and you're still gathering information.
Right, because not everyone is ready to tackle this topic in public, as we've seen, and that's why this place is a great training ground. And then you'll find, that you can't, in India, whenever you're ready, you can cut in. We're just killing time till you're ready. But you can find that, you can introduce, oh, is he roboting?
Yeah, was that India?
Okay.
Am
I think you were, I don't know, maybe try disconnecting and
Oh yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, what I found is you introduce, and I know a lot of people do this, you see what level of truth the person you're talking to is ready for. So you don't have to go right to the juggler, right, with flat earth. I mean, you can if you want to, if you're with it, and you are into that kind of thing. But like I did with my homeschool group, I've told this story before, I'll just tell it briefly. They were going to make outer space the science topic for the entire year. Our homeschool co-op, where, you can go once a week, and cooperative, each parent teaches a different class and so on. So I wrote them a 2-page essay using my credentials, my degrees, and so on about how it was impossible for outer space to exist in the way claimed. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Here's this physicist, that physicist, the other physicist that questions these theories such as dark matter and so on. Never once did I mention the words flat earth anywhere in there, but I, just explained to them why they were going to be misinforming children, as well as they were supposedly Christians, so that were going to also be contradicting what they were telling their children and telling them to read the Bible and so on. And, never mentioned flat earth once, but said, if you guys choose to do this, I'll have to withdraw my children and we ethically won't be able to participate in, in spreading this misinformation about the astrophysicist fairy tale. And then I got no response, no substantive response at all. Like, I wasn't even that nervous about writing it because I'm just like, even though these are the ladies, I go to dinner with and so on. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. But like, I know if you got your facts, if you kill them with the facts, right? Like, Carmen, you were talking about killing them with politeness, be polite. List the irrefutable facts, and most people are just, that's what I find in the world. I don't know what other people find. It's like they're just kind of like, they don't have an answer. We know they have no answer. They've never researched it. They don't really know what you're talking about. And so they will just avoid it. That's my experience. And then you can feel like you are moving through the world in truth and continue on with your life and don't participate in the lies if you can avoid them. Or if you have to, like I said, explain to your children that that's what we're doing to humor these people, just like Karma said about Santa Claus. You don't want to necessarily make other people's children have information that's going to get them into hot water if those children are not ready for it or if they're going to have an emotional breakdown and so on. Yeah, you're way better, Indio.
Okay. Well, I want to say something about what you said.
Oh, goody.
I personally, I have no problem with teaching somebody the globe model, as long as you emphasize that it's just a model. So there's actually historical precedent for this, because when Copernicus and Kepler came up with their heliocentric model, the Ptolemaic model was taught side by side with it for something like 200 years. They didn't just say, oh, we're just going to abandon this. They just said this model might be right, that model might be right. In fact, they would teach Tycho Brahe's model, which is where I think that one's where the moon and the sun, I think it's the sun and the moon orbit the earth, but the planets orbit the sun, something like that. So that's an even weirder one. But as long as you tell them this isn't a physical reality, it's just a mathematical model to make predictions of this, that, or the other thing, and it doesn't mean anything real. We have lots of models that do that. So I don't know why people are surprised when we globe earthers come in here and they're somehow surprised when we tell them it's just a model and it's not reality, and we do this all the time. They seem stunned. No, this is well known. Things aren't really in two places at once. They have no problem. Quantum physics does it, but when it comes to the shape of the earth, all of a sudden, no, it really is. No, it's really a globe. Go to space. You'll see. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that.
Yes, I like that. Thank you. I appreciate that, definitely. You don't need to be afraid of models. We can examine them and then discard them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even if it works in one particular circumstance, just use it for that particular circumstance. Usually you're doing it for some utility. Do what works. There's nothing wrong with that. That otherwise you're just as religious as they are, right? You're just because you guys are saying this is the reality, I refuse to use this globe model, even though it works in this situation. That's just being religious too. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, whatever. So should I go?
Yeah, man, you might as well shouldn't even pause. Keep going, man.
Yeah, so this is a short and sweet. I got this idea well, I'll go back. So Matthew Learns was in our live stream, right? And he was talking about a mathematical proof, and there was some over it.
Did he cut out for
Anyway,
anybody?
yeah, I cut out for a second. Sorry. So there was an argument about it, and what Matthew Lawrence said that you can prove that there's an infinite number of primes using a proof by contradiction. Now this kind of like bothered me because I'm not too hip on infinity, and I realized that this is all actually. And he even cited this goes back to like Euclid. Euclid was the first person to ever use what's called the proof by contradiction. But so the proof is this, that if you have a finite set of primes, whatever that is, right? Say the first 10,000 prime numbers, if you multiply them all together and add 1, that will also be a prime number. But that prime number won't be in that finite set that you started with. That means that for any finite set you have of prime numbers, there'll always be a prime number that's not in that set that you can create with that set. So this is a proof by contradiction because there's always there's no definite finite set, then there must be an infinite set. This is actually wrong because, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say why. Because two logical fallacies. The number one logical fallacy is it's a false dichotomy. Even though we use the word infinite and finite as if they are opposite things, they actually are not. And the reason they are not is because, what's the word for it? Is because it's a false equivalence, right? They're actually not equivalent things. A finite thing is an object, where infinity is an operation or an action, right? One is a noun, the other is a verb. So notice in this proof by contradiction, right? You have to do an operation. You have to multiply primes and then add 1. That's actually doing something. Now you can do that action forever, but that doesn't mean like the result of that action is infinite too, right? So it's also a non sequitur fallacy on top of it. But the point of all this is, we have a lot of traditions where people say things are proven, right? And they'll use, I would call this a false proof. And I would say, don't have any sacred cows. Don't, just because someone said, yes, this was proven by so-and-so 10,000 years ago, and it sounds good on the surface, don't be afraid to examine it and poke at it to see if actually it might contain some sort of logical fallacy. So, sure, Matthew Lawrence is probably like spinning right now, spiraling that I actually said a mathematical proof was not a mathematical proof, but he'll get over it. Anyway, that was pretty much it. But this also does go to something with flat Earth when they say things like, where's the edge, right? Well, if I walk in a straight line forever, there's got to be an edge, right? This assumes that, but this is the same false dichotomy, finite versus infinite. And there's something called Zeno's paradoxes, and he proved 2,000 years ago that you can't prove with logic whether we are in an unbounded or bounded universe, because you can do this mathematical operation where, right, and I'll give you the example he used, it's Achilles and the tortoise. Well, that was one. I'll give you a more modern type example. Say you have a wall, right, that's 10 feet away. Now, I can walk 5 feet, cut half the distance, and approach the wall. And mathematically, I can keep doing this, right? And then I can go half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance. And I'm approaching this wall. Mathematically, even though I'm getting closer, I'm actually never going to reach the wall. But we know from experience that we actually can walk 10 feet and touch a wall, right? We can prove that there is a boundary by going to touch it. But mathematically and logically, we can't prove it. So when they say things like there's an edge, there must be an edge, especially when they say there must be an edge, I just ask them to prove it. And their response is, well, what else would it be? Which is not actually a response, right? It's like, this is the only thing I can think of. This is what I grew up with, so it must be this. So like I said, the point of this is, don't assume that there's any sacred cows just because we grew up with these like in our childhood, and they've been told to us by our teachers that X, Y, and Z has been proven. You know, they relied on this proof 1,000 years ago. That's not necessarily true. Re-examine what you've been told, and you will all be better off for it. That's it, Finny.
I got a question for you, Indio. Since you got a pretty short presentation, I wanna bounce a question off of you.
All right.
What do you think the number one fallacy that a flat earther commits? That we don't call each other out on.
You think about that for a second.
All right, go ahead. While he's thinking about that, does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments, or anything?
I would like to answer that question real quick, and I would say the fallacy, because I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but there's a lot of flat earthers that in the heat of the moment do make non sequitur statements.
Yeah.
And like you said in your presentation, non sequiturs are very common. They're not like some weird thing. They're very common that people just jump to. It really non sequiturs are jumping to conclusions without evidence and without a logical step in the middle. And everyone does this. I'm sure I do it. So I'd say probably that is the most prevalent. But the fallacy, that's probably a cancer too. Thinking just because somebody can't prove something that it's disproven. That's not how it works. It just means they can't prove it. Disproving something is actually pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Like the primes, like that's a good example of they tried to disprove that there's a finite number of primes, right? Or disprove that there's an infinite number of primes, and in order to do that, they do these, weird contortions, and what they end up skipping over, they have to make an assumption, a non sequitur in there, that finite and infinite are opposite things when they're actually not. I can actually take a finite thing and have it, but there's no infinite thing I can possess, and I can only talk about it by doing an operation that I can actually never complete. Basically, it's imagination versus reality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I have another one that we are sometimes guilty of, and that's the red herring, because we allow them to drag us into the weeds, or we drag them off into the weeds ourselves instead of letting them concede the point.
Yeah, I agree. That's something we can all work on more. Is making them especially when they jump from one topic to another, making them concede one point before they move on, because that's what they do when they get uncomfortable, is jump on to another one.
Can I input here?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Awesome show. I had some audio issues, so I've been listening the entire time because this is an amazing presentation that everyone's given. Jace, that was awesome. Karma and Mary Mom. I hear Redford over there too. And is Norman hosting it? Is it Norman? Is that his name? And then
Norman? No, man, this is Brad.
That should be your next name. I like Norman for you, Ghost. I think that'd be good for your next name.
Well, my bad. Everybody involved. This is awesome. This really makes my day. I would say that Flat Earthers affirm the consequent and in an attempt to answer a question after the burden of proof has been reversed. So they'll try to come up with a reason as to why something happens in the sky, and sometimes it falls into an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Okay, Elijah, I got a question for you, man. I tried to when we were planning the show and we were coming up with the presenters, I tried to get a hold of you, but I couldn't. So I'm actually glad I got your attention for a second. I have a question for you. So I had it on the tip of my tongue and now I don't. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, man. It's gonna come to me. Somebody start playing elevator music for me.
No problem. I'm here. Whenever it comes back to you, I'll be on the side.
Yeah, somebody else take over for a second. I'm gonna try to think of this. I had it, and then it just went away.
Yeah, I was just going to say in regards to what India said earlier about, not, about recognizing the premises that we are accepting as true or that someone verified them at some point. I think, there's this other extreme where people come in here often when they're the straw man fallacy, I guess. I mean, isn't that, what was the question? Is it what's the most common or favorite? I can't remember, but straw man is like, don't we see have straw men in here all day long? It's like, in one of the straw man fallacies that they come in here is like, oh, so you guys don't believe anything unless you've seen it yourself, or you guys throw out everything. Nothing is true. Nothing is real. And that's just like so far from the truth, because I feel like what we're doing is the opposite. We are starting from scratch, but we are building up, kind of a body of knowledge here with the info channels we have down here, with the work we do here every day, with the YouTube streams, with this Flat Earth Wiki we're working on, where, no, we're coming up with some information here that, is highly verifiable. Like, you could run out to California and go look at those oil rigs if you want, if you care enough. You can come over and look at the Chicago skyline. You can do all these things. Here's a body of knowledge that we are compiling here that you can verify, that is verifiable. Whether you choose to have the energy to actually go do it or not is up to you. But that is probably my least favorite straw man fallacy is that coming in here and saying that nothing can be known, then you guys are throwing out everything, which is not true at all. What was the question Ghost asked that we're answering?
No, earlier I asked.
Earthers use most.
Yeah,
What?
He asked, you're answering the question before that. Last question was, what fallacy do you think flat earthers use most? But you made me think of missing the point, because that's a really, really common fallacy, or not conceding your error and not addressing the argument being made, but rather, like you said, with a straw man or something else, go off into something else. If you want to answer the question, that's cool.
Elijah, man, I got you. So, okay. So based off of the fallacies that you know of and that, you can basically retain, what's the hardest logical fallacy for you to hear, like, in real time? Elijah, go ahead.
I'm sure it happens all the time, because I'll hear something that sounds off or not logically consistent, but I won't have the proper term for it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. So
I know how you feel, man.
A trick for me when that happens is finding an example that works, that uses the same logic, that's really absurd. That can often, and like, you just condense it a little bit, and then that often helps you identify it.
I think I might have one, because I was just questioning what fallacy it was, and I think I've identified it. So this guy, people will go, you're welcome. People will go, so this black swan, how was this scientifically proven or scientifically validated? I don't know how to answer it, because the first thing, the first feeling you have is to tell them, well, it's not a scientific experiment that I'm doing, but they'll insist that that you can't scientifically validate something that was never supposed to be scientifically, that was never put forth as a scientific inquiry. So I think that would be a category error on their part, you know. And a category error is pretty much when something is said that's odd that doesn't necessarily go together, necessarily make sense. Like good old Google.
So yeah, before you come back, I don't know if all you said that CJ made a lot of Chelsea's category while we were all speaking here. So yes, about that at the beginning. So now we have one. Thanks, CJ.
It's
We put some of the stuff we've shared today. We could put in there. And more so maybe this presentation if Helio or Roger have it, put that in there. I don't know. Are you guys gonna make this as a separate thing? Trade or
We have the room, Craig. We're going to try and get a file, and then I'm not really sure what happens after that. I'll have to touch base with him and maybe create somewhere where we can post these, or I can even just get it and start like a YouTube or something and just upload them. Whatever's the easiest.
was a little answering because I thought he was in the elevator. I didn't know if he's in the elevator.
Maybe not yet. Oh yeah, where's Krishna?
Has anybody already posted videos for children to learn logic and critical thinking? To find some to who's 9 years old.
Yeah, she posted a lot of books and videos. Like the whole.
Are they just?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all those links that I posted and I'll put them down in the Logical Fallacy channel so they're all in one place. So you don't have to like go searching through.
That would be awesome.
Starts at from 36.
I actually don't think, the only videos I posted were the ones videos series that I don't actually have a lot of actual videos. It would be a good thing to have. I don't know if that even exists. That's the question.
I just on YouTube. I'm listening to you guys, and so I was like, I have my kids this weekend, and so I was like, trying to get them off the video games for a little bit and watch something educational. So there's a video I haven't watched it, how to teach logic and homeschool and critical thinking resources for second grade. I was just like, popped up.
I'd love to watch it.
Yeah, I typed in teach children how to think logically. But yeah, I can share that.
Yes, if the Fallacy Detective book is very Christian heavy. I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it is. And that's the thing I also wanted to say about resources in general. Like, I think there might even be something about, about those. And I remember, like, a lot of times just those things are examples I don't want to use. I just don't use them. Definitely not very Christian heavy. They might have something. I really don't think they do. I think it's a killer. Book, I'm pretty sure. We should just have a resources, for homeschooling, which I don't know if we have that or not, because I just found, because geography books are iffy, like, I just got a good one in my first grade, and it just has flat maps, doesn't even mention, some of them, like, in English books, they'll say, like, we live on a globe, and then every other page is flat maps, I just, like, rip out page one of the some you guys don't like that, I guess, like, I about page 1. It's like, they've seen that. I've told them before. It's like, that's what they say. It's not really true. So I just rip it out, and then we just start on page 2. That's pretty much almost every book, is they just, they don't actually go, as we know, they don't teach anyone the globe model. Nobody here knows the globe model because it doesn't work.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark of the show. Out of the almost 50 people that are in here, does anybody have anything that they want to say before I ask these guys to make any closing statements or anything like that?
How to get away from the straw man fallacies, like they say, because sometimes we do waste a lot of energy on the straw man they bring up, because it's all based on assumptions, logical, that they brought up.
And begging the question. We tend to beg the question with them a lot, and it's better to not do that and nip it in the bud. So yeah, straw man and begging the question, nip those right away.
Yeah, I would say that the best course of the most correct course of action when logical fallacy is committed is not to speak as if it didn't happen. Because once you go down that road, you're kind of continuing off of a faulty premise in the first place. So in any instance, it would be a waste of time to even allow it to continue. Unless you're just having fun, or unless you're trying to demonstrate to someone how deep in fallacious reasoning someone could go. When someone is trying to learn what your position is, it's fully within your right to tell them that's not my position. And if they begin to become assertive and tell you that it is your position, you can just disengage with that person. So if it's not really about a crowd, or it's not really winning a debate, respectfully, if someone's coming to you for answers about what you think, they should, if it's genuine, they'll just allow you to tell them what you think and where you've gotten the information and what examples you can give or that you've come across and things that you've done on your own to validate whatever it is that you've said. So if that's not happening, you don't have to do it.
The fallacy that usually follows begging the question or straw man, that usually comes right after that, which you don't want to fall into either, is the burden of proof reversal. So you don't want to fall into that either. So when you call them on one, and they'll be like, if they want to know what you think, and then they'll say, oh, well, how would you? So you also can't fall into that trap of reversing the burden. Because that was something when I tried to talk to my girlfriend about these topics, she would often be like, well, what's your, and you can't. She was like, you can't question it if you don't have like the answer to. She wanted the replacement or whatever, and I was trying to explain to her the burden of proof reversal, and she wasn't quite getting it. But those three are the most, I think, common. So they'll straw man or beg the question, and then right after that, they'll reverse the burden.
Yeah, with the straw man, for instance, it's just important to let them know that that's not what you're saying or how you're presenting it, and then restating your case. You can see this really well done if you look at Kathy Newman's interview with Jordan Peterson, Mr. Make Your Bed.
So what you're saying is?
Yeah. So what you're saying is no, that's not what I'm saying. I said this. This is what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Every time someone says that, it's 100% straw man coming, 100%, because they're about to rephrase your words for you.
I absolutely love that video of Jordan Peterson and that woman and how she was doing it over and over and over. So what you're saying is, and he would not allow her to do that in straw man him. No, that's a great video. I also seen a video. It was pretty cool about logical fallacies where they used Joe Rogan as an example, and then they analyzed one of his interviews and then highlighted how many times logical fallacies were used, and I thought that was pretty pretty neat.
Yeah, you're jumping around topics right now.
Clean up your. Can I say something one really quick? Just before we get too far away from it, based on what Lai just said, I just want to say that, yeah, if you ignore bad behavior, you're also encouraging it. So if you don't address the fact that they made a fallacy, you're just encouraging them to be more fallacious because they get away with it.
Are we ending the show or what?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, man.
I'd like to just make one little statement. Thank you, Drace, for doing this and everybody for putting this together. I'd just like to say something real quick and concisely. It doesn't matter the content of the conversation. If it is illogical, then it fails all tests.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what? Because I was just thinking when Roger put in here, don't forget Globers like their ad homs. I think when you asked, what is the reason why this is important, it's probably something we should have started with, but let's end with it. It's because we are encouraging everyone to look at the content of the argument. And the reason why Globers tend to use this fallacious reasoning is because it's all they have. They don't have content. As we know, they have no evidence. They have no proof of curvature or rotation. They can't show us gas pressure without a container. So that's why they rely on these fallacious reasonings, because that's supposed to distract people from the point. And it works in many contexts. That's why in many contexts it does work. That's why here in this server, we try to force people to stick to the content of the argument. So like when Roger mentions the ad homs, that is, and people misunderstand that one all the time as if that's just name calling. No, that's when you claim that, oh, they're just a bunch of flat earthers. Why should I listen to people on the internet? It's like, yeah, why should you listen to people on the internet? You shouldn't. You should look at the content of the argument, examine it on its premises, and see if it makes logical sense or not, which is everyone wants to do everything else except for that main thing.
I love that you mentioned that because I was really close to being guilty of ad homs earlier today talking to Senek, because I would end after my arguments when he ignored my arguments and my next argument would devastate his previous one. I would end my argument by insulting him. And that's not, that's just rude. That's not fallacious. I'm not substituting my argument with an insult. Which is what an ad hom is. It's a diversion from the arguments with an insult.
I think we're guilty of
Yeah,
that.
but Zanuck is a special because what he's done so many times to me and others is he'll reposition the conversation at every point. Like you can, make yourself clear, but he'll reposition it and he'll try to move forward 3-4 steps. And it would be hard to undo that. And then when you begin to undo it and point out what he's done, he'll just say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about, and he'll stop you from bringing clarity to the conversation. When all he's doing is strawmanning your position, really, and then trying to work from that. Or he'll be talking about something that is correct or accurate, but it'll be a non sequitur or red herring to the actual point.
Yeah, I find that really annoying because it's not addressing what was said before. It's just proclaiming your right by talking about something unrelated.
Yeah,
I mean, talking how. Sorry. Sorry, go
No,
ahead,
that's okay.
please,
Keep
Mary.
going. Oh, it's just a little thing. I was just gonna say, part 2 of this presentation could be a live demo with Zanuck, where he just speaks, and then we each just like in the voice text see how quickly we can identify all the fallacies.
I was actually wondering. I don't really know who he is. Could he come in and we could do that? Actually, that's pretty funny. I was
It would be fun. We could, yeah. You could do it with a lot of people, right? That's what we got to start practicing on. What were you going to say, Elijah?
Just that the light bending, light rays bending, always in the context that they're talking about is really begging the question, because it's a theoretical model about how light rays bend around the globe at a specific rate. That's all it is. But in reality, refraction, nothing. We don't have a phenomena that we can identify and validate that those presuppositions. Because if you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight line? Yeah, it does. An example someone gave, it was a pretty uh, it was pretty ridiculous to get the point across, but he's basically saying we know that light's not bending because I have this piece of paper in front of my face and you can't see my face because the light is not bending around this paper to meet your eye. And so the bottom line is, when something is in front of you, the light is making its way from that thing to you. That's at least how it's described. So that being said, the only way to describe light bending from a source to your eye is in the model that they've used to explain why why everything that we think we're not supposed to see on the globe can be seen on a globe. So I don't know.
All right, so we're pretty much going to end the show from there. Do you guys want a part 2 coming up in the next few weeks, next month or so?
Yeah, with more examples, like some video examples.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Or not video, but audio, of an interview and point out the fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
The common ones.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out for sure.
Dre says no.
Grace wants a break. He just wants to be an audience member next time. Don't make him overachieve again. He's an
I don't
overachiever.
mind doing more work, but I was talking about Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's not okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he was answering the "Do you want a part 2" too, because it came in there right after he said that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's involved. Red for Bear, Dandelion, Dre, Cindy-O. Appreciate you guys. Karma, thanks for making a cameo. Same to you, Elijah, for making a cameo. And thanks for everybody coming out and listening. It was a good time. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, Flatty.
What up? What up?
In the house.
Oh, it's like 1 o'clock. You already go to bed. Good to see you all again.
Yeah, good to see you, dude. Pop back soon.
Yeah, we'll do.
Dang it.
Hello.
They're not doing as they're told, Helio. Move them.
No, no, I want them to move themselves to the live stream. I mean, if you guys just want to talk not on the live stream, that's fine. I mean, not a big deal to me. When I just played a video, I can play another video or audio. It's not video, but audio.
We were doing a secret operation.
We were messing with Chepper. He came back and was acting silly, so we were just bouncing him around.
Well, like I said, I was just letting you know. At the end of the last audio that I was playing, that one's over. I can play another one if you guys want to bounce around with whoever in the FE Beginners VC. Do that, and I'll play another video. Not a big deal to me. But if you want to have a conversation and do what we do, then get in the live stream. This is where the action happens.
Unfortunately, Chepper had to go to bed because he's upside down spinning monkey water ball head.
Well, fortunately for me, I didn't hear a word he said. But apparently, you guys had an issue with that. And yeah, I've known Chepper for a few years now, so no,
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter to me. I mean, he's just one of the people in it. Right? He's in my mind, he's a flip flopper. From what I've seen so far.
he was just kind of joshing, I think.
Yeah.
But when you say things deadpan and flat, a lot of people don't pick up on sarcasm, like the humor, especially Americans.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I think Americans are the most sarcastic fuckers in the world.
Yeah, but you make it too obvious.
That's funny, Luggers, man. That's funny.
Like, we're snidey with it, do you know what I mean, when we do it?
That's hilarious. Yeah, but I use sarcasm a lot.
There was another Aussie came in making little snide remarks. I was basically the only one that picked up on it. I think Flatty, an old dude, may have. But Wrecked Gamer.
Yeah, I sniffed it.
Yeah, Wrecked Gamer didn't pick up on it at all. Went right over his head, you know?
No, that's cool. Man, he's kind of new. He hasn't been in the server a long time. And matter of fact, I talked to Wrecked Gamer in one of the other chat rooms. Talked to him and his wife. They were like in separate rooms. And I talked to him and his wife for over an hour the other night. And they're really cool. So
yeah, good bloke. Good bloke.
Yeah, just like they're kind of new to Discord. I've been doing this for several years now. But yeah, you got to pick up on the clues, you know. So.
Yeah, he's still new. I explained to him afterwards, kind of like, yeah. And once he's experienced it, you know, thousands of times, you start to work it out like we all did. It's got to get exposed.
Man, I mean, if you're new, you're new, and you don't really know what to expect when you get into a large room like this. You know, it's just kind of a. I mean, it's a small room now at this point, but sometimes we have up to 70 people in this room. So you really kind of have to figure out what's going on. Pick and choose your battles. You know.
Craziness, man. Right, since Chet was gone and none of those are moving, you better play another video because otherwise nothing be happening up here.
Are you talking about the YouTube chat?
Yeah, we from the Flat Earth beginners we were talking with Chet, but he's had to go to bed, so we can't talk to him up here now. So yeah, best to play another video.
Hey, do you have a recommendation? Because I can pick from many. Do you have something that you
not that I can think of, especially for like audio conversation.
Yeah, last video was from my channel, so I think. Dude, it'd be crazy to pick one from like 4 years ago when people. I don't know. I'm just shit that whole.
Helio, is that the one that Drace did the little presentation on?
Yeah, with the logical fallacies, that's the one that I played. I mean,
Is
just
that-
finished. I played it. It's a little over 2 hours long, and it was really good. It's really good. It's one of my favorites that we've done on the server.
Yeah, that was cool. I sat in for that when he did it.
I don't know if you'd be able to play these from the beginning, but those are two that I just sent to somebody, and they're both pretty fun. I timestamped them as well for like the appropriate bit. They're quite interesting actually. So.
I don't think we can play from a timestamp.
I don't think I don't. Well, I think I probably could play from a timestamp, but I don't know the command to play from.
Just playing from the beginning. They're both pretty interesting.
Which one? You just put it in the live stream?
Yeah, I just DM'd them. Yeah, those two.
Oh, DM'd it to me. Okay.
And I think they're pretty good for people just listening, and if they're not watching and just listening or whatever. So.
Yeah, somebody sent me a video of a guy doing a whiteboard presentation. It wouldn't necessarily work, for listening. We don't do share screen on here.
Yeah.
Is this like a good audio?
Yeah, there's good audio.
All right. Cool.
You can always post it in the YouTube chat if people want to.
Yeah, I mean, every time I do use the bot, for audio for listening when nobody wants to talk about flat Earth, or we don't have too many globers, we just fill up some dead air. I always post a link in the live stream voice text so that they know what we're listening to.
Because the guy, the Robotol fella, most of what he shows is just to back up what he's saying from like old
Which
textbooks.
one do you want me to play? The first one or the second one you said?
Play the first one first, and then the other one.
Yeah, I heard it.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Didn't mean to interrupt. Just want to say hello to everybody.
Hey,
Okay,
Paul.
dude. Hey.
Hey, Paul V.
Wow.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Now we're just trying to figure out. There's not a lot of new globies or anything jumping in here, so we were going to play something to listen to.
No. Oh, you're gonna play something. Hey, well, before you do that, let me share a quick experience that I had.
Better
which
to
was,
have live content than just replays. So yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So last night I went to my friend's girlfriend's birthday party, and I ran into an old acquaintance. He wasn't like a good friend of mine, but I just knew him from other friends of mine. And I don't even know how it started. We were outside on a patio from the bar smoking, and somehow, I don't know how, but flat earth came up. And this old acquaintance of mine was so knowledgeable, and it made me so happy. I was just elated that somebody that I know was as knowledgeable as I was about the reality of our world, and it made me so happy.
How long had
And
it
then
been
we brought in another
since you
buddy
saw
of
him
ours.
or met him? How long had it been?
Uh-huh.
How long had it
Oh,
been?
it's been years, at
Several
least
years.
7 years.
And then you
At
guys started
least
talking,
7 years.
and then you found out you're both flat earthers.
Yeah, I don't even know how the subject even came up, but it made me happy. It was a
It will
good
come up,
experience.
if you just hang it out, it will come up. It's just like you go to a
Well,
party.
usually I get discouraged because that doesn't happen that often. You know what I
No,
mean?
sure, it doesn't. No, of course. So
That's all I got.
So what? Well, hold on. I want to hear more about this. So you started talking to him. You started talking to him, and how did it come up?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't remember how it came up. Who brought it up first? I think actually he said he made some comment about something. I don't even remember what. And it just I just went off and I said, "Oh shit!" And we started talking and just it was just nonstop back and forth. And then we brought in another buddy of ours that we've known, another acquaintance that we both have, who was just kind of in the middle of it, and we were just kind of flat smacking him.
Oh yeah.
And it was it was a good time, man. I really enjoyed myself last night because that's so rare. Usually I'm discouraged because you go out and you're amongst people, and it's just you kind of look around and you're like, oh, look at all these zombies, But it's a good feeling sometimes when you run into
Have you ever
fellow.
been to a flat Earth meetup?
No, I haven't.
If you don't mind, what general area do you live in?
I'm in the Midwest.
Midwest,
South Central Wisconsin.
Well, then you're close to Lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in
Yeah, I know where. Yeah, I've talked to him a bunch of times. Yeah, we're pretty close. Actually, I have
you got the
relatives
same
that
kind of
live where he lives. Yeah.
Well, we have meetup, me and a couple of guys here, where I live, have meetups in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and so it's the Midwest as well. And we always have a good time, man. Even if we have 8 people, we have the whole restaurant. We'll just set up a meetup. We have the whole restaurant talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, that would be. I would love to do that one of these days. I got a lot of shit going on.
Set that shit up in Milwaukee. Get Lou over there. Just have to meet up in a restaurant in Wisconsin. Just get some other, because there's a lot of flat earthers in Wisconsin, whether you believe it or not. All you have to do is set up a meetup. If it was just you and Lou, which it won't be, I guarantee it. Once you set up, hey, and you start talking to people on here, if you're in the area or whatever, we set up meetups and have people drive 4 or 5 hours to come and just meet us, and so.
Yeah, I hope he. I actually sent him a link to Discord, so I hope he joins, because one of the things that made me so excited about it and happy about it was, it wasn't just like, sometimes I will be talking to an old friend or whatever, and they'll be like, "Yeah, Earth is flat," but they don't really have that extra knowledge. They just kind of agree and just know they've heard it before, and know that they don't believe the mainstream narrative. So they just kind of agree, but they've never really looked into it. But this guy actually knew his stuff. So I was impressed and just in awe.
You never know, bro. You never just like when you set up a meetup, I don't even know who's going to show up. It's just like, dude, I've been doing this for the same amount of time as I have, and they're just like, this is this. And then you get some other guys like, well, I kind of know, but I know the Earth is flat, but I don't know as much as you do. It was just like one of the last meetup that we had. There was a guy, and he was in his 60s or whatever. He's like, I'm a flat earther. He's like, what are we going to do about this? Like, bro, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, we're
like,
just
no,
talking about
but
it.
what are we going to do about this? It's like, what are you proposing here?
Yeah.
I
If
mean,
you got a
what do you
plan,
think
let me
we're going
know.
to storm the Capitol and say, flat, flat, flat? He just kept saying it over and over. I was just like, no, man, no, cool. We're doing it right now. We're meeting other flat earthers. It's cool, man. Just chill. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's always a good time when you
No,
set
I
up a meeting.
remember
Even if
it was
there's
a
like
couple of weeks ago.
four
It
or
was
five people there, man, it's always a good time.
oh yeah, definitely. I just can only imagine. I mean, just like I said, just
Hey, and
meeting this one acquaintance of mine.
dude, if you set up a
It
meetup
was
in Wisconsin, I can make a promo video for you, and just like Mark Sargent does, you can contact him too, and if you set up a meetup, dude, he makes a video, and I can make some videos, so just to promote a meetup anywhere. That goes for anybody in here, and anytime. If you guys are going to have a meetup, let me know. I'll fucking do the same thing Mark does. He'll make a video for you.
You were in here a couple of weeks ago, weren't you? When what's his name? The guy from Southern California. They're having a meetup out there, I think, coming up, aren't they? In Southern California.
Dude, them SoCal people, man, they got their own shit going on. They don't need me to promote them.
I think was it Flat Earth Dude? Is that his name? Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just in here. I saw him in here in like an hour ago. Guess he jumped out, but yeah. Yeah, they have meetups all the time in California.
It's crazy how people will surprise you too, Helio, because I would never think that this guy, out of all people, would be on that level and be about that and actually research it and actually have knowledge about it and actually, it's so crazy that out of all the people, this guy, like I was just blown away. It's really reassuring. It brings me back and gives me hope for for our
I mean, you step
cause.
outside. You step outside and say, "All right, let me see if I can choose a restaurant, reserve a table for."
Well, I mean, Wisconsin, we got a lot of supper
people,
clubs here.
and say, "Hey, we're going to do this in Milwaukee. Let's have a flat Earth meetup." This is what I do in Fayetteville. Me and there's another buddy of mine that we're just like, we don't know how many people are going to show up, but as soon as we decide to do it, we always have at least 8 to 10 people show up, and then we always have a good time. So.
Well, all you need is 2, right? So if you got more than 2, then you really have none. You're really doing well.
Hell yeah. What's up, man? It's not hard to set up a meetup, and it's not hard to promote it either. You have support here if you set up a meetup, or anyone that goes for anyone. This flat earther wants to set up a meetup in their town. We'll promote it here, and we'll try to get as many people, in your area to come and meet up, and then we want to hear your story, how the meetup went afterward. Fun.
Okay.
It's always awesome. One time we set up a meetup in Fayetteville, and it happened to be when Rob Skiba was doing a conference here. We had freaking 80 people, or 70, 80 people. I don't know how many people. We filled up a whole restaurant with flat earthers. It was insane.
Rob Skiba, he's someone that made that pretty popular documentary, right? That got a lot of recognition and stuff, and he's got a pretty big popular YouTube channel, right? I don't really follow him that much, but I know I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah,
but
Rob Skiba's been.
There was something about him. I mean, I don't know that much about him, but there was something about him that made me just kind of steer away. And it's no disrespect to him or but I don't know. I get nervous sometimes about people that have too much attention. I get weird
Sure.
and wanna
Rob Skiba,
you
he
know.
did conferences, but it wasn't about necessarily flat Earth. But he was doing other stuff, like conspiracy shows and stuff like before that. Before flat Earth came in, and
Mhm.
flat Earth became a thing. And dude, his flat Earth content was really good, and so whatever. I mean, I have some opinions about Rob Ski, but I'm not going to bring that up on here. He died last year, so I'm not going to.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh
But I
shit.
got
Well,
I
yeah,
got to
that's not
meet him. I got to
Joe.
meet him, and yeah, he had a conference here. We set up a meetup. It was like, let's see if we can get Rob Ski.
You met him face to face and like shook his hand and everything?
Huh?
You met him face to face and like shook his hand, looked him in the eye and stuff?
Yeah. Well, actually, I was at the table when we had the meetup. I was like right there with him and his wife.
So he's real genuine,
Dude, Rob
real.
Skiba's dude. He's a badass.
Yeah.
Or he was. I
Okay.
mean, he's dead now, but supposedly by the CV, thing. But anyway, and so it's all that's. But it was just weird. He had a conference in Fayetteville, where I live, and me and my buddy we have meetups all the time. Like at least 2 or 3 times a year. And I was like, oh,
Who was he in his 50s?
I
Mid 50s, late 50s?
Yeah, it was like late 50s, I think.
And they said he died from that?
No.
Jesus.
No,
That's,
yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I
anyway,
know.
what's really curious about this is, like me and my friend have had several meetups here in Fayetteville, and I found out he was having a conference here by one of the people that used to be a moderator here, or whatever. It's like, oh man, maybe we can get Rob Skiba to come to a flat Earth meetup. I was like, let's set it up. During that time, because he was at a conference center in Fayetteville downtown, and I was like, cool, man. And he contacted me that afternoon. He was like, man, I think this meetup might actually end up being bigger than we thought it might be, because Rob was coming. And all the people that were at the conference, not all of them, but dude, we had like 70 freaking, we filled an entire restaurant with flat earthers.
Oh wow.
It was freaking insane. It was like, I didn't even know it was going to happen. I mean, I thought, yeah, he's probably not going to come.
The
But
waitresses must have been like, who are these wackos?
dude, we had somebody go to the conference and they're like, yeah, I think they're all coming to the meetup. And I was like, oh shit. This is like 3 hours, 4 hours before we had the meetup. It was just like, we're gonna do it in this place, and bro, they had to like call in people to wait, because we filled the whole restaurant. It was insane, bro. It was awesome. But yeah, I was sat there with Rob and his wife, and they were really cool, man. Rob he actually took time. He had a booth or whatever, and people lined up to actually just have a conversation with him. He's a really cool guy, man. I was a badass, man. Yeah, he died last
I'm
year.
gonna have to go back and look at his stuff again because, yeah, like I said, like I
mean, as far as the
I'm
religious
always
stuff goes,
wary.
I don't necessarily follow him every way. I mean, he's got some some good knowledge on that. But when he hit flat Earth, I mean, he's a good freaking flat smacker. That's all I'm gonna say about that. When it comes to knowledge about origins of Earth and shit like that, I mean, he really he knows his stuff. I met Rob, and it was cool. I met his wife too. She's a sweetheart, and I really feel bad. This shit happened last year.
Well, I hope she's doing okay.
I can't imagine what she went through. That.
See, the weather here is so strange right now. It's just thundering like crazy here, but there's not really, the clouds they don't look like storm clouds. It's a little dark, but there is still some light poking through. There's no lightning, there's no rain, but it's just thunder nonstop. It's really bizarre. And there's nothing moving. The clouds aren't moving. It's not windy. It's really strange. How do you feel about Eric DeBay, Helio?
What do you mean? How do I feel about it?
Well, I mean,
I think he has some pretty fucking solid info. I think he's a narcissist, but other than that,
yeah. It's kind of like a lot of his stuff is kind of milk toast too, isn't it? It's almost like it almost seems like he's just regurgitating other
dude.
people's stuff.
Wait. I kind of agree with him on. So this isn't that hard to figure out. Once you get past your beliefs and your religion and your, the information he puts out is pretty standard, right? So why?
Yeah, it is, and I'm glad he does it. But I remember when I read his book, I was just kind of disappointed because I just felt like it was just a regurgitation of a lot of other people's work that has already been done, and there was nothing really new, and there
No,
wasn't a lot of
but check this out.
you know what I mean?
Check this out,
Go ahead.
though. I think that the reason he does that, and that I do it the same way, the same simple way. Earth can't be a globe because this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but Eric does do some other work where he talks about other stuff that people aren't interested.
He didn't cite a lot of his sources though, which disturbed me in his book. Like when I kept trying to, you know what I mean? That's one of the things that just bugged me. That's why I mean
I didn't read his book, so
I don't think he's a bad guy. I appreciate what he does, but when I was just disappointed with his book. I thought it was weak, and I don't try to recommend it to people.
I think he's written more than one. Which one?
Oh Jesus, yeah, I don't. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the name of it, and I don't have it here with me now.
Flat Earth.
Oh yeah. It was all about flat Earth.
Have you
and
ever?
There was he
you
didn't
ever
cite
read
any.
Edward Hendry's books?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite one. Yeah.
Yeah, Edward Hendry. Edward Hendry actually,
he cited a ton of that's all. That's why that's one of my
Edward
favorite
Hendry
ones.
is it's like I when I first started hearing about flat Earth, I was like, oh God, now they're talking about flat Earth. I was like, I was conspiratorial all the way, and then they started talking about flat Earth. I was like, no. But then I heard someone who has never come out as a flat earther, and I think he's dead now, but he had an interview with Edward Hendry about his new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth, right? And I say, well, maybe I should take a look at it.
Matter of fact, I think that's I think that's the first time. And I mean, maybe you remember this, or maybe you don't. But I think I heard him on, I want to say, Coast to Coast one night. He was a guest, and I think actually that's what put me on my path. It wasn't.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's been a guest on Coast to Coast many times.
Yeah, I think that's how I got started. And his book was one of the first ones I
heard
read.
him on Power of Prophecy podcast and Tex Mars. That's
yeah. I used to love that too.
Yeah, you used to listen to Power of Prophecy?
Yeah, I used to get the newsletter.
Yeah, bro. See, that's
Yeah.
what I was just like I was listening to David Weiss and stuff, and then when he started talking about flat Earth, I was like, I ain't listening to this.
I got all Tex Mars's DVDs, all his documentaries, the Balls and Shaft, and I got all those DVDs, man. I love those DVDs, dude.
Dude, Tex Mars was the shit.
Oh, I love those. Are some of the best DVDs, some of the best documentaries I've ever seen.
So anyway, I mean, that's I was already listening to Tex Mars. Back then you didn't have immediate access to podcasts and YouTube videos and shit, right? So I would have to download, Tex Mars podcasts and shit, and then David Wise started. I was listening to David Wise videos and stuff, and he started talking about flat Earth. I was like, no, and so I just shut David Wise off, and I was listening to Tex Mars, and not just him, and there were people on.
Actually, Helio, you want to know the truth?
Was it RBN Republic Broadcasting Network, where it had Dr. Anyway, I was listening.
Hey, I think that asshole Alex Jones actually introduced me to Tex Mars. I think that's how I got his videos.
Well,
yeah, I think I bought them all on.
Tex Mars is a pastor. He married Alex Jones and his first wife.
Yeah, that's where I bought all his DVDs on InfoWars.
Yeah, so anyway, I was listening to Power of Prophecy, and then he always had he would have Edward Hendry on there as to interview him about the JW thing, right? The JQ, not JW, JQ.
Yeah, JQ.
Anyway, so then one day after I rejected all the flat Earth shit that I was popping up on my YouTube shit, I heard an interview with Tex Mars and Edward Hendry. He's like, here's my new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. And I was like, all right, you know what? Maybe I should take a look at it. And I did. And
he was on Tex Mars? Was he, Helio?
Yeah,
Edward
Edward Hendry. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not his first interview with Tex Mars. I heard him before.
He was with OBD. He did a long interview, like an hour, about the same amount. Edward Hendry.
Yeah.
When I first read his book, when I just started reading, I think what is the beginning of the book before the book starts? Is it the preface? Is that what they call it? Or is that so when I was reading that in his book, it was like I felt the same way sometimes when I read the Bible. It felt so right, and it seemed like scripture. And that whole preface, it blew me away, and I loved it. And I told my dad, that's how I turned my dad around. I told my dad, I said, Dad, look at the cover of this book. Don't read the title. Read the preface, and then what you think. I keep going.
If we start talking too much about Tex Mars and Edward Hendry, they're going to call us names. I don't care either, because they had some really good information, and they're unabashed about it.
That Tex Mars has some really good books, and he's got a lot. Edward Hendry wrote a lot of other books about the Vatican, about other people with small hats, and they get down into the nitty gritty, like the dirty stuff. Like one of the covers has someone eating a baby on it.
Like, what?
Man, that Balls and Shaft DVD though, and the Tex Mars, man, he lit the whole world up.
This is like, how can this jolly man talk about such dark shit?
Because it's true. He's got to out, man. It's his duty. I mean, he took a serious.
He's like the Santa Claus of conspiracies.
There's no Santa Claus of truth. He's like the truth, man. Which is
start to get better, but he's got an accolade. Who's going to do it?
You know what's really crazy is true awakening. Well, I mean, I was awake about certain stuff because my grandfather taught me a lot of stuff, but it was like basic, like moon landing and JFK and all that shit. But then I kind of fell back asleep and just lived my life and was getting in all kinds of trouble. But one night I came home, late from the bar time, came home, I was lit, just shit faced. And I turned my TV on and it was on just public access. As soon as I turned the TV on, it was on a public access channel, and somebody was playing Loose Change. That shit changed my life. I called the local studio and I said, "Hey, what was that movie I was watching at 3:00 in the morning yesterday?" And they got me in touch with the guy that actually paid to play it. Well, not paid because it's free, but he actually goes in there and was doing that and playing it all the time. And he gave me like 30 copies of Loose Change and told me, "Hey, just give them amongst your friends and distribute them." That changed my entire life.
Now, who does he say is responsible for 9/11 in the movie? I never watched it.
A Loose Change?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in years, but it was basically our own government. I don't know if I can say that here in the.
But the people, does he talk about the dancing Israelis and Lucky Larry?
I don't remember if that was in there. I don't. It might have been, but I don't.
That wouldn't be in there. Lucky Larry and the dancing Israelis wouldn't be on PBS. They wouldn't let that happen.
Not PBS. Public access, not PBS. I'm sorry. It was public access. So you're local. It was local to here where I live. It wasn't PBS. It was just you can broadcast anything. Look, I just found all my text.
We could buy the airwaves of the free public television and we could broadcast flat Earth stuff.
I don't see why you couldn't.
I don't know how many people we'd reach, but
well, I don't. Yeah, actually, because TV is different now. You don't get the it's not broadcasted in the same way. So yeah, back then that was like, how many years ago was that? Kind of almost 20 years ago. So I'm talking about like, how does public access TV in your local area broadcast? It wasn't just like antennas.
I don't know we had any because I don't watch TV anymore, so I don't know like all the channels. You know what I mean? I used to watch like C-SPAN like 10 years ago when I thought the government meant anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's an illusion. It's such a show, man. It's theater. It's theater for people like, oh, we're gonna vote him out. He's gonna get voted out. Look, his poll numbers are down. It's all hogwash.
Yeah.
So people think they have a solution. The solution will vote him out. He pissed off a lot of people. He's gonna get voted out. It's like, oh my God. And it's so brilliant. It's so brilliant because these people are so foolish to believe it. Yeah.
I'm in awe of what they do and how they manipulate us. I am.
It's ingenious, man. It is ingenious.
I really respect.
You know what it is?
Say a lot.
The people are the donkey chasing a carrot on a string, and the donkey stops pulling the cart. They move the carrot a little bit closer so he can get a better whiff of it and think he has a better chance. And the donkey starts working hard again. So that's what it is. It's like.
Mm-hmm. I just found two of my Tex Mars movies. I got Architectural Colossus and Balls and Shaft and Cleopatra's Needle. I almost want to watch these right now.
What about Monoatomic Gold? Do you remember that one, Tex Mars?
I don't see it. Wait a minute. Is this it? No, okay, that's not it. Damn.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I bought a bunch of books before I don't know, about 6 years ago. And I thought they were gonna get like book burned, right? I'm like, I have to have copies of this. And I'll tell you the titles right here. I spent like $400. I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting these.
No, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You should do that because I feel like this day and age, the technology technology age, that shit might happen where they're gonna stop doing print.
Power of Prophecy is where you go. Babylon the Great, Solving the Mystery of Babylon the Great, Edward Hendry. Got that one. It's like he talks about the Jewish connection with the Vatican. That's the synagogue of Satan in the Vatican. He talks about that.
You know, for as much as I dislike Alex Jones today, his early videos were fucking great. His martial law videos and all 9/11 Road to Tyranny. I'm looking at all of his police state videos. They were dead on.
Alex Jones?
Yeah.
Nah, he gives you a misdirection. He's giving you truth mixed with lies so that you think you found the bottom of the rabbit hole and someone you could trust, but he's mixing in a lie with it. So it's like
I know that's how he is today. But what I'm saying, early on, if you watch his earlier videos, his police state videos, there's really no deception in those police state videos. He's dead on about the police state when he talks about that shit.
Holy Serpent of the Jews. That was Tex Mars.
Yeah, that shit. Do you guys remember a guy named Webster Tarpley?
Webster Tarpley? I don't.
Okay.
I know Webster Hubble is Chelsea Clinton's illegitimate father.
No, yeah, I know.
Wait, so Leveless, you thought that Jim Mars and Tex Mars were the same person? I don't know. Well, he just posted that in the chat. But anyway,
He said something about Jim Mars.
Yeah, Jim Mars he's a reporter. I mean, he worked with Alex Jones, and so did Tex. Tex has been on his show many times back.
I remember him. He used to follow Bilderberg Group around.
Yeah.
Maybe they're related, because who's got a name Mars, dude? Maybe that's his brother.
Maybe, I don't know, but I never heard Tex talk about Jim. But
yeah, me neither.
But
yeah,
the same last name.
He used to do a lot of. He wrote a lot of stuff about
But there's
Bilderberg
some
Group.
weird stuff.
That was his whole thing.
There's some weird. I mean, Austin.
That was Alex
used to be
Jones.
a hub for some of this. You know, it's kind of a.
See, now you could take it. Let's say we're in a relay race, right? And Alex Jones hands you the baton. He tells you about Bilderberg and the New World Order and all. He gives you a primer of it. Though he's not someone you could trust 100%, he does feed you a lot of truth nuggets. So it's your job to take the baton and get out of his little gulag.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did. That's kind of what I did.
Me too. Me too. And if I didn't know what a false flag was, what's a false flag? Like he taught me a lot of terms and shit. And like, oh man, yeah, that's what those fuckers are doing. And then
it's just like when Alex had guests on his show, I would research. I'd look up their websites and go look at their information. That's how I found, Power of Prophecy, which I freaking love that.
Me too. You know how I found them? I found him through this guy Steven Anderson. Steven Anderson, and
that dude.
I hate him. I hate Steven Anderson. It's kind of a love-hate relationship. I hate him for his flat Earth stance, that he hates flat Earthers, but he had Tex Mars in his movie Marching to Zion, and I'm like, who is this old guy? Tex Mars. I love this guy. And then I looked up Tex Mars, and I started seeing all the books he had on his site, Power of Prophecy. I'm like, wow, this is fucking amazing. This guy's fucking amazing. I love him.
Yeah, but you have to chew the meat.
I think Alex
spit out
Jones
the
in the
bones,
beginning
right?
started out righteous, but I think he got corrupted by the money eventually. I think something happened, and he couldn't resist.
Alex, you talk about Alex?
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's still doing. I don't follow Alex Jones anymore, but
I don't either.
I don't need to. There's plenty of information out there.
No.
I don't need Alex to. I mean, it's really kind of for people coming into new stuff, but he actually doesn't bring some of the truths that we came up across, back in the day anymore. So, are you actually going to find any? Are you going to find your way to where you should be? As far as some of these truths are.
He's the gatekeeper, and
Were you listening though back in the day when he used to call out those false flags, and he used to be so good at it that it almost seemed like the people perpetrating the false flags actually had to change their narrative based off what he said. Do you remember those, like Boston Marathon and
Look, dude,
am I allowed to say the school that he got sued for? Am I allowed to talk about that?
Well, some of these we have to be careful here on the live
Yeah, I'm
stream.
trying to be cautious.
Oh, it's something maybe.
So you know what I'm talking about, though, right? I swear he was dead on about that. I don't know what they did to him and why he had to recant, but
Well, I see
I
Wolfgang.
remember.
I see Wolfgang
Go ahead.
lighting up. Wolfgang flat. No,
I'm
that's
sorry,
wrong.
Healy. I'll shut up.
No. I thought I was thinking of someone else. No, wrong.
No, Helio. If I start talking about something I'm not supposed to talk about, just tell me to shut up, and I'll shut up.
I was
won't get
thinking
offended.
somebody else was in here. It was Ron. It was.
It is. It's me. We got another Wolfgang.
I know we got another Wolfgang. I get confused sometimes.
Isn't he like English, right?
Yeah, he's an English guy. He's a trusted member here and everything. So, but he's not here right now.
So, okay, well, basically, all you need to know about Alex Jones, he has a spinning globe on the screen, right? Like in the background.
Yeah, he's a glober.
It's a subliminal message, though. Well, it's worse than that. It's that type of subliminal messaging. You hear the music, dun, 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 almost like Darth Vader or something, and he's got, he's reading off these papers. Yes, and they're doing this. They're bringing in the UN troops, and they're gonna he's all this fear porn.
He is brilliant, though. Come on, man.
Whoever's
behind, I'm not supporting what he does necessarily. Like I said,
all I
I'll
was trying to
listen
say
to
was
it
in the
anymore.
beginning he wasn't like that. He wasn't like that in the beginning. Something happened and he changed the entire way, and even all the stuff he talks about. Like he changed everything. He wasn't like that.
It's not all
early
bad.
on.
It's all bad.
He did change. He changed everything.
You know what they
even if he sold out now, he did change everything.
You remember his reporter Rob Dew? There was a guy called Rob Dew, and he saw General Petraeus on the streets, and he started chasing him down. General Petraeus, he was in Davos. Petraeus, he's like, oh, there he is, and Rob Dew goes running after him with a camera, trying to question him, and he ran away like a little bitch. Petraeus, it was pretty good. What do you want to disarm the American people or whatever? It's like he wouldn't comment. He's trying to run away. I don't know if that's staged or not, dude. It just looked fishy. It's like, come on.
I think that Alex is still recruiting good reporters and shit. He does support.
There is good
reporters. I mean, he supports them, and then they'll be involved with Infowars for a little bit, and then they go do their own thing.
You know who's a good one? Greg Reese. Greg Reese did he did this report about Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, and it was a flat Earth, like a documentary type thing. It talked about Byrd. It kind of mixed in some kind of like the hollow Earth with flat Earth. It said, well, Admiral Byrd went down a subterranean area like in Antarctica, and like he goes, could there be some truth to this? He phrases it that way, but if you watch it, you're like, holy shit, what I've never heard of this concept. This kind of makes sense. Let me look a little deeper. And that's kind of like Alex Jones, the gateway to truth. You hear these things about a false flag, and a false flag, let me research a little deeper. The problem is you used to be able to find all this shit on YouTube, and even like 2016, 2017, you could find more about these false, say like Sandy hoax. You want to look, you go in there and you find, hey, there's David Wheeler, and there's Red Silver J, and there's all these people showing videos about how it was a hoax, and YouTube used to let that shit up there. I'm like, wow,
you Google it. Yeah, you can't find that stuff anymore.
No, hell no. After Parkland, all that went away. It all went away.
And then was Rob Dew the one that ended up marrying another lady that came to work for InfoWars, and they left InfoWars and started their own?
That's what we were talking about.
Channel?
That's Truth Stream Media. That's another couple.
Yeah.
That's another couple. They were earlier. That's earlier. Rob Dew is still there, I think.
Is he really? I didn't think he was.
I haven't went on there for a long time. The last time I seen him, he was chasing General Petraeus in Davos with a camera. It's like, General Petraeus, I got a question for you. And that was a long time ago. That might have been like 10 years ago.
Did you guys ever hear of Boston Rob? Did any of you guys ever follow his channel at all? He used to try to do Boston Rob. He used to try to ambush certain elites and stuff and stick a mic and camera in their face and ask them crazy questions and stuff.
So Rob, I don't know. I haven't heard.
No.
Does he have a channel somewhere?
Yeah, he had a YouTube channel, but I mean, it was years ago. I don't know if he's still around. But this is funny how these people come and go, and you wonder, what the hell happened to these people?
Or if they're like a fake controlled opposition type person. You know what I mean? To reel you into their camp. Like
No,
the way
if it's a weak YouTube channel, I mean, it probably was just some guy that.
The analogy I use is like, okay, you have different fish nets with different size holes, right? You have the big one, the mainstream media. It's going to catch most of the fish, but it's got big holes in it.
One of the best videos I saw on the marathon. We'll just say that. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Caravan to Midnight. You remember when it had David Weiss and PK Truth?
I've never seen that.
Really?
Is that still? Can I still feed it? Is that still available?
I have it. I'll send.
I'm gonna look. Caravan to Midnight.
Yeah, it's the guy that used to. John B. Wells. He had a show called Caravan to Midnight. He used to fill in for Art Bell.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, after Art Bell retired, John B. Wells took over that show.
John B. Wells, I just found the YouTube
yeah, but
channel.
You're not going to find that video I'm talking about. You can still find John B. Wells, but you're not going to find the video I'm talking about on YouTube.
Remember the guy Barry Soetoro? He had a YouTube channel. His channel was called Barry Soetoro, and he had a lot of this stuff about the Boston.
I uploaded, I think, on BitChute, or I'll find it. I'll send it to you. Anyway,
Do you remember that video?
Man, I remember when that happened. I was obsessed with looking at every photograph that I could find on the internet, and the things I was seeing astounded me. Of these guys that you know what I'm talking about. These guys all dressed the same, all everywhere. They were just everywhere. What was the? I don't even know if I should say the organization that they were supposedly with. But
Yeah,
that shit was so orchestrated.
3-letter names.
Shit, I can't even remember the name of they weren't. I don't want to say mercenaries, but they were
crisis actors.
Yeah, but do you remember seeing all those guys in the khaki pants and the combat boots and the whatever? Never mind. I don't even want to go there.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, everyone here knows, dude. They know it's the clowns.
Yeah.
They're
and then
responsible.
oh my god, them supposedly chasing them all around the city, and oh my god, it was such obvious.
That was the first martial law lockdown where they locked people in their house. You can't come out of your house, and they did it as a test sample to see how people would react.
You know what was funny too? Do you remember when they said they had no idea who did it, right? And then like a couple hours later, they said, these are the two men we're looking for. If you have any information on who these guys are, please contact us. But then we found out weeks later they knew exactly who the fuck they were and have been watching them the entire fucking time. And I'm sorry, I'm not. You guys, you guys remember that shit?
See, now the enemy has shifted to Americans. It's like, oh, these Americans are domestic terrorists. These people that went to the Trump rally in Washington D.C. are domestic terrorists. They're insurrectionists. And it's like, really?
That was the point. That was a part of the point of the Patriot Act, right?
It's a whole
Patriot Act was to
Patriot Act. That was 9/11.
Right, but the laws that they put in place with the Patriot Act made us the enemy. That was part of the whole purpose of that.
We've been the enemy way before that.
But that put it in law, is what I'm saying.
The Smith-Mundt Act, when Obama got rid of that, we had the Sandy hoax shortly after that. So they've been hammering us with propaganda and all this stuff we just seen, like the Washington D.C. thing. There was a person that was supposedly shot. That was staged. That was totally fake. There was nobody killed. That was a fake event. They just wanted to have some blood on someone's hands. Oh, these people got blood on their hands. It's all your fault. No one would be dead if it wasn't for these insurrectionists. And they start mixing in all these labels, white supremacists. And it's like, wow, you see the agenda. Put all the pieces together, and who is the target of their wrath? They're targeting white people. There's no way from around it.
Absolutely. We're the only thing that stands in their way.
That's the only people who give a fuck. It's like they see the country going down the tubes. They want to do something the right way. Those were just good people that showed up. And now after that, no one's going to show up at a protest. They're going to be scared shitless. Like all the good people who love their country and think it's salvageable, they ain't going to come because they're like, they won't want to be lumped in. And this just cut their balls off. No one's going to do it. So now with no opposition.
If you're with Antifa or BLM, they bring pallets of bricks and drop them off on corners. So when you want to have a protest,
well, they won. They got all the Bolsheviks won because the people who care are not going to show up anymore. The people who know it's because of that, and they hammered it home. And if you happen to be, you're white and you show up and you love you're a white supremacist, you're an insurrectionist, you're a domestic terrorist. All those labels get thrown interchangeably. They're back and forth, the same labels on the same people, constantly. I don't want to be labeled that. Oh no.
Well, and that's part of the PSYOP too, right? Because I don't want to be labeled that either, but I'm at the point where I don't care. Yes, now I do want to be labeled that, right? So now I'm playing right into everybody's hands. It's brilliant. It really is.
They will label you that, and then you're a domestic terrorist, and you're on the terrorist watch list. And it's like, what? I just want to speak my First Amendment rights. I want to protest. No, you're a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could show
when did speech become terrorism?
With the Patriot Act, pretty much, and then pretty much that Washington D.C. thing, after that the people showed up and they were like, "Oh my God!"
They stormed the Capitol.
They stormed
the guy wearing his shit with the horns and shit.
Yeah, that guy was a crisis actor. They planted him.
Of course, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was a definite plant.
And he's right there.
There were some good people that are actually sitting in jail for that right now still.
I think that's fake. I think they're in there. I think that's fake, and that's a scare tactic. I think it's a fear tactic. Like you don't see them in jail. There's never a camera. You only hear their voice. I think that's there.
Well, have you ever been in jail? There's some
have.
cameras in jail.
Oh, I have been. Do you think I'm going to do
in jail too a bunch of times, and
I've been
there's
in
nobody filming me.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a psyop. That whole thing is a psyop. Like, oh my God, they're still in jail. Oh boy, I don't want to risk it. You got Mr. Goody Two Shoes with the shorts and the barbecue, and he might have went to the he watches football. Someone like my brother, oh man, I don't want to do. Not only do I want not be labeled, I don't want to be thrown in jail and da da da. Like that's their fear tactic. They really don't want opposition. If there's opposition of that size, they could have people like us talking amongst ourselves and passing out information and waking them up. And if you have large groups, hundreds of thousands of people waking up and then telling other people, their game unravels really fast. They don't want that. They can't afford that.
Yeah, but hold on. That only happens if those crowds form and people like us walk through telling them the earth is flat. Because let's be honest, a lot of this stuff, it's just a distraction from that and other things that are bigger. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to lie, dude. Like, politics matter. I'm not going to lie. After all, it was my own political involvement that actually led me to find out the earth is flat. So I'm not gonna like say you're crazy in that sense, but I'm just saying, like, it's just a distraction from bigger things.
When you say politics, do you mean voting?
I mean campaigning.
Okay, but do you think voting for candidates has any effect at all?
Depends on the situation.
In the big picture.
Depends on the election.
The big picture for the U.S. Congress and senators and president.
Yeah, the answer to your question is it depends on who counts the votes.
Okay, so you're lost. You're lost. If you think you're going to vote yourself in a candidate,
I'm lost. I'm lost.
No, he didn't say that.
The hell are you talking about?
You think there's a political solution to this problem where you can vote a particular candidate like a Trump
now you're telling me what I think? Oh, you can read minds. This guy can read minds.
I'm asking you a question.
Oh, silence.
No,
well, anyway, the point is, dude, something else I want to point out to you. You started to talk about some of the things that have been censored lately. So just keep in mind, say whatever you want for the most part, but just be careful, extra careful with what you say, because if this channel is going to be censored, remember, we want it for flat Earth only, not anything else.
No, Orion. I don't know if you just chimed in, Orion, but we have been being like super. We have been being super careful. Like we haven't gone into too much specifics and said too much, because Helio was in here a minute ago too, and I think if
I'm still here. Why did it?
Well, I would think if we stepped over the line, because I told you if I step over the line and say something that I shouldn't say on a live stream, just tell me to shut up, and I'll shut up.
I'm uploading that Boston Marathon bombing shit to my archive.org channel, so I'm going to share that. Well,
the thing is, if you're
hold on, what was the issue, Orion?
No, I was asking that guy. He thinks that he can vote himself in someone to change the current system that we're in. There's no voting solution.
That's not a question. You're just telling me what I think. That's not a question.
Question, you cocksucker.
Oh, there's no need for that, dude. There's no need for that. We can all be gentlemen in here and get along without.
Goddamn question. Answer the goddamn question. That's all.
You didn't ask a question. You told me what I think.
I asked you a question, and you didn't fucking answer. I said, do you think there's a voting solution to vote yourself out of the current situation? Can we vote ourselves out of the
current situation? You're asking that now. Out of the current situation? You mean here in the United States? So what are you talking about? You're talking about the executive branch?
Do you live in the U.S.? Do you live in the United States?
Yeah. Which election are you talking about, dude?
Wow, where does all this hostility come from? Hold on, can I answer your question? Because
No, I'll tell you where the hostility is coming from, dude. I'll tell you exactly where it's coming from. You want to know, Paul? I'll tell you. There's a lot of flat earthers that think just because they know the earth is flat, they know everything about everything else, and that they're smarter than everybody else. And that's exactly what this guy did.
Question. Answer the goddamn question. Do you think you can vote in a candidate to change America? Do you think it can be done? Yes or no?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Orion.
Yeah, I suppose things are possible, like with elections, because that's how we end up with the laws and policies we have today. So
that they own you.
Wait, hold on. You said change America. You said change. Define change America. Your question is too broad. You're asking me a broad question. Why are you asking me a stupid broad question?
You think you can vote yourself out of this? You're still chasing the fucking carrot. You're the donkey chasing the carrot.
Out of what? Wait, Wolfgang, out of what?
Okay. Out of the...
Yeah, you're being broad.
It's obvious you don't know how this
guy's he's so smart. He knows everything. He's so much smarter than me. Oh, give yourself a gold star, why don't you?
In the system. What I'm saying is you're still chasing a fucking carrot on a string. That's all.
Hold on. Hey, Orion, do you go to the...
so cool, dude. I'm out of the system. You guys are still in the Matrix. Did you guys get it?
Orion, do you go to the voting... Hold on, Ron. Orion, do you go to the voting booth and try to make change that way?
There are no voting booths here. We do it by mail. We just go to a box and put them in. But
Okay,
I do vote, yeah.
You vote.
Well, actually, not lately so much, but at least on some measures, I mostly just vote no on like tax increases and such.
So locally, you think your vote makes a difference because it could make a difference because you're a registered voter in your district.
Well, I don't see the point in not bothering to vote for tax increases. I mean,
Nobody's arguing against that necessarily because it can.
But yeah. Wait, so hold on, Helio. You got to ask me a more specific question, Helio. Helio, are you trying to ask me? I think my votes are being counted? Are you trying to ask me that?
I think the national vote. That's really. I mean, that was proven last election.
You see, I think you guys don't even. No, guys. Let me point out. You guys are very skeptical of the system, and I agree with your skepticism. But you're not asking specific questions that you should be. You're not actually critically thinking about the subject the way that you should be. Here, guys, let me give you. No, hold on. Let me tell you guys something. You guys listen very carefully. There's this show you should listen to, a podcast. It's called The Propaganda Report. You can go to podbay.com and just type in The Propaganda Report. Don't type in Propaganda Report. Don't type in that because you'll get some assholes spewing some nonsense that is actual propaganda. But type in The Propaganda Report. Look for someone called Monica Perez or Brad Binkley, those two people that host the show, and just listen to them, all right? And, for God's sakes, just don't be, just educate yourself.
Come on,
it's not just so black and white. What I'm trying to say is, it's not so black and white. Okay.
Come on, man, I'm Joe Biden, and I got more votes than any other president ever got in the world. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve the statement.
I was asking Can I interject something real quick?
The congressional votes. Did you vote for the president? Did you vote for a congressman? Did you vote for a U.S. senator? Did you vote in that particular election? Crickets.
Because I'm part of a libertarian faction that's trying to hijack the Republican Party. So yeah, I did. I voted Republican all the way up and down the ticket. But yeah, that's just libertarians trying to hijack the Republicans. What do you got to say about that?
There's your answer.
Can I interject something?
Oh yeah, and you're part of the what? You're part of the I'm a quitter and I don't really know shit about Jack.
I ain't gonna lie. If I were to vote last election, I would have voted for Trump.
Okay.
But I didn't.
Can I please step in for a second and interject something and just leave you with something? Okay. This is where I think the problem comes in. I agree with what you guys are saying about nationally, but I think the problem starts way before that because we all want to think that that's going to change something, but it starts way earlier than that and at a way more local level. I think if we cared just as much about our local politics in our small towns, city council, school board, sheriff, mayor,
those are the
governor,
only ones that matter.
I think we can make it. Please let me. Can I finish?
No, I hear you because I agree with exactly what you're getting at. Your local stuff, your county,
right?
And city.
I think that can build. If you get the right people in, that can create change at the higher level. Maybe not in the president. Maybe not. But
we should try it. We should be doing that. We should be trying to make that effort.
I do that. What I'm saying is nationally, you're not going to change their system on a national control basis.
Not
The
if
way
you
how
don't
everything
change
is
it first on a
centralized,
local level. No,
you've got the head. I do the local stuff. What I'm saying is, if you think you're going to vote a congressman, a senator, a president, and change the big picture, the big game board, the whole United States, this big game board, you ain't going to fucking change it. There is no way you're going to do
not
it.
with that
And
attitude.
it's not possible for the votes. It's not possible to do it. And to say you're a quitter, oh, whatever. Because
So
I'm
you
fucking
think every election from Congress on is rigged?
I'm saying it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The outcome is irrelevant because it ain't going to change a goddamn thing.
Even if they're like, hold on, even if they're pure like people like naturally elected or whatever, they have pure motives. When you get to Washington, you're corrupted. Like they have methods and means to corrupt you in any way. That's their
Even
purpose.
if you're not.
Wait.
And if you don't participate in the system, they'll use any means necessary to denigrate or disturb anything you have going on. So,
okay, but even if you were
Helia, do you think that Ron Paul? Do you think that Ron Paul was corrupt?
Yes,
I campaigned for him in 2012.
I don't say he was corrupt. I just say that he says certain. I mean, and that goes for Rand too. I was hoping that Rand would actually win, the primary last time instead of Trump, So, but
see, that's when people thought like, okay, Ron Paul against the wars, all his messaging was good, and to think that he would win and change things, that's the same naivete that people think. I was that stupid. I thought Trump was going to change things. I liked what he was saying.
Do you know what percentage he got to of the national vote in the primary? Do you even know what percentage he got to in the primary?
Did I?
Wolfgang?
Ron Paul?
Yeah, Ron Paul in 2012.
Like 19%.
What percentage of the Republican vote did he get nationally in the primary?
Probably like 5.
5? No. He got 32%. I was campaigning for him at the grassroots level. We almost got him in the primary. He almost became president.
I understand why a lot of people want to rail against Trump, but if you think about, I understand why you say he didn't change anything, but if you think about it, he did change some minds and did spark a fire in people that have a new fire for liberty. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I like it. I mean, do you think he's going to run again this time? I think he will.
Is he going to make the new Space Force? He already made the Space Force.
That's why I love him, because it's just like it's all acting, Just freaking do it, do it.
It was entertaining. I'm not going to lie, it was entertaining. I did like him shit talking. That was funny.
Dude, you remember that Space Force when he introduced the Space Force and they rolled out the Space Force flag and shit? Hell yeah, I love that.
It is comical because
but you guys don't think that he did some good by calling out the fake media? You don't think that did?
Yeah, but do you think it comes from his heart, or do you think that's just part of?
Well, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Let me ask you.
It's just like saying what Alex Jones said. Does that come from his heart, or does that come from his wallet? It don't matter. He still reaches some people sometimes.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's just like.
Let me ask you this though: are we any better off? Like, we're still fucked. We still got.
Well, not now, no, because but that's because
the total outcome didn't matter. Hillary didn't get locked up. We didn't get a wall. We didn't get what was the other thing? Hillary's not locked up. He didn't accomplish shit. He got his Space Force, but like the system is still in place where you can have.
Could it be that the swamp is so deep that you just a righteous man cannot by himself make a change?
No,
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying hypothetically,
it is the. You're not going to change.
Look at. I mean,
it ain't possible. It ain't possible to change. Look. Let's say you were the swamp. Let's say you're the swamp and you own it. You own the Federal Reserve. You own it, right? Do you think you're going to let yourself be voted out of power? You're out of your fucking mind.
Well, one man isn't. That's
not one man. I'm saying their system. Do you think you're going to win in their rigged fucking game? You're delusional. If you think you can play their game that they own, and they own the judges, and they own the media, they own it fucking all, and they're going to let you beat them at what they own? They own everybody in a high position of power. They own those motherfuckers. And you're
so
not
you don't
gonna...
think if every one of us in this Discord right now were to run for office and we all won, you don't think we could affect change at all?
No, absolutely not.
That's disappointing.
It's like voting yourself. If I'm going to vote myself into the mafia and vote out the Godfather, that ain't going to happen. You'll be swimming with fishes. I mean, it's a mafia. It's a crime mafia. They're not going to let
how
you.
Are they gonna? How would they eradicate? They would have to kill us all.
They don't need to kill you. You don't have power at all. Let's say you did get to DC. You're not going to do shit. Their bills are written at the high committee level. Like, even if you were a legitimate person, you're not going to change their shit.
If you get there, you still have to follow the processes that are enshrined in the laws that exist. It's not like you're going to show up and burn it all down overnight.
I'm not saying one man, no, but I'm saying.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I just think that ultimately, when you have a system like what we've got now, where there's so many people that have been in control for so long and have so much money and so much interesting things going their way, no matter how good your intentions are, they'll either bribe you with money, they'll intimidate you and say, we'll hurt your loved ones. Like, ultimately, nobody can ever, like, in my opinion, turn it around in that way.
Not just
no matter
that,
how good your intentions are, the system that we've got is just too powerful.
So you have no faith in humanity at all, that there aren't good men out there.
No, I'm just saying that not through that system. Not through that system. That's their system. We play their game.
But aren't me and you in that system right now? And aren't we don't you stand up every day to shit like that?
The best thing that we could do, in my opinion, as a humanity, to try and change everything, is to start growing your own food, because we depend on them for electricity, for food supplies. We depend on them for everything. So if we actually had full autonomy and we had our own energy, our own food sources, water sources, and we didn't need them, but as you can see, we've all been drawn into bigger urbanized areas. We've all been pushed away from the countryside. There's more regulations. It's so hard for you to look at Bill Gates. He owns so much farmland. They know what they're doing. The trick is to make us dependent on them. And then what
does that mean? He owns it. He owns a piece of paper that says he owns some land. If we wanted to take it away from him, we could at any moment.
But then you forget that there's something called a police force, and they have force.
Yeah, but who makes up the police force?
And they listen to
our brothers, our cousins, our family members. I mean, you can't be that nihilistic.
It'd just be a bloody civil war, and it'd just be
Yet somehow our brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles get locked up for a dried plant in their pocket.
Well, that's a whole different.
Well, it's the same thing. It's just a smaller scale.
But our brothers and sisters have been locking up our brothers and sisters for a fucking plant. So you think they're going to stop and do the right thing?
Yeah, a
you
plant.
Think they're going to stop and do the right thing all of a sudden?
Yeah, I understand that. It is stupid. It's a stupid law, but at the end of the day, it's a law. So regardless of how you feel about the plan, in some places it's illegal. So it's not.
Excuse me.
I understand.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Are we talking about positive law? Because here's the thing. I think a lot of you guys and the Wolfgang's right about this, but most people are still only surface level knowledgeable about politics, and politics is all fiction anyways. So we got two different things going on here. We got positive law, we've got natural law. What law is it that they are enforcing to give you a ticket for a substance in your pocket? What law is that?
Thank you for bringing that up, because that goes back to my original point, as it starts at the local level. If we take
this is not a local issue. This is a federal issue.
No.
No.
I understand that.
Right.
No.
Can I just finish?
All of your local municipalities. Well, everybody had a point they were trying to start, but all the local municipalities, your federal government, all of it is positive law. It is a corporation. You have no control over it, period.
Thank you.
Let me just finish off real quick. If we all had
that's not true at all.
just real quick, if we all had a way to be truly self-sufficient, and we did non-compliance, meaning nobody showed up to work, nobody did anything, everyone just stayed at home in the land, able to live from it and not depending on an outside,
They stoned.
Then and only then could we turn the world around. If everybody could just not comply, if everybody just refused to drive the trucks, everybody refused to run the fucking, electricity lines, everybody.
Right.
That's where we need to get. But did you know you can't even save your
No,
rainwater?
brother.
It's illegal to catch your rainwater, so they don't want you to be.
Bro.
We need to do that, though. We do need to do.
Look, I'm not trying to chime in for my own amusement. All right, Wolfgang Flat. If you are Ron Sheckelson, please identify yourself in the Silver FE chat, right? So we can just clear that up real quick.
Chat?
Yeah.
We're in the live stream.
Right. So you have access to the Silver FE chat because you have a Silver FE role. So just identify yourself there. That's cool.
This is not my main account. You know that.
Yeah. Anyway, that would just clear up some back-end logistics very fast for everybody, and then we can all move on. Thanks. All right, I'm going to unmute the stoned kid now.
So there's a lot of you that believe out there that there is really no hope.
No,
you're
trying to put words in my mouth. I never said that. I said the political solution through voting it's a non-starter. That's idiocy. If you think you're going to, on a national scale, if you think there's a way to vote yourself, it's like I'm going to vote the mafia out of my town. You're not going to do it. They are mafia. They're not going to allow you to vote them out of power. It's not going to happen.
You're jumping so many steps ahead from where I'm trying to start. But anyway, regardless, so what is your solution? Because what are we going to do? Fight them?
No.
Or what's your plan?
To remove them by the non-compliant.
Mass non-compliance. That's it. Mass non-compliance.
If they make a law and they say this is my law, and you say okay. And here's your law. And what are you going to do? So what? That's your law. I'm not going to comply with that law. Just like when they said there's a mask mandate, you must wear a mask. Guess what?
How are you going to do that?
What about a law against murder?
You can't even convince your family members of the truth of flat Earth, but you're going to convince them to go against everything that they've been taught since they're children about rule of law and all this bullshit.
Yeah,
come on, man.
That's why the biggest war is on our perception. That's why they try to shape our perception so much.
I mean, because I look at it like this: the best way to beat them is beaten by their own
what
game.
about theft, Wolfgang? Should there be a law against theft that we should follow?
Yeah. The 10 Commandments, the Golden Rule, all that stuff. Follow that. Follow God's law.
That doesn't work though, because not everybody believes in the commandments. So how are you going to have a society?
No, that's natural law. That's natural law. We're talking natural law, not man's law.
Still,
how about we just call it common sense?
Yeah, but unfortunately, we don't all have.
Yeah, but common sense doesn't work, because common sense to a person that has no food is to go steal food from some other person to survive, and to the other person, that's,
And some people are just crazy.
The system we have is a prison. We are living in a prison.
Well, yeah, we all know that. We all know we're living in a prison system. We all know we're debt slaves.
Doesn't seem you know that, because you think, I'm going to vote the warden out. I'm going to go to the polls.
Wolfgang, back to voting. I had something important to say to you about that voting thing. So I have a suggestion to you. You should advocate for a monarchy. I do. So you should too. There, no voting. We get a monarchy, a constitutional monarchy, but a monarchy nonetheless.
Why wouldn't I?
Why not? There's no voting. You can't blame voting.
Who's going to be the monarch?
He keeps
Orion, I don't know why you're being Orion. You're being like antagonistic and cynical, dude. Like you got to cut that out.
Well,
There's
no,
no
actually,
point
I'm
to
not.
that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that tone of voice. I apologize for that, but I'm actually being serious. Like, I'm not actually kidding. Like, I'm actually being
Why do you
serious.
think those are the only two options? See, now there's your. What's wrong with no rulers?
Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say, so if China has rulers and they have an organized army, I think it would make it easier for them to invade us.
Yeah.
What if they have already invaded us? Like the government of the United States and
Oh,
China.
what if? Now you're sounding like a glober. What if?
No. They are on the same page. Do you think the Chinese Space Agency and the U.S. Space Agency? Do you think there's any gap between them?
Yeah, that's a good.
I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying militarily.
That means they're on the same team. You don't seem to get that. They're already on the same team.
I'm just saying for the sake of being on the same team militarily.
They are on the same team. That's my point. If they're
but are we? Well, hold on, Wolfgang. But would we be in the scenario of anarchy? Would we be?
No. If we had if we didn't have this corporate government and we didn't have a UCC law, if we didn't have that, if everyone controlled their local municipality at a local level, and that's where I agree in some part, your local community level, like your city, your mayor and stuff like that, your county commissioner, your sheriff, that stuff matters because those particular towns that had a good sheriff, they weren't locked down. They didn't have COVID mandates, but that's not changing the big picture. The big picture is a national level, the whole United States. This whole United States is the prison. So you might live in a little section of prison where you're safe.
You're not answering my question. I just asked you a very specific question. What I'm asking you is, in this world of anarchy, I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm not saying it's an all bad idea. In this world of American anarchy that you speak of, that you advocate for, if China, with not anarchy, with a leader, invades us militarily with tanks and guns, etc. The question I'm asking you, Wolfgang, I haven't asked the question yet. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? What the fuck is wrong with you? The question I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, ask your question and make it succinct. Get to your goddamn point. Get to the fucking point.
The question I'm asking you is, would we here in the United States in that scenario stand together militarily? Yes or no?
Yes. There's a rifle behind every blade of grass. They already knew.
Yeah. Are we going to stay in? Are we going to use walkie-talkies to stay in contact with each other? Walkie-talkies? Is that how we're going to do it?
They have to go. They have to go blade of grass by blade of grass. And the thing is, that's the same shit the government puts in your fucking head to make you think our government is necessity to protect us from a Chinese or Russian invasion. That's the fucking divide. That's the Cold War. So you're buying into their bullshit. By the question you just asked me means you believe in their bullshit. You're the donkey chasing the carrot. Just by the question you just asked, you proved it.
Just a second.
Yeah,
we
but,
have new people in the live stream.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Miguel.
So, glitching Matrix. Welcome. Are you there? Glitching the Matrix.
I hope there's no hard feelings. Wolfgang, I really appreciate the conversation, and it got a little hostile and stuff. But there's no hard feelings and stuff. Like I enjoy these. I enjoy these conversations.
I got thick skin, dude. I can take it. What I'm saying, I'm just trying to make people think outside their fucking box because they got people pinned in. Even flat earthers, they got them thinking the way they want you to think. They want you to think.
I agree with a lot of what you just said, but I keep wanting to have hope and keep thinking that if it starts in the school system, I feel like if we can take control locally of our grade schools and our high schools, it starts there, and then from there we can branch out. Like you said, the local elections matter. All
I'm not
that
against
stuff
that.
matters. So I
I'm
feel
not
like we
against that.
could transcend that into a national nationally.
I don't
mean,
think
I don't
you
know.
can. I don't think you
Hold
can.
on, hold on. Let me kind of bring this back to center. Yes, the local elections can matter, but are the people that are voting, intellectually honest with themselves? And I mean, they mostly watch the mainstream news. That's less someone to say about it, but
yeah, that's a good point.
Let's talk to the new people that are joining now.
I'm sorry, I was waiting. I didn't hear anybody say anything.
Sure. I mean, we can just waffle back and forth about all this stuff, but when new people join, we need to pay attention to that.
Yes, sir.
So who
new people in here?
Yeah,
Anybody new in here? Any Globers in here? Any normies in here?
Glitch in the Matrix is new. I'm not sure if he's a Glober.
He might be a little intimidated to jump into this maelstrom. He's like, "Oh fuck, what did I just jump into?" Everyone's yelling at each other. It's not normally like this. It's like we just had a little disagreement.
Hey, Wolfgang, something I want to point out to you is that you want to know one great thing about political events is that with large crowds of people like that, it's a great place to walk through and hand them out flyers about the flat Earth.
And you know what? I do that. I do infiltrate those, and I do protest. I'm not inactive. I do that stuff. I'm an activist. But what I'm saying is if you're thinking with that same slave mindset, they own you. You're not thinking outside the box. You're still within these parameters, thinking, "Hey, we have to have a government to protect us from a perceived enemy like China. We need them." And that was the whole premise of the Cold War, and that's the whole premise of China's the enemy, Russia's the enemy. That's how they keep you in their camp. We need this government to protect us. We need to look to big daddy government to protect us from this perceived threat. That's what they do, and they own all these nations, and they keep us in fear of each other. We're in fear of the Russians. Oh my God, the Russians will kill us, and we better go turn to our government. Let's join the army.
As if they're any different.
And instead of using the word slave, you should use the words wishful thinking. You should say, "Oh, you shouldn't be so wishful thinking when you're doing this sort of thing." But and I may agree with you in some cases, or less so in other cases. I mean, after all, weed is made legal, so at least that's one liberty we've had, one freedom we have in some places that we didn't before. So it's not like all voting is bad, right?
That's to oppress you, all right. That's why they made that legal. It works like Soma in A Brave New World.
They throw you and make you think there's hope of
No, it's because making drugs illegal is only something that silly people think should happen.
They did that so you'd want it more.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
it just took some time to modify the genetics in a way that it's suitable for their pharmaceutical distribution. That's the only reason why it took so long for them to now slowly starting to make it legal, because now they have full control over their genetics, and that's what they wanted to have.
That's another
the GMOs.
See, why you guys don't believe in Bigfoot is beyond me.
Hey, in all seriousness, though, if we go back to what I was saying and we start at the local small level and branch out, can we not change? And because I think a part of the problem too is these career politicians, where they get in there and they don't care about anything but lining their pockets. So
okay,
you know what I mean?
So Paul, I hear what you're saying, Paul. Can I just give me a couple of seconds here?
Sure.
Number one, if we don't understand actually how our government is constructed, right? Because we have our Constitution, but there's a few layers to it, right? So have you guys know what plenary powers are? Okay. So that means the Congress and the Senate have the ability to make contracts, okay, with servicing corporations. Does that make sense? So there's all these agencies that are not government, but we think they are. Like, let's take the CDC, for instance, or the FDA, okay? Those are all agencies, but they actually aren't part of our government. They're subcontracted, if you like. Well, because we're in debt to all these central bankers, they require, as part of the contract in our loan statement, our loan contract, that we have some kind of property management. And property management also includes people management. That's why you guys are under the authority of the United States Corporation. It's an independent, you can think of it as an HOA. They are the ones that make all the positive law, okay? And that goes from the top, the federal, top fed, all the way down to your local municipality. I live in a town of 5,000 people, and their reach goes all the way to the little towns like this. Now, you think you have some authority if you vote for this guy, you vote for that guy. I promise you the most authority you have in your entire life are the relationships that you have. You have to make relationships with the people around you, because if you don't make good relationships with them, they have no obligation to protect you, to pick you up if you fall down, to take you to the hospital. They have nothing. They work for money. And if they don't get money,
wrap this up
yeah.
really quick. Wrap it
So
up
real
because
quick,
we're not
real
going to
quick,
continue.
real quick, let me. So
Wrap it
am I
up.
wrong in
I'm
assuming
going to give
then
I'm going
that?
to give Sesu and Paul 30 seconds to wrap it up because we have to do.
Okay.
Because why?
So real quick, so am I wrong then in assuming that the system that we have in place in this country is it is flawed, but it's still the best system if we get back to the way it was supposed to be and root out the evil that is in it. We can and get righteous people in there. It can work. Can it not?
No, it
If
doesn't
we
work.
get rid of the corruption and we get rid of
Nope.
the corporate interest, we get rid of it's impossible.
Yep, it's totally impossible because you're under the impression that people are good innately. That's just not the case. We've been under a public run system since, what, 250 years ago, something like that, okay? This has been run by men, and men have run into the ground. So you want to give it to different
Is it
men?
that our
Are different
fault
men going to
though?
make it
Is
better?
it that
No.
my fault and your
Is this the
fault
wrap?
because we
Is this the
allow
wrap
them?
up? Is this the wrap up? Because we want.
Yeah,
this is a
done
wrap
now.
up.
Finish, guys.
All right, yeah, I'm done. Fuck it.
All right, cool. Hey, thanks for your input, Paul and Sesu. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Good
Elio.
stuff.
Hey, it was good talking to you too. I
We
appreciate
have
you.
we have new people stoned and
Now, Stone's been here for a bit, dude.
yeah, I know, but does he want to talk? I mean, they're stoned.
I did talk, but I have nothing else to say because I don't want to continue that branch.
Well, I mean, have you talked about flat Earth? I mean, we've been talking about politics for too long. So, do you have any questions about the flat Earth?
Well, we'll reloop it back. So here's the thing.
Really.
I think we have to apply the same logic to all of it, right? Like, so the flat Earth is a great topic to kind of apply to everything. We were told something, it's not true, right? You have to apply that to every aspect of life and go, how much of this is true?
Oh, yeah.
How much of this is something that they're just pumping into me and I believed it for all my life, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. So, yeah, flat Earth doesn't make sense. All right. The globe doesn't make sense. And we've all instinctually known there's been something wrong with that idea since the beginning.
Yeah,
So, any
sure.
Globers in the house want to tell us about
Yeah,
their fairy tale?
I just saw Jan. Jan. I don't even know how to pronounce the other one. Jan. The last name I don't know. Jan, do you want to say
I
something?
want to hear about curvature from a Glober. If there's a Glober.
Can you just hold on a minute?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jan, I just saw Jan unmute. I want to see if this person is willing to talk. Okay, I guess Jan unmuted for no reason. Now muted back. All right. So go ahead. So we're talking to Stoned. Doesn't want to talk either.
No, it's not that I don't want to talk. It's other people started talking, so I just stopped talking.
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, and, of course, there is a relation, between history of Earth and politics and all. And it all comes together. But as far as what Earth is. That's really what the focus of this room is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, we all have opinions about politics and history and religion and all that kind of shit. We try to keep it focused on.
Yeah. No, I just felt like kind of what I was saying pretty much plays into the big lie itself, and it's just like ultimately, because we rely on them, we will always have to do what the system wants. And if we wanted to break away from that system completely, the only true way is non-compliance, and I mean absolute mass non-compliance. And then they would no longer have power over us. It would be game over for them.
Yeah, that goes into the politics we were talking about earlier. It's very difficult to actually convince the other people that they have to not participate.
Yeah. I do think that over time, more and more people are realizing this, but I think we're so far gone down the rabbit hole that a part of me feels like this is it. There's no way back.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of giving up. So it's just like, but at the same time, I'm still gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily giving up. I think it's just coming to the realization that maybe it's best you just try and secure your land and your future and just do what you need to do, because you can't convince other people. What's the point trying spending your energy?
What do you think of the
No, it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, you're doing it right now, man. This is your spiritual energy.
Between close circles and people that you build relationship with, you tell them about it, but and at times even they can't understand it. So imagine trying to tell somebody that you don't know from jack shit. Sorry to swear.
No, that's absolutely true. It's just like, why are you a flat earther? I can't answer that in 5 seconds. I mean, I can't.
Well, the whole
flat
point.
earther. It took me a long time to be a flat earther. You know what I mean? Dude?
But the point of flat Earth is to affect change. Is to affect change of the system we're in. Right. The whole point is when people wake up to this, maybe they'll wake up to the next step. What I was talking about, to realize all their governments are compromised and they're not working in your best interest, and it's really a control system to control
They're
your.
actually trying to shut you off to the truth.
I know.
And with this, just like you guys were talking about, the voting system is just like they're actually trying to give you a choice, but with the education system, everything is a choice according to them. You can only choose what they present to you.
Choices.
Yeah, pre-selected.
You put it in, Celio. It's a choice. Pick your poison. Do you want the sign? What poison would you prefer? How about the orange flavored or the grape?
I expose
Hey,
them. On
so wait. So can I get this straight then? So the Earth is flat, therefore voting never matters. Am I following you guys correctly?
No.
Ryan, nobody said that. Nobody.
I exposed them on my YouTube channel. I call their offices. I ask them serious questions, looking for serious answers, and they flutter about like a flounder on the ground. And I post it. I post it on my YouTube channels.
They're all from the same bloodlines as well.
I'm pretty sure on that point, Ryan. Hold on, I want to say this really quick. But Ryan, I made the point that local elections can matter. I mean, even if you vote for whoever for city council or.
I'm in agreement. We're in agreement.
Yeah, we all said that. So
yeah, all of us agree on that. At least the local. My point is the national.
Yeah, but even if you're referring to the national elections, the logic is still fallacious.
The national level is a whole other animal, which you're not going to change. They'll throw you a bone with the marijuana, the pot, the legalization. They throw you a small bone.
But they didn't do that at the national level. Whoa, hold on. They didn't do that at the national level.
State law. It's a state law. That's not my point. I'm saying
state laws are similar to what they do nationally, but
they control the states as well. Are a corporation. Your state is a corporate entity. Okay, it's a subdivision of the bigger entity, which is the whole United States.
Where do you think the president's
from?
Arkansas. Where do you think Bill Clinton's from?
Wait a minute though. Isn't that only because the people that we elect on the state level agree to those federal contracts and sign on a dotted line and make deals with
Yeah,
federal.
Oh my God!
So if we put the right people in the state level that won't do that, can we not affect change that way?
No. The way that the game is played, the game is written in a way. Okay, we have to play by their playbook, which they rigged the game. You're not gonna.
Doesn't come from the bottom up.
What playbook is it written? Is it held in their back pocket? Like, you're being so broad, Wolfgang. Everything you're saying is so broad. That's the problem with what you're saying. You're not saying anything specific. If you started talking about specifics, I would take you seriously. But you're not speaking any specifics. That's why I don't take you seriously.
I'm talking in the big picture because you're caught in the matrix. You're still caught in the matrix. This left-right paradigm. This
It is top down. Do you think you're gonna change something from the bottom up?
No, he thinks Mr. You know the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington? That's what he thinks is going to happen. We need more Mr. Smiths, and that's exactly how they want you to think. They want you to think that way, so you're the donkey chasing the carrot, staying in their system of how the game is going to be played. They're dictating the rules.
That in itself, what you're saying, just sounds like a psyop too. Like you're being tricked too. Why can't you beat them at their own game?
I'm opting out of their system because I know their system's fucking rigged to the core.
Why don't you get in their system and do it better than they do and get them out of there?
We need to opt out. No, because you can't get them out of there. Okay, you're going to think what I'm saying. It's all top-down control. You never vote the top of the pyramid out. At the top, do you think that the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Queen, do you think you're going to vote them out? I'm going to vote the Queen of England out. I'm going to vote Rockefellers and Rothschilds out. That's the real power. You're not going to vote them out.
Right.
That's controlling all the minions.
You can get rid of the Federal Reserve. You could do that. You can vote them out. You could dissolve the Federal Reserve if you wanted to. If you had the right people in government, they could get rid of it. Why couldn't they?
That's actually Ron Paul's platform.
You don't understand the entire argument if you think you can vote out the Federal Reserve. You just don't understand it.
The Federal Reserve is not a part of the government.
I know that.
It's the hidden hand. It's the hidden hand that puts this puppet government. This government is a puppet entity.
Yes, I understand. Oh.
No, you don't.
Hey, Wolfgang, I got something important to tell you. Like, especially in regards to flat Earth, don't ever try to avoid saying you believe or tell someone, what they think or whatever, what they believe. Just try to avoid those words.
I was like, you're going to tell Wolfgang what he should or should
You
not
might
say.
lose a lot of people when you're talking to people, like, about flat Earth. I've never talked about
want
flat
your
Earth before.
opinion. If I ask your opinion, your personal beliefs is what do you feel? Do you feel there's a way to affect change at the voting booth?
Well, just like, do you feel like you can vote out
real
the
quick?
Federal
If
Reserve?
I was elected president tomorrow, I couldn't take the issue. I couldn't take the power away from the Federal Reserve of issuing our currency. I couldn't dissolve that with a strike of my pen. If I was the president, I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
Nobody can.
That's bullshit.
That's the real power.
I think the president might be able to do that, but I don't know for sure.
I could do it. I might not live.
No,
to
you
see
ain't going to
another
get
day.
nowhere near that. No. They will not let you. Hey, a guy that's going to come in, he's going to dissolve the Federal Reserve. You don't understand how bad the whole system is infected. You're trying to revive a rotten corpse.
Oh,
the
I
corpse
do. That's the problem. There's too many.
And the way the
I
rule
understand
book
what
is,
you're saying.
it's a corporation, just like the mafia. Okay, you're not going to take. Hey, I don't like this mafia.
It's even
I want to put a pause.
First of all, okay, the mafia. I want to control the mafia. I want shit to be done the way I want to do it. So what do? I whack the boss, right? And now shit's gonna be run the way I want it to be run. So you could do this same thing in government. If I'm the boss, if I become the boss, I can cut the head off of the Federal Reserve.
That's
Can I not?
works.
Yeah. So what are you talking? You want to talk about mafia? Like you can't get rid of the mafia. You can't control. If I'm in the mob, I'm in there. I'm playing their game. But I want to change the rules, and I don't like the way my boss is treating me. I'm gonna whack
You don't
him.
get it. You don't get it. This
I
is
don't
a
get it.
Hydra. This is a worldwide mafia. It's
Yeah,
worldwide.
yeah, I get it. It's worldwide.
Now
Yeah.
let's slow down.
Hey, Paul,
If you
I gotta
guys,
point out something to you, Paul.
But
hold
it
on,
has to start.
hold on.
Can I
I
quickly
don't
say
even
something,
mind.
Helio?
You
Yeah, I
better
just want
say
to
it
say
quick because
Wolfgang. I think
I want to
Wolfgang
make a statement, and I'm going to make it really quick. But I want to hear what you had to say before that.
I just want to say I think Wolfgang has psyoped himself.
For real.
Hold on a minute. This is a top shelf shit show in here now.
All right.
What does that mean, Orion? What does that mean?
The black, well, ultimately speaking, I mean, he's blackpilled himself in a psyop kind of way. Like what I'm saying is he's convinced himself that because the government lied to him about the Earth being flat, that the government can never do any good ever and is completely useless all the time ever. And I think that that doesn't make any damn sense.
Wait. Let me ask you this, Orion. I've known Ron for a long time. Wolfgang, I've known him for a long time, and that's not what he's saying. Now, when it comes
He
to
has no faith in humanity, though, Helio. He's basically saying that you can't.
Wait, hold on. Even beyond that, he thinks he thinks that the Earth being flat also means that your vote can never count in any way that's meaningful. He thinks that that means that, which is even more crazy.
Do you think that we live in a
Not for the
democracy?
statewide.
Hey, hold on. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but me and him used to do podcasts together. We have like 26 podcasts that me and him have done together. For it was a couple of years ago, but we did like 26 podcasts. So I know him, his conversation. We had conversations about this. You guys don't know what we talk about. You're kind of new to how this goes as far as that goes. I've done podcasts with him before.
Oh, okay.
We were partners in that. We have 26 freaking episodes. So, all of this. All right. So, voting. If you have massive amounts of ignorant voters, what the fuck kind of difference is that going to make?
Well, I can actually explain something. No, that's a problem. I agree. That's a problem. Yeah. But I'll point out that at the very least, it's important to point out that it's much less of a problem in a republic as opposed to a democracy. Because in a democracy, it's more than 50% rule. So all you need is more than 50% stupid people, and you have stupid policies. In a republic, minorities are represented with the electoral process better. So you need more stupid people in order to have stupid policies.
Ryan, where are these voters getting their information from?
Man.
What?
Say it. Where are these voters getting their
I don't know. What answer am I supposed to give to that? I don't know what you're trying to go with. Where are you trying to go with this? I don't even know where you're going with it.
All right.
We all know where they get their
hold
information
on.
from. You guys are missing the point. Like I said,
where are these voters getting their information from? If they're going to
the TV, I'm guessing.
News, right?
School. It's all Mockingbird media. It comes from the schools. It comes from the TV. It comes from the radio. It comes from magazines, newspapers. It's coming at them from all angles. It comes from the entertainment industry. It comes from the sports industry. Steve Kerr was talking about
social media. Yeah, everything.
Everywhere. Every angle.
Up here in Canada, we had our leader of the New People's Party of Canada thrown in jail.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
So do you trust the voters, Orion?
Hell no!
No, actually, that's why I was campaigning in 2012 and 2016.
You guys are still missing the bigger picture of what I was trying to talk about earlier.
No, I was actually pointing out
how do you like
Orion's bullshit here because that doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Paul. I want to hear what
that sounds like a queer mentality.
Orion, I want to hear what Paul has to say. I just told
you need a master.
If you start at the lowest levels from when we are first manipulated in grade school, if we take back control of the education system and we take back control of the school boards, the local level municipalities, all that shit, that will affect change all the way up into media because the young kids growing up will have a new perspective and be real journalists. We can teach and root out these demons that are affecting the national media. We can get rid of these people.
Let me ask you a question. Who do you think owns the media?
Oh, jeez, it doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter who.
Before we get there, Ron, hold on.
It doesn't
Weaponize
matter.
YouTube. Let me
If
get
they
my
can't
question.
hire the people that they can
It does
control, if they
matter.
can't hire people that they can control, then it doesn't matter. Because we'll
You
start
have
our own media.
higher and lower people. I mean, it's teenagers, freaking 20-year-olds. All of it's control.
You're not going to change them. If you think you're going to
no one
change
is
Google,
preventing anyone from changing
you're gonna
right now,
change
right? You can change right now. You can start educating your children, homeschooling, and
thank you.
The way people
no,
will
we're all in agreement. That's a
catch on.
non-topic. No one's in disagreement with the small local, and he
How is
keeps
that a
reading.
non-topic? But when I say it can't be done.
We're all in agreement at local level. So why even talk about it if we're in agreement? I'm saying no one is disagreeing with local small stuff, and you keep reverting back, so you're wasting time. We're all in agreement.
No, you're wasting time because if the local level branches out to the national
it doesn't happen
level,
that way. It gets decapitated.
Oh my god!
There's a lid. There's a lid. You're not getting to the next level.
You're speaking too generally, Wolfgang. Again, you're too generally. Hey, Wolfgang, I got a clarifying question to ask you.
You're not saying
the picture. You said something earlier, Wolfgang. I asked you if you'd ever gone to I mentioned to you could go to political events, and you said, "Oh yeah, I've gone to political events and hand out flyers." I just wanted to ask you, when was the last time you did that? Tell me the last time you did that. Describe it to me.
Oh my God!
Who cares?
Who
in the world cares? I don't even know how that's relevant. I mean,
I don't think he ever did. I don't think he ever did. I think he just said he did. I don't think he ever actually fucking did that. This guy's just all talk.
I've got video.
Who
I've
cares?
got video, you cocksucking piece of shit. I was there. So go suck a fat dick.
Oh, now he got to be a
cocksucker. Hold on before it gets too hot.
So,
Orion, I know I've seen you put
Oh,
videos up before, and I've watched your videos. I've seen you do it. Do
He
you
hurt
think
your feelings?
We
You
can't
made a-
talk about a lot of things in
Hold
the
up,
stream.
everybody, shut up. Orion, you've done public. You flat smacked in public, or, if you want to call it that. Do you think it made a difference?
Yeah, man. To the restaurant, or not two. One of the restaurant employees and his girlfriend are now flat earthers as of last night that I found out.
Awesome, cool.
So yeah.
Hey, we flat smack here all day long here in the 24/7 live. I mean, it's difficult to go on the street and meet people, but a lot of us do that. But do you really think you're going to get a lot of results? Cool, yeah. Now you did talk to somebody on man on the street stuff, but I think we actually get more people to understand flat Earth here in the Discord. But man on the street is fucking awesome too. That's why we do meetups and shit. Or even live events or whatever. It's just like, I'm gonna stand on the street, set up a little thing. I mean, you might meet 100 people while they're walking around, and you're gonna get 20 people to talk to you, and most of them will be like, "That's cool, yeah, but it sounds pretty cool, but I got other shit to do." You might meet out of 100 people, you might get 2 to actually listen to you. I mean, it's not even.
No. What are you talking about? Hold on. Helio, you're way off with your ratio, but I just wanted to quickly ask Wolfgang a quick question. What was just the name of the title of the event, or what political party was the last one you went to? What was the actual event subject of?
Now you're back
Can you
in
just say
politics
that?
now, Len? Okay.
Hey, Paul, I want to kind of calm this down and ask you a serious question with all due respect, and I'm serious about that. If you mean with like the municipalities, we got to get change in our local municipalities, how would you suppose that we do that? How do you suggest that we get that done? How do we take that back? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, we have to take initiative and actually give a shit about who is elected in the local level, in our school boards, in our local governments, because I don't think people like us really pay attention to that. I don't think people that mean well and want less government and don't want government intrusion, and I don't think they pay attention at the local level.
You're not going to be.
So I think if you
You're not going to be able to change the education system in the local municipalities because they get funding from the state and they get funding from the federal government.
Yeah, but if you put the right people in the proper positions, we could stop that.
So I hear what you're saying, and I
Stop
want
the
to just
funding. The funding.
Jesus Christ, Helio.
That's what they're focused on is the funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul, so I hear what you're saying, and you are correct in the way that you think. However, I want to show you how the backdoor access works. Okay, and please don't make this dirty. But anyway, you can put good people in positions, right? But at the same time, they have to follow along with policy that they get paid to follow, right? So the policy comes from the federal to the state, and then if you don't do what the feds and the state say, you don't get paid. So as good as you are, you send your best neighbor in there, a guy that you know really well, but he's
I know that.
So how do you change it if they have to follow along with the program?
You say no. You say no. You say no.
I say no to what?
And the people that we put in the position to say no, we back them up and we take care of them. They don't need that money. I have my own business. I will support you. We need to take care of each other. We need to support each other.
Wait, hold on. Can I interject for a second? I need to ask both of you guys to be more specific. So this guy asking this question, what policies are you speaking of? Can you name one specific policy that you're speaking of, that you're talking about?
Okay, so let's talk about curriculum for a second, all right? All curriculum comes down from the federal level. Are you aware of that, Orion?
I'm aware of that, but it's also voted on and accepted at the state level, and it doesn't have to be that way. They don't have to agree. They only accept that because they want that federal funding. We can tell that federal funding to go fuck off, and we don't need you, and we're going to do our own thing.
And that's called private schools. Okay, so that's private schools.
I know it sounds.
Right? How many people go to private schools versus how many people go to public schools? What's the number?
It don't fucking matter, man. You can do the same thing in the private. Look, if we all supported each other as a unit, as a community, we.
Hold on. Stop. I gotta stop you right there with what you just said. You just asked how many people go to public schools as opposed to private schools, and I just want to point out to you that's not the question you should ask yourself. The question you should ask yourself is how many people vote for politicians that make us use our taxes for public schools, and how many of us vote for politicians that say, hey, we should get rid of the public schools, because that's the question you should be asking yourself.
Okay, what politicians are asking to get rid of public schools?
We should demand it. We should start campaigning to demand it. Like look at yourself in the mirror is what I'm saying.
I think you should be that guy. I think, Orion, you should definitely do that.
I'm a libertarian political activist. I am that guy. What are you talking about?
No, you need to be the guy to go do it. You're the candidate.
To be that guy, but it takes more than one guy. It takes all of us. That's the problem. That's why evil prevails right now in the world we live in, because
you don't have a choice.
Evil gets away with what they get away with because good men stand beside and don't do anything. They don't take action. They do nothing because they're waiting for somebody else to do it. That's the fucking problem. So you want to tell this guy that he should do something. Why don't you do something?
Oh, jeez, dude, relax, bro. You all right?
No, fuck that. No, fuck that.
You mad, bro? Come on, you mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just passionate about what I'm talking about. And I'm not calling anybody's names, and I don't get butthurt, and I don't swear at people, and I don't call them fuckheads. I don't do that stuff.
Don't apologize. But it's like this is a flat.
Because fuck him. Because he wants to hear say, "Oh, you mad?" and try to like talk shit to me. No, fuck you. You're mad.
Why you getting so excited?
You're mad because I put you in your place and called you out, and now you feel stupid.
And I'm in
Calm
passion.
down.
I already muted him.
Jeez Louise.
Don't mute Paul, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? No,
I jumped in here, people screaming cuss words, man. Calm down.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
But no, I get angry because I don't like when people come in here and start calling people names all of a sudden and want to call.
We're all talking about the same.
I didn't call anybody a name. I didn't call anybody a name.
Listen,
I'm not saying
dude.
specifically.
Hey, listen, politics.
But you want to call me?
Politics is generic. But you can argue about generic ideas like politics. But hey, this is a flat Earth room. You guys, it's not. It's not even.
Yeah. Okay.
This shit out,
Yeah.
I mean,
I think another great way to wrap this up, just with one sentence.
Wrap it up quick. So
I was just going to say, just because someone knows that the Earth is flat and stationary, and that's very good and that's very important, that does not mean that you know everything about everything else.
You remember that?
That's certainly the case.
Yeah,
And yes, but flat Earth. I mean, as far as like voting and how it can affect society, and the ignorance or understanding of who might be voting, that really gets into semantics, to be honest. But it's this room is.
You know what, Helio? No, you're right. You know what the problem is? I'm sorry. This is my fault, because it's not about how we vote. It's about how we raise our children. That's what we're doing wrong.
Like, should you
That's the point. We're not raising our children right.
Well,
that's true.
I'd like to say a few things.
100%, I agree.
Helio, let me speak for a minute. I haven't spoken for a while here.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. There's a problem with the idea of trying to get everyone on our bandwagon so that the public school system changes to the better. We can create a private school. That's no problem. We can create a homeschooling curriculum, and people here have tried to work on that, and we can help each other get further. But for that, we need cooperation, not fighting.
No. I don't think anyone's goal here is to actually create a place where we can raise our children as flat earthers. That's not the goal. I'm not people come to flat Earth, understanding on their own terms. Nobody here is trying to convince anyone that the Earth is flat.
That's not what I meant when I said we're raising our children wrong. I'm talking about morally.
Sure.
There's something wrong with the way we are letting the system raise our children and corrupt their minds. And
I think that's apparent from the past 30-minute discussion.
That's apparent. I see what you did there. That's apparent. Yeah.
What are you saying, Whitson?
Apparent.
Apparent.
He didn't realize he was paused. No.
Okay, well, I didn't mean it that way, but yeah.
I think everyone just you individually take responsibility, try to raise your children better than you were raised, and you try to set an example for other people, and then it goes from there. That's really all you can do.
The thing
is that how giraffes fight, Levelist?
You opt out of the Matrix. You have to realize you're in the Matrix before you opt out of it and don't comply with their Matrix. Their Matrix rules don't apply to me, and I don't play their game because I know their game. It's futile. If you think when you think there's a voting solution to vote for a candidate to represent you, undo the Matrix. That's key. I was trying to get you to see the big, larger picture. That's what you're doing. You're literally a donkey chasing a carrot, thinking there's a voting solution. It could be voted to move these people from power, and that's naive. That ain't gonna happen. You have to take a different
So
route.
you don't live in the Matrix?
It's not an option.
Wait, you don't
It's not
live in
an
the
option.
Matrix?
No, he's Morpheus. No, he's really cool like Morpheus.
You don't
I see
live in the Matrix?
around me,
You
and I
pay
don't
taxes?
play the game. I don't play the game. I opted out of the
You
game.
you don't pay
Playing.
taxes?
All
No, I
right,
don't. I
and
don't
why we
play.
gotta be so contingent? It's self responsibility. If you think that's the move, I agree with you personally. Yeah, go get some chickens, get some land. Don't depend on the system. That's not a bad suggestion. And not trying to change it is not necessarily the best suggestion either. So personal responsibility. The problem with the system is everyone's thinking like someone's going to save them. Just take personal responsibility. And other people will say, look what they're doing. They're crushing. They have chickens. They have pear trees. And then you go from there.
That's what you mean. You remove yourself. Like, okay, the Amish people, do they really care? They're not wearing masks and they're not getting vaxxed and they're just living in their own communities autonomously. And that's what needs to happen. People need.
That's not true at all. They still need our current. They still use our currency.
I don't know if they do or not. Mostly their stuff is
They
bartered.
do. I see them all the time where I live. When
They
I
have
go out
to
to
use
these rural areas, they're selling butter and want my money. They're selling all types of shit and want my cash. Why do they want my cash if they're so self-sufficient and they don't need?
They're a lot more.
So they're not as
they're a lot
they're
more
not
than
as
the average.
efficient as everybody thinks they are.
Everyone is dependent on the resources, right?
If the power goes out, guess what? They survive just fine. They're not worried about internet, and they're not worried.
Yeah, with the generators that the money I gave them for their fresh butter and shit. They went to the store and bought a generator with the
But
cash
they're making the
that I gave
That's
them.
the point. They're making their food. They're making it.
I know, but they're not as. I understand.
If the food,
They're not really Amish at that point, are they?
Mennonites maybe. Mennonites they drive cars, but Amish don't drive cars. What I'm saying is you don't have to be that severe as an Amish person with no electricity and that. No one I don't want to live like that.
Men in tights drive cars.
Mennonites, yeah, they use power tools too.
I just believe the air too. I don't have any ill will against anybody in this chat right now. I get passionate and I might get loud and stuff, but
dude, everyone's
I don't hold any ill will with anybody in there.
I call them men in tights.
I'm a little disappointed in some of my fellow flat earthers though, because a lot of you guys sound like just complete nihilists, and it's
here's the thing.
They're called black-pilled people.
A poison question. If you're not
making
seeing
assumptions here, bro. You don't know how people on this server live. You don't know what they're doing to change the world. So I think you should maybe think twice before speaking about people you don't know.
What are you talking about? You're talking to me?
That's racist.
Klaus is changing our world for the better.
You're assuming that.
I'm not
that your
assuming
way- the
anything.
way
I'm only
to-
talking about the people
Yeah, you
that
think
I've heard
voting is the
talk
only
for the
way
last
to
couple
change the world.
hours,
I hear you, man.
and basically they have no hope
You've been
at
saying
all
so far.
that there's a way, that there's a solution or a way out of the trap that we're in. Is all I'm trying to say.
No, you're saying that your solution is the only solution, right?
It's not going to be voting, Chief.
No, I'm not saying my solution is the only solution. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what I'm hearing from them is there is no solution. They didn't give up any solution. What I'm hearing is there's no hope.
No.
That's what I
Listen
heard.
closely. Listen closely, Paul, because you're assuming things. Listen closely. There is no solution through voting. You're not going to vote yourself out of the prison. That's all I'm saying. You are not going to vote yourself out of the prison. That's it.
Obvious, and that's
Not
obviously
hopelessness,
true
not
because look in the direction we're going right now. This is where voting has been. This is where democracy has been taking us, and in the direction we're heading right now, it doesn't look like we're getting more freedom, right? So the system is obviously not working. Nobody has freedom.
What do you mean more freedom? Like I can only think of one freedom that's ever changed where I live. Weed was illegal, and now weed is legal. Every other law has stayed the same. So what are you talking about?
So, is this law you're talking about subjective or objective?
I don't think that's either. I think that applies to other things. It's just a law. It's subjective, I guess. What point are you trying to make with this? You just said we're getting less freedom, not more freedom. What do you mean by less freedom, not more freedom? You got to be specific. What do you mean by that?
You're not affecting the big picture. The big picture is
more freedom.
The national.
You're in Canada, right?
No, I'm in Oregon, the United States, in the state of Oregon.
Okay, so the injection, the forced injection, right? That I would call it less freedom to travel without the proof of that. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I'll admit that. Is that even still up, though? I don't even know.
There's a new one coming, right?
Well,
Hold on. I'm actually really disappointed in what he just said too, because he said that he thinks I can affect change in just voting. That is not what I said at all. That is not what I said. That is not the origin of how I think we affect change. I think ultimately we could get there, but what did I say? How does it start? How do we start it? You guys are missing the key component of what I'm trying to fucking say. All right, I'm going on mute.
The whole thing, okay, it's a mental psyop that the people who really run shit want you to think that there's a solution through voting to elect the right people to affect change. And they throw it in like a joke.
You didn't? Did I say that?
Hold on.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Let me finish my point.
No, because you're talking about voting. No. I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about raising our children.
We're not in disagreement. Why are you talking about something we agree on? If we agree on it,
because we keep talking about voting.
Yeah, guys, hold on. So you're both just saying two different things about two different subjects. Here, let's just let this guy say this, and then Paul, you go.
Period.
There's no one. The power structure cannot be voted out. That's my point. If that's too complicated or too broad of statement, then I'm sorry you can't understand it.
Your vote doesn't
it's too broad of a statement to be a useful statement, is a thing.
No, it's not. It's very succinct. The power system cannot be voted out. Period.
The power system doesn't have the control that you think it has. Really? You've been brainwashed by the power system that you think they're all powerful. They don't control shit. They only control what they control. We allow them to control
and you don't see this, then you're fucking retarded. If you don't think that they're all on the same team,
now I'm retarded. Oh, now you want to call me names? See,
guys, I'm retarded now. Three of us, let's go down. Come on, guys. You want to go chill chat? Paul, this guy. What do you say?
I want him to come down to the street. He wants to call names. Come on, man. Don't call me names. Call me retarded.
I'm trying to get you to think outside the box.
I'm gonna.
No. We're not thinking outside the box unless we're in chill chat. Are we thinking outside the box in chill chat, or are we not thinking outside the box? You got to decide right now.
Chat. Let's go on another chat.
All right, chill chat.
Yeah, if you think you can vote yourself into freedom, you're delusional.
I didn't say that, Helio.
Hang on. What about the higher ups that are fighting for the forces of good?
I didn't see my name on the ballot last time I was there. So I didn't vote.
Either. Yeah.
Wait, what did that guy just say?
Wait. I want to hear what the last statement was. Something about freedom. What was that?
I said, what about the higher ups that are fighting for the forces of good?
What kind of shit is that?
I don't even know who you're talking about. Can you name one?
Well, I mean,
Somebody's
I don't
all
know.
about
I don't know of any. But
Well,
like, do
me
you think,
either. So
do you
that's
think
why I don't think voting.
these Illuminati oppressors, you have known that will confront them?
No, wait. Can you tell me one person that's fighting for justice and freedom for
That's
all?
what I want to talk about because we don't know either way. We don't know one person either way, right? To be honest, right?
It's been my experience that those types of people trying to affect positive change get sandbagged and stonewalled and bogged down with tape.
All right. That being the case, who are you talking about specifically? With the ones that are fighting for freedom?
I don't know. I don't know of any.
Wait.
Sure.
You said it.
Right
You
now,
said it. Did you have someone in mind?
Right now, Maxime Bernier wants to affect serious change, and they locked him up just for having a gathering.
A gathering where?
In Alberta. He had a
In
rally,
Canada?
and they decided to lock him up because he wasn't conforming to their bullshit.
That could be the case. Well, people in America don't know much about that because you guys are in Canada. Fine.
And they've also been locking up pastors. Like, I mean, these people literally didn't break any real law.
No, sure.
And they locked them up.
Their
You know,
mind.
like
Yeah.
these days in Canada, to get in jail, all you have to do is organize an event or wave a flag or stand up for freedom.
You know what? A lot of people. I mean, it's happened in America. It's like, hey, I'm not going to require my congregation to wear masks. And then the cops show up.
Helio.
Yeah. Anyway, that's
Helio. I have one name for you. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor.
Send me a link.
I'm gonna put the link in the live stream right now.
Cool.
She was banned off Twitter, Facebook for fighting the mask mandate and the vaccine mandate. Both.
Even this, like when we really get deep into that, it's we can get this channel shut down by some of the bullshit that they've been pulling on us, you know.
There you go. You see it?
Yes.
Now, I don't know for sure, but to be honest, we don't know any Illuminati people, you know, so we can't say for sure who's what. But there has to be people fighting for the forces of good.
There are. I don't want to make it seem dark, but there are people that are, you know, fighting, you know, in different states and whether in Canada or in America. And yes, there are people that are standing up and saying this is bullshit. But
Maxim even said he's willing to be arrested again to continue fighting to be the leader, the next leader.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, just from what I've heard so far, everybody wants it to happen quickly. It's not going to. And hopefully it can happen, but it's definitely not going to happen very fast, especially with the.
Can you put a link of that guy
that we have?
I can try. I can tell you this about him. What it is he was running to be the leader of his party, which was the Bloc Québécois, and he lost that run. And he was kind of happy because a year later he formed the PPC, which what he's offering is if you've been part of a party trying to affect positive change and you haven't been able to make it happen, come with me. We'll form our own party and we'll all together create those positive changes we've been trying to make as members of whatever parties we've been part of for 20, 30 years. And so that's what he's doing. And he's got a lot of people behind him. A lot of people want serious change and new change. Believe in what he's saying.
People that are trying to
But
change, would they use the political system to actually do that?
The head douchebag in charge is blocking his voice by locking him up and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. You can't use the political system to actually to make change happen.
Everything's in the air. There's a lot of people that want proper change. Nobody knows exactly how to affect it yet. And somebody earlier said, as we were rising up, they started doing things to stop us all, and they were right, because the sooner we all wake up and stand up against them, the faster they lose their ability to do what they've been doing, and they know this. Numbnuts affected the Emergencies Act for what? Like, I'm not. I don't like the system the way it is, and I even like it less when I found out that a woman who had a career in the Solicitor General's office for 15 years lost her job because she donated $100 to the cause for freedom. That's wrong, man. We're losing our ability to spend our money the way we wish to spend. That's retarded.
What if I spent $500 on an AK-47?
It's force control.
And I'm not saying that lady deserved her job. I don't know how well she did or how lazy she was or whatever, but she did not deserve to lose it for that. She wasn't caught embezzling money or, you know what I mean? That's ridiculous. A donation?
Politics, bro. Told you. You're gonna try to affect change through politics. End up on the wrong side. Well, you're not going to be on the wrong side. It's just like you can't utilize politics to affect change because it doesn't matter what party or affiliation or whatever the government organizations, whether they're directly affiliated with the government or they're an NGO, it's all controlled.
Well, finding out what were you done, Helio? Sorry.
No, I am done. Go ahead.
Finding out what they did to that lady really made my bunghole pucker, because it was like, wow, man, our spending must really be under a microscope if they could see $100 donation from somebody's account. That's retarded.
Like,
Yes.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
And then canner over it because they didn't agree with where the money went. That's not freedom, man, in any way, shape, or form.
Is it the same thing where if you support the truckers in Canada on the strike, then you get fired or you get
That's who she
imprisoned?
donated it. Oh, sorry, that's who she donated to. Yeah, she donated to the Freedom Rally. She lost her job. 15 years in government. You're fired. You donated $100 to the Freedom Rally.
It's like the mafia. They weed out the bad guys. They don't want in on their team, which would be the good guys to us.
I think the mafia is more honest.
And
Yeah,
and
I
then on
agree.
top of that, here we are, like it's maybe 6-7 months later, and she's paying what for a liter of gas at the tank now? She might be on what's it called? Unemployment assistance or whatever there, She might be collecting her pogey check.
But yeah, I honestly think the mafia is more honest because it doesn't require tactics like Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein to control its members.
Excellent point, brother.
So how about